Hello, 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 everyone. Oh, I didn't get my lighting right here. I'm a bit out of sorts today, so hang in there with me, folks. How are you out there in viewing land? I'm your host, Howard, and for now, we have ourselves another pre-show because we're waiting for Morgan to join us. It's become a pretty standard thing. w- we have a little bit of a half hour to ourselves before Morgan comes along. I'm struggling to get this to work to show the page because I don't like myself that big on the screen. Uh, KO says feels like sitting in the blue note, referring to the track I just played, music video. Yeah, it's the norm now. Yeah, KO. Didn't used to be like this. It's the last few months. Do you tweet? I don't know how to spell that word for people. I I I struggle so much with the Irish language. It's awful. It's scandalous, really. The pronunciation, I spent many years trying to pronounce English, and I got there in the end. But it was such a traumatic experience that I find it difficult to, go through it again. You know, I nailed Polish though, pretty good at that, and by extension, oh man, aw, I knew I was feeling things weren't quite right today. We have a few gremlins in the system, it seems. What's the topic for tonight's show? Barry Walsh asks in the chat. Well, we're going to talk about Conor McGregor's package. Yeah, it's very interesting. We might talk about the compulsory purchase order legislation that's currently in the second phase of becoming a piece of legislation, which is quite fucking horrific. Um, it's it's very scary. Then we will talk about some presidential candidates, um, among whom are uh, you get this, Michael Flatley, the river dance guy. And of course, Peter Casey has said that he's interested. I don't think he's going to get nominations, but I think we'll look at him too. What else is in the uh, title there? Since you guys, some of you anyway, can't read. Oh yeah. Intensifying tribal conflicts. Now that's a Morgan spearheaded topic. I don't know exactly what we're going to cover. Some things went on fire again. That kind of stuff. I was supposed to cue up that song, "Burning Down the House." But until we get Morgan along, we're going to have a bit of a chat about this, that, and the other thing. Most notably, taxes, 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 which is the reply that I put into Twitter beneath a journal article, I believe, about how they're bringing in weight taxes for SUVs. So I just wrote taxes, 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 as much as the character limit would allow. In hindsight, I should have sprinkled in the odd fines in there. Taxes, 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 fines, taxes, 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 fines, taxes, taxes. That's all this is in this fucking country nowadays. It seems everyone wants to get one over on each other, on their fellow Irishmen. That just will not fucking do. I'm not happy with that. I don't think it's going to lead us anywhere positive as a country. Uh, we just can't operate this way, guys. I I was driving home a friend of mine, two friends of mine anyway. One of those friends that you meet through another friend, and it's kind of like, well, I guess you're my friend now because you're always with my friend. So well done, you're grandfathered in. Um, they're hardworking mothers. They deserve a night out. So they went to the Big Top in Galway. I don't know what they went to see. I think they just went in just to go in. No one in particular. And I was on my way out with them. This is like, I met them at 1 a.m. Started heading out to our commuter town, and she said, "Look, I tried campaigning to have a night bus run to our town because for events like this, because you know she gave me some money for petrol. I didn't even want all the money for petrol. She did a few good turns for me. I thought, I'll reach out and say, hey, look, I'll bring you home. But that would have cost her and her friend €80, €100 just to get home after a night out. So she said, ETA for Morgan is 10:15, so you're stuck with me for the guts of half an hour. So sit tight. We will get into actual content later. She said to me that she campaigned to bring in the bus thing, the night bus thing, and she was hated by all the taxi drivers in town because that is their, that's how they make their money. you know, well, at that time of night anyway. Bring people home from, just wanting some time out, you know? I'm sick of it, man. I'm fucking sick of it. We fucking complain and complain about, the government and the left and NGOs and all that jazz, right? But and I know there's loads of lovely people, and they'll give you the shirt off their backs. I'm one of those people. And I do have to make my money as a self-employed person, and there's times where I have to say to myself, okay, this is one of these situations that I can't take advantage of a person in this particular situation. You know, they're going through something. Let me just help them out. Um, but you know what? The thing is that is taken advantage of too. you know, so it's really hard to be a nice person and not be a fucking greedy capitalist all the time. Compulsory purchase orders. Let's go back and talk about that for a second. The ruling for housing asylum seekers in the ECJ, European Court of Justice, and next the Housing for All bill. Then the revolution will begin. Well, Liz, this is the revolution. It's been going on for a while now. We're not seeing blood on the streets, and we're not lopping the heads off of royalty yet, but it's getting there. KO says, bear with me, but Michael Flatley has wined and dined with the best of them. He loves Ireland and did say nobody is listening to the Irish people. He's a billionaire and moving to Oris is downsizing. You know what? I'm kind of warming up to this Michael Flatley guy. Well, for one, I've discovered today that his first wife was Polish, a Polish hairdresser whom I imagine that he met, or hairstylist whom he met, I imagine, through the industry that he's in. Liz Pepper says, need money for all the iPass centers. Oh yeah, the taxes on the SUVs. Yeah. That's it. KO reckons Michael Flatley can't be bought. I don't know. You know what? I'm not going to vote for a president this time around because I don't really think there's any there's any like real proper fucking options. I think I'm just going to do a write-in, draw a little box at the end and beside it write the turkey, Dustin, and then tick that box. And that's my protest vote right there. Brian Walsh says, horrible shit is going on. Did you see that they are bringing in mortgages for 4 people for the one house? The Indian and Pakistanis will love that. Yeah, they don't mind living on top of each other, do they? Much like the Brazilians, but I don't know. I just like Brazilians better. Indians, they got an interesting culture, an interesting history. But I prefer Brazilians if I had to choose. Jojo says the Greens are gone, but worse it's getting. Yeah, that's how you know that the parties don't matter. It really doesn't fucking matter. These people are just functionaries getting a job done. Liz Pepper says, don't have to pay tax. if you rent to immigrants? I don't know. I don't know the details on that, but I do know that you get significant tax breaks if you rent under HAP. So I'd imagine that it's even more lucrative or alluring if you just straight up rent for immigrants. And remember, people coming out of IPAS centers and that kind of they are, handheld through the Irish system, and they are introduced to a thing called homeless HAP, which, depending on which county you're in, that's anywhere between anywhere between 20 and 60% more allowance than on normal HAP. 420 says, "Evening, girls," and Howard and Barry. And that thing, what's that? Yeah, that one. I don't know what that is. I thought that was a gang sign. Hello, 420. KO says, "Of course." And as Tommy Tiernan made us aware, majority not from here, so no one will upset the newbies. Tommy T. I just kind of imagine that was Tommy Tiernan, because we're talking about nominee hopefuls for the presidential race, and Tommy Tiernan is in there, I believe. Let me just fact check myself on that 1 second. There we go. That's the one. Okay. Who do we have? Yeah, indeed, Tommy Tiernan. So what, is Tommy Tiernan one of us now? Barry Walsh says, "Are you going to the anti-immigration protest in Waterford tomorrow?" What's going on in Waterford? Can we get a precise location and a time for that so that we can let people know? Thank you, Barry. Middle Ireland needs to wake the fuck up, Liz Pepper says. What is Middle Ireland? Be careful adopting terminology when you don't really know what it means, because that feckhead from Aon2, what's his name again? Pater Tobin. He started using Middle Ireland. Not entirely sure what it is. I think it's like Middle America, that thing that they ask in TV production, like, what will Middle America think about it? Because they're literally in the middle. They're not on any of the coasts, and they have a more conservative outlook on things. KO says, "For fuck's sake, is there anything else they can throw at us?" And the late bus and the taxis up in arms. Yeah. Look, we just gotta, fucking get a grip of ourselves as a country. We gotta be a little more strict with people. Enforce consequences. Who the fuck is Owen Hayes? Readmitted to the Social Democrats. Did he like fucking touch some children or something? Like, what's the thing? Suspended over incorrect information about sale of shares to Palantir, a company linked to Israeli Defense Forces. Oh, okay. So he was kicked out of Social Democrats for saying something that you're not allowed to say about Israel. Okay. Oh, they've only suspended him. Okay, right, fair enough. Why do I care? Why is this a big thing? Uh, right up at the top of Google News. I don't get it. I don't get it at all. Am I still live? Yeah, I'm certainly still alive. The chat went dead. That's why I was asking. I was kind of leaning on the chat there for a while, and I thought, yeah, I don't need to work too hard. People are expressing their opinions, and I can bounce off of them. Um, let's talk about Ukraine for a minute, right? Interesting times. Their front line is disintegrating. Um, it's a slow disintegration, but you can see the signs of it setting in over time, right? Now, this would not be something that I would bring to the show because, as I've been told by a few people, we don't care about geopolitics, even though geopolitics definitely cares about us. Um, and what happens in Ukraine is kind of fucking important. And I just spilled my fucking Red Bull all over my fucking floor. Brilliant. I'm such a twat. Ah, jeez, dude. Ah. Oh, these cost like 480 a fucking can, man. Jesus Christ. I'll clean that up on a break. What we have going on in Ukraine is a coup, really. A coup by Zelensky himself. Now, I bring this up because there's parallels all over the world. Starting in 2014, Western powers, after Euromaidan, um, set up independent agencies, two independent agencies to oversee the country to make sure that um, corruption doesn't, just rot the fucking country out. That is Nabu and Sapo, which is kind of like that linguistic example of how our minds interpret language. You have the blobler shape, and then you have the angular pointy shape, and you're asked which one is Boo Boo and which one is Kiki. This is Nabu and Sapo, National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine, and the Specialized Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office. Supposedly, the Western world thought that corruption was so important, it was such a big problem in Ukraine that it required two independent organizations to be created to curb it. But these are the good guys, These are the, you know, shining examples of democracy and integrity, you know. The first one, Nabu, uh, is primarily engaged in investigations into high-level corruption by ex-presidents and other high-ranking officials, or just any high-volume corruption in the country. And then Sapo is within the prosecutor's office, and that directs the prosecutor's office to proceed with proceed with prosecutions, and they represent the state in those cases. Now, Zelensky, his government and the man himself has decided to pass a law that would put these previously independent bodies under the control of the prosecutor general. So it's no longer politically independent, which, by the way, is just a fantasy anyway. The idea that a body is politically independent, yeah, fucking right. Uh, you know, these organizations are heavily influenced by European functionaries. They run the organizations and they direct the Europeans to do what needs to be done in their eyes. Now, this sparked protests, 40,000 strong in Ukraine, in Kiev, for several days in a row, protests around the country. And yeah, what is the population of Ukraine? Because I know that it's substantially bigger than Ireland. So at the start of the war, they started at 37 million. Or no, that was last year. I guarantee that it's lower than 37 million. Way lower. Let's just say there's 30 million people left in Ukraine now, and all they can muster in their capital is 40,000 protesters. So, next time you're out there in a protest, or you're sitting at home thinking, geez, what's wrong with this country? People need to wake up. Well, we're a country of 7 million, and we can get 100,000 people onto the street in Dublin. Now, factor in the fact that our national transport is, kind of wanting for a lot. We're doing pretty fucking good to get that many people in the capital. Now, there's parallel with Ukraine and Georgia, who a few years ago decided that they will bring in a law that required any foreign organizations that operate on foreign money beyond a certain volume of money, that they have to register with the government, that they have to be open to investigation at any given time, because, they could easily be foreign actors influencing the country. Now, this triggered protests at a higher volume, I would say, than the protests going on in Ukraine. These protests snowballed into riots that almost collapsed the Georgian government. These are externally funded protests. In the case of Ukraine, it's more, it's more likely that it's a native concern. Like, these people, they genuinely, for some fucking reason, want to join the EU, and they think that the West is, this beacon of fucking civility and progress and wealth, which it certainly is not. But there's still elements of foreign influence there. Barry Walsh says Ukraine is the largest country in Western Europe. It's not in Western Europe, buddy. It's in Eastern Europe. Much like Poland isn't in Eastern Europe. Some people try to claim that. It's actually in Central Europe. Yeah. Unless you I don't know, want to say that you want to drive home the point that West Europe starts, around where Finland is. So you want to include Russia as Europe under the term East Europe. I don't know. Don't know where you're going with that, buddy. All right, let's follow up on the chat. Oh yeah, funny little tidbit about the disintegrating front line in Ukraine. This is funny. I really have my suspicions here, right? They're falling apart. Russia is approaching a pretty pivotal city, Pokrovsk, 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 I think it is, or Pokrovsk. I don't know. Not great with my Ukrainian names. This stands between them and the Dnieper. They get this. It's plain sailing from here. Ukraine are already finding it hard to replace men on this part of the front line, as well as across the front line in general. And just as they were in a nightmare scenario yesterday, Starlink, either worldwide or in multiple nations, just goes on the fritz, stops working. It also stops working in Ukraine. Ukrainians, the Ukrainian military require Starlink in order to communicate and communicate securely as well. So that severely hampered their defensive operations in Pokrovsk, fuck it, and across the front line. But it also caused many troops to start firing on each other, which is funny. I find it funny anyway. Okay, let's. All right, about the protest in Waterford. Barry Walsh says, I hear the lefties will be down in Waterford for 1:30. Maybe trouble ahead. Yeah, that is what we're going to cover tonight, I believe. There were... Is it Donegal? There was near blows between lefties and lefty counter-protesters and Irish nationalists. Let's see what KO has to say. Owen Hayes, I think that's the fellow that we were looking at here, was it? All right. Party member Gannon is saying Bank of Ireland bonds to Israel, yet lifted suspension from Owen and his shares from Israel. Sorry, I'm not quite sure what you're saying there. Loads going down from the leftist side to Waterford. This could get messy. And indeed, Barry Walsh meant Europe as a whole. Yes, we are Europe. A lot of people nowadays have that twisted. They think Russia isn't in Europe. Oh, geez. I'm all out of sorts now. You know what? Give me a minute. I'll play some music and I will clean up this fucking Red Bull. One sec. Fuck, what will I play? All right. Back in a bit. All right, that's good enough. Gave it a once over with the mop. I'm sure it'll be fine. But you know what? The bottom of my boots are going to be fucking sticky for ever. Yeah, that's it. I'm just gonna have to mop the whole fucking floor all over again, and then wash my boots outside. Fuck's sake, man. You start off in a bad mood, and then things just get worse from there. It's good to catch yourself and say, hey, you know what? Life isn't that serious. Kevin McWoods says that music belongs in Super Mario Brothers. Well, it is 8-bit music, so that's the connection that you're hearing there. Oh, that's nice. Woman beaten to a pulp and burnt with blowtorch during 3 hours of torture says she will never forgive animals who attacked her. Who the fuck attacked her? Morgan is in the green room right now. Let's see, what's this about? Oh man, that guy just looks all sorts of fucked up. Oh, not this shit again. Fucking paywalls, man. Hey, Morgan.
Howdy. What are we looking at?
I don't know. Woman beaten to a pulp and burnt with blowtorch during 3 hours of torture says she will never forgive the animals who attacked her. I just had to
That's
click on that
disappointing,
one.
isn't it? She can't forgive them. I wonder why.
You would think that goes without saying.
That's the important thing here. Like, not ready to forgive yet. When did it happen? 2 weeks ago.
Last year actually.
All right. Gives a look at the. Was it done by 5 guys? Was it?
I guess, yeah.
All right.
Of basically varying ages, like
And
like
dimensions, by the looks of it.
he's like
Look at
14
these.
or
This guy is like 3D. The fourth guy down, and the fifth guy. Like, what's going on there?
something out of an 80s music video.
Yeah, Aha. People from the Aha universe, the comic universe, have breached, and we're fucked now. We have two-dimensional refugees in the country, torching women.
There's
Fuck.
some kind of rattle going on when you're talking.
Oh, really? Is it still there
Yeah.
now?
Yeah,
All right, hang on.
that's weird.
I'm going to the settings here, see if there's something going on there. Oh, no, what the fuck?
Whoa, what the hell?
Woo. No, okay. I might just knock the camera off for a second, pop it back on. I'll be back in 1 minute.
All right. I don't know how that will help, but go right ahead. A woman who is briefly. Oh, do I really need? No, I don't need to read this, do I? It doesn't add anything to our lives to know this. After.
Yeah, you're right. That was pointless. It makes no difference at all.
Wrongly being blamed for drugs going missing. Jesus Christ. Oh, 8 men. And they recorded it.
Wow.
And threatened that her daughter would be taken out of school and violated. What the fuck, man? Jesus Christ.
Are these ex-guards or something like that? Fucking hell. Okay, yeah. We need to legalize drugs. Like, this is ridiculous. It's very uncivilized behavior.
Yeah.
8 guys.
Wow. That is mad. What has this country come to?
I don't know. It's a waste of resources as well. Surely if one guy could do it.
Yeah.
Why you need 8 guys to do that? But seriously, like this is fucking ridiculous. Like crazy, and all over drugs. Yeah, as simple.
Yeah.
Drugs have gone missing. Where's the drugs? There's no tribunal you can go to sort out issues like that in a market, a black market. You know,
Yeah.
so these things have to exist within them. Otherwise, people would just do it all the time, and then the business wouldn't be successful. But
Yeah.
unfortunately, when they drafted up the constitution of the company, they didn't account for such things. So it was just put in, okay, if you rip us off, we will threaten you. If we don't get our money back, we will torture you, and eventually we will kill you. And the drugs don't seem to be going away, so it might be time to take a better approach to the subject, or
Yeah.
for the International Council of Drug Dealers to meet and maybe a United Nations of drug dealers. So it's not as brutal and violent.
Yeah, that I mean, you know, that does happen in the organized crime world, you know, many times, you know, like well, what is the La Cosa Nostra or Yakuza, you know?
Yeah,
They meet and they make laws about how things are done.
yeah, it's just more
Yeah.
brutal. It's not as civilized as we've come to expect from our
Mm.
modern societies.
Mm.
So I don't know. Maybe we'll flip the switch and we'll go back to those good old days of executions on the spot, like for mere suspicion. Um, yeah, and how do you prove otherwise? Yeah, but a nasty fucking
Yeah.
business when it comes to it, you know. But nothing new. Nothing new,
Mm.
unfortunately. Yeah, so we did, according to our thumbnail, we're going to talk about McGregor.
But before you do
Yeah,
that, could
yeah.
you like touch your microphone or something? There's some. Yeah, you know what? It sounds like there's ball bearings inside it, and they rattle around.
Oh,
Now,
that's gonna be great fun, isn't it?
all right.
Let's see if we
So
can
leave it
plug
alone and
this.
speak.
Okay,
Ah,
better.
there you go. I thought, yeah, if you just touch it,
All
it'll
right, now I'll have to hold my head
fix
still
itself.
all night. Now I know how to annoy you instantly. Just shake my head a little bit so the ball bearing gets going. Yeah, I have to get proper equipment, and the kids. I let the kids use this, so it's at the moment it's being held
Ah,
together by sticky tape on one side as well.
there you go. That's the problem.
Yeah, it's
Don't touch it
yeah.
again.
Well, I know it annoys you now, like, so I'll have to keep touching it. Yeah, so hopefully we won't be interrupted by ball bearings
Hmm.
of all things. Yeah, so McGregor.
Mm.
Okay, we haven't had a chance to talk about it. I assume
Mm.
everybody's seen McGregor's dick at this point in time. Like, I didn't think I'd have the honor of saying that. Like,
No.
oh well, you know, we don't know enough about Conor McGregor, so let's have a look at his dick and see what it looks like, because it's very important when you're the president of the country. If you happen to get depantsed live on air and you got a tiny dick there, you know, you're a laughing stock of the international community. So now we know that
Mm.
Connor, well, has a dick.
Yeah.
Depending on your own dick, we'll probably let you know how you describe it. I've heard some people describe it as tiny.
Oh.
But, oh, well, that's me fucked. That's tiny. You know, there's not many dicks have a kind of elbow somewhere located on them. So I know it's either some sort of deformation or yeah, there's some level of bone or cartilage in McGregor's dick. So it's very misshapen. But I think we can understand that because he was also hanging weights from it, which is novel. It's something I haven't done. But he is an athlete, so you know
Mm.
it's probably a strength and conditioning routine he has where he hangs weights, varying sizes weights from his penis to do exercises. You know, it's very odd and very
Mm.
strange for. How old is Connor? He's close enough to 40, isn't he? Um,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
maybe mid-30s. Yeah, yeah. To be sending dick pics, um,
Mm.
you know,
37. Yeah.
yeah, 37. To be sending dick pics at 37, is incredible. You know,
Mm.
or maybe it was just that level of entitlement where that's all it normally takes for Conor is just to show somebody his dick, and it's like, oh yeah, that seems like a good proposition, and so let's rock on that basis, you know. But yeah, I don't know. Will we get away with showing his dick? Well, is it? Do people want to see? They don't.
No,
Do they?
you can't
Yeah,
show that
yeah,
on YouTube. No.
yeah, yeah. So
But like I told you, if you pass through a filter where only the lines and the shadows become lines, then you can show that, like,
all
because
right,
it's just a representation of the image.
all right. So we can't see the actual dick, but we can. Our
Yeah.
imagination, we're still allowed to see it in our minds, yeah. Or at least the outline of it, because God forbid, we see a bit of dick, but we're protecting the children, aren't we? So that's
Mm,
what it's all about.
yeah.
Didn't we just have wasn't that Commission Le Monde? Didn't they come into effect like 2 or 3 days ago as well? So
How do you mean?
so do you remember they had this online safety bill that
Okay.
everybody was talking about now? So now that's active. So
Oh,
it's now on social media companies to ensure that people who are accessing their services are over the age of 18. So that's come into effect. I think Reddit got out of it. It's more to do with video sharing. So Reddit got out of it. They took a court case and essentially said, look, we are not a video sharing platform. And they were able
okay.
to argue, and it was found in favour that, okay, well, Reddit won't come under those restrictions. But for YouTube, X, Facebook, they'll all fall under this new regime. But they're fighting it. Apparently, well, X is fighting it.
Mm,
There's a court case at the moment. But I've heard various NGOs complaining already because it's not strong enough. But I thought they'd wait a week to make that fucking argument, you know. But no, the day it comes into effect, they were all on the radio moaning that, oh, it's a start, but it doesn't go far enough, and it's voluntary. I haven't looked into it that much, but that's where we are. So Commission Le Monde now has gone into first gear. So we have to contend with that, and things on social media
right.
will get tighter and what have you.
Brilliant.
Yeah,
Lovely. Yeah.
um, but we do have an election to look forward to. I don't
Oh,
think Conor,
yeah.
unfortunately, Conor's not going to
I
make
don't
it.
see
Like
it.
it's just
No.
it's impossible. It was a big ask before
Mm.
you got the dick out.
Uh,
After that, you're pretty much you're done. You know. It's
so so someone approached this woman and said, "Look, we need just the last nail in the coffin for Conor McGregor's chances. Can you please release these dick pics now?"
yeah, maybe. But here's the thing: like to put yourself in that position, where you're sending dick pics, you're putting yourself forward as the leader of your country, the best from your people, and
Well, can we categorize this correctly, please? Because, on one hand, right, you have men who just randomly send pictures of their dicks to women unsolicited. And then on the other hand, you have this case, which is, they were kind of, getting into it on Messenger or whatever, WhatsApp or what have you. And a part of that whole interaction was Connor's dick. There's
okay,
a difference there.
okay, there may be a I don't know. I don't have all the facts. I don't have, or I didn't see the conversation they had. I think I saw one screenshot, and it was Connor coming back from Connor, and Connor was saying something about, oh, don't be a rat. All rats get found
Mm,
out. So obviously we can, you know, take it as pretty
okay.
much fact. Prior to that, she says, okay, I'm showing these pictures to somebody, or I'm releasing them to the public, which would cause stress and alarm. At least in me, like I'd be alarmed if someone said, okay, I'm gonna release that dick pic. But I would never put myself in the position of
Mm.
sending a dick pic to a stranger. Maybe at 14 or 15, you might think, right, this is a good way. Maybe it's changed. I don't know. Maybe the world has changed, but in all my fucking dating history, there was never a point, before sex or intercourse was to happen where it was okay. Well, I need to see a picture of your dick before we take it any further.
Well, yeah, because in your time to do that, you would have to get the bulky Polaroid camera out and then somehow hold your dick at the same time as well as take the photo and then go to the post office and fucking mail it to her.
Yeah, but
That wasn't going to happen.
we're not going back that far though. Like, so we've had phones for proper, say, for a minimum of 10 years, where we had the ability to easily send a dick pic to anybody, like friend or foe. Like, prior to the internet and mobile phones as we know them, I very rarely saw a dick pic. The only time I would see a picture of a dick would be in a Playboy magazine or something like that. And you're right, it would be very awkward and time consuming to send dick pics in the post. Like, it would take forever. And it would be very disturbing as well. And I'm sure that would have, a lot of laws at the time. And we're only catching up now with these Digital Services Acts, where it's not considered okay to randomly send a picture of your dick to somebody, because they might take it up the wrong way. Or it could be a greeting, it could be an old Gaelic greeting that we've just lost, but it's lingering in McGregor's DNA. But it tells us about McGregor. It's like he doesn't care. Like, why? Like, he doesn't have to care. Like, he can get away with it. Like, if you're doing that, it has to be successful, doesn't it? If you're going to carry it on into your fucking mid-30s, well, then it would have, served you some use in the past, where maybe, even 50% of the time, if it was successful, where you send your picture of your dick to 20 women, 10 of them come back, yes, I like the dick. It's something I'd like to explore further. Thank you for showing me it. I appreciate the effort beforehand, so there's no surprises on the night when I discover it has an elbow. It's like, what are you going to do with that? It's not normal. Do we need a doctor here? And you could understand, going back to the magic tampon theory, with him and that other lady. So if he was, if you put that inside somebody, like, well, something's getting impacted, and even just to put
Yeah.
the first part in, as you go around that 90-degree bend, would be difficult. So I lost my point. What was I saying?
Putting himself across as the
Yeah,
savior of the country.
yeah. So I don't know. I'm finding it difficult to make an argument how that's useful to the country, but it might be what's needed in certain areas. So maybe not as a president, or as we see a president. Like, a president's supposed to be, represent the nation, aren't they? The highest ideals of the people within the country, and even if they're not present, something to aspire to. So I don't think we should be aspiring to, sending dick pics to people. But as a, not a president, but as a military general, or minister of defense, wouldn't you want someone like that? Someone who's fucking hyper aware, like, doesn't sleep ever, like, is willing to take chemicals to enhance those natural abilities, where he's always on the lookout for fucking danger, any sign at all, and he's gonna fucking, rip his clothes off, put a weight around his dick, and fucking steam into the enemy. Like, so I think there is a role for Conor.
Yeah, makes
But
sense.
it's in the warrior class, because that's what you want if you're,
And it's a great way to intimidate enemies. If negotiations fall through, just send a picture of your massive dick.
yeah. And think, like, maybe, like, it could be used as an intimidation tactic if he's president as well, but it doesn't need to be president. But you come to visit Conor, like, so say Netanyahu sends a team over from Israel, to visit, and hold negotiations with Conor as the leader of Ireland, and he gets the Orsá nuke drawn, the doors open, and there's Conor fully naked in all his glory, with a big barbell hanging off his cock. You're in for trouble. It's like, okay, I'm taking this guy seriously, and then you go in and negotiate, and then once you're inside, everybody has to take their clothes off then as well, and so it's a leveler, and for, like, for Muslims that would be impossible, because they don't like being naked in front of other men at all. So that might be all
That's
it takes.
reasonable.
Yeah,
I
so we
think.
just
Yeah.
statues of Conor McGregor with a weight hanging off his dick everywhere in the country, and we'll keep the Muslims out. Yeah, but
Yeah.
I don't think it's the best fit for Ireland at the moment. Or maybe it's just because I wouldn't be terribly comfortable with it, especially since he got his dick out.
Mm.
But in comparison to who else is running, so we have Tony Holohan, isn't it? Is that how you say his
Mm.
name?
I
Yeah.
think
So
so.
yeah.
Yeah.
So he's been put forward as the president of Ireland as well, which is great news because I, kind of forgotten about him or blanked him out because of the
Mm.
trauma that the man fucking
Mm.
caused us all. So people may remember. When did it all start? Was it 2020 or 2021? I can't even fucking.
Yeah, the coup,
Yeah,
2020.
2020. So
Yeah.
2020. For the 5 years that preceded that, everybody, like, I couldn't go into a pub or fucking have lunch at work, and people were always saying, I wonder what it would be like to live under a scientific medical dictatorship. Just for a while, like, because it makes
Mm.
sense that this scientific approach to organizing society would be a fun experiment to run,
Mm.
and then the government listened and they said, okay, we've heard you people, and we're going to give it to you. And
Mm.
the government kind of took a step back and they handed over the reins of power to Tony and the gang of the medicine men, so to speak. And in their wisdom, they decided that the best way to treat this problem was medically. So they isolated everybody for fear of infection, ran medical trials and experiments on them, ran psychological experiments left, right, and centre. Even went down the road of refusing people the ability to see their loved ones in the last days, or even go to funerals, or So we had that for a while. We didn't like it.
Mm.
We started to protest against it, and they did everything within their power to keep things like that for as long as possible. But ultimately, um, they failed. Well, I don't know if they failed or ultimately they stopped, at least to take stock. And that's when the far right emerged in Ireland. So if anyone's doing a history of the far right in Ireland, that's when it emerged. Anybody who objected against the fucking tyranny we were subjected to during COVID is a member of the far right. And if you cast your mind
Mhm.
back, you will hear Helen McAtee say that in effect when she was asked outright, who are the far right? And she told them essentially anybody who is disaffected with the government, anybody who's against the government narrative and the projection they're taking with society. And that became evident during COVID. There was never a clear indication of a divide within society. So I think by their figures, I don't know the actual figures, but some 300,000 people in Ireland didn't take the vaccine.
Hmm.
There's a few reasons why you wouldn't, but we know the main one, why you wouldn't take it. Because why would any sane person take something that's experimental to begin with? It's being pushed on you by people you fucking despise, you wouldn't
Mm.
trust to deliver a carton of milk to you. You check it beforehand before even drinking it, But we didn't. But a big vast majority of people did, and did so happily, and actually queued in line for it because everybody was fucking terrified. And these are the people who are responsible for it. And initially, you may forgive them because it's like, well, what do you fucking do? Like, what would I do, or what would you do if you're thrown into that scenario? Being that you know who you fucking are. Like, so these people are not so far above us that we couldn't envision ourselves being in the same situation. You rise to this position. You think you have the knowledge, and then you have this trust upon you. Okay, we have this to deal with. Then initially you'd panic if we're being generous. You would panic, you would plan, you would look outside to see what's happening elsewhere and copy what's going on there, and then evaluate it and see what the effect is. And they did evaluate. We know that they evaluated everything. Like, we were told every hour of every fucking day how many people had died, how many people had the virus if it was rising. Then, of course, we had you know, um, the new lepers, the people who didn't, the people who were locked out of society, where there was people almost calling for the execution of this new class of
Mm.
people who didn't
Yep.
admit. And that's not hyperbole. That's like we were almost there. You had people, live on RTE saying that these people should be locked out of
Mm.
society. And if you're willing to lock something out of society when it gets into your society, it's not too far of a stretch to fucking smash it and crush it,
Yeah.
And
Well,
uh,
to underscore your point, France played with the idea of not even allowing people into supermarkets unless they were jabbed.
mhm.
And of course, our lot looked at that and thought, maybe we should do that.
Yeah, yeah,
So,
incredible, really.
yeah,
And there's lots
people
of people
can
who,
starve.
yeah, and they told us, people weren't forced. Nobody was, dragged into a room and subjected to it against their will. And it's like, oh, okay, well, yeah, great fucking argument. But these guys did everything else up to that point to, make sure people did, and many people took it knowing that they shouldn't. Some for more valid reasons, like your livelihood depends on it. You've got a lot of bills and a lot of responsibilities, and people, who look up to you. And if you don't submit, well, then you're gone. Not
Hmm.
only is your job gone, but your career in that field is gone. And what else are you going to do? And people will cave. Like everybody has a point where they'll cave or not. And so there's lots of people out there who did that, so they have to deal with the double fuck of going against their own better judgment to begin with. But have to make that decision. Well, okay, well, fuck that, because otherwise it's just too difficult to carry on. But the main point is these are the people who imposed that on
Hmm.
us, even after the fact, when they knew, like when the scientific evidence was there that they supposedly were relying on, that it was there, and there was very well respected professionals telling them that this is fucking ridiculous.
Hmm.
It's going to make no difference. It's not actually as dangerous as we thought it. First of all, was actually it's not dangerous at all. It's pretty much in line with every other fucking flu-like or any other variant of COVID. There's no massive increase in mortality. Those who it is affecting already have multiple other diseases, and they're older people. So even when an argument couldn't be made against it, they would not fucking bend. And these are supposedly men of science and reason and
Hmm.
data. But they refused to look at the data because something else fucking took over, and we could see that people were acting with glee, like the fucking unbridled power,
Mm.
to essentially lock people out of society, to have guards set up everywhere where you couldn't go more than 5 kilometers. Like the country was like they said it was lockdown. That's what it was.
Hmm.
Everybody was locked the fuck down.
Yeah,
And
Gardaí checking people's shopping bags as they go to their cars. Yeah,
yeah,
that shit. Yep.
yeah. Everybody, you look around the street, everybody's a potential killer. You can't get more than fucking 2 meters beside a person. And I think
Mm.
of the psychological damage that does. And I know you look at, oh well, it's nothing really. You just don't go near people. All right, that's a healthy way to go into society, isn't it? Like that, like you have a natural fear of people, straight away. Afraid to touch them, afraid to get too fucking close. Then
Yeah.
beyond that, if you had differing opinions now, they fear to have any sort of conversation with people of different opinions, especially something as serious as did you take the jab, because it's
Hmm.
not just, oh well, you didn't take it. Oh no, it's just one of those things, I didn't fancy it. No, it's more than that. It's a defining feature now.
Hmm.
Like, so it's something you can't see it visibly. So you're walking down the street, you see 1,000 people, you can't tell if somebody's fucking taking it or not. But you have a conversation, or it comes up in conversation,
Mm.
and it's like, oh yeah, well I got and it's like, oh, 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 oh.
Mm.
And the other person hears, well, you didn't, and then it's like, oh. So normally you just skip past it because it's too thorny an issue to fucking get into. But do we want that guy as president of Ireland? I think I'd hang myself.
Mm.
Um,
Well, I mean, it's not just that. People have quickly forgotten the cervical smear scandal.
mm,
Like,
yeah,
this resulted in the deaths of women. What was it? Fucking hundreds? What was it, thousands? I don't
yeah. Who
know.
knows?
Well, that maybe that's it. Maybe we don't know, because how can you really kind of tally that? Because we don't know who was sick. Um, Women lived for months not knowing they had cancer. And yeah, then, if they were lucky to find out, then it was like, yeah, so you have a few weeks left to live. Good luck.
Yeah,
And it was Tony Hula Hoop who was looking over that.
yeah. And that's it. Like, I'm sorry, but the medical professional, the mindset shouldn't be anywhere near politics at all,
Mm,
because their reason d'etre is always it. It essentially boils down to fucking kill it, burn it, cut it, or use or pour a chemical on it, and that's how they treat problems. They diagnose the problem and then they carry out a series of tests to see
mm,
what works, and then they're only happy when whatever the problem is completely gone.
mm.
And then you're left with a host of other fucking problems. But they can just say, well, that's not my competency. I apologize. I was brought in to eradicate a particular thing. I took no regard to anything else other outside of the project to eradicate this thing. And now that it's eradicated, my job here is done. Um, good luck with the wasteland of the body that's left behind to deal with it. So I can't have the fact that he's put forward as a candidate is disturbing to me. I don't know who's put this man forward. I don't know. I really don't. I'd be interested to see who is putting him forward.
The first thing I heard about it was it News Talk, um, where the headline was that Tony Holohan doesn't have any plans to run for president. And then suddenly it was like, it was almost like they were testing the ground of
Mm.
like, what would the reaction of that be? And then there was, I guess, there was a positive reaction. So he just said, "Oh, I guess, yeah, I'm run for president
Yeah.
now."
Yeah, but that's the terrifying thing as well, isn't it? I hadn't really considered is that there's a lot of people out there who will look at this guy. I have to assume there is. I can't really fathom that there is, but there must be people who are happy with the job he did, and that they saved him. Is that a thing? Um, do you think that
Mm,
there's people out there who would genuinely look at this guy and go, "Oh God, that's the guy who got us through the horror and made us come out the other side, in much better fucking shape." Sure, at least we're alive. He saved us from sure death. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
I would,
Yeah,
yeah.
I don't even know there's enough people who care about the presidential elections anyway to
No,
sway their mind one way or not.
uh,
I can't imagine the turnout is particularly high. I can't imagine it's in the 70s or 80s or anything like that, or anywhere near that. So we have him anyway.
mm-hmm.
We've some other fucking, the standard Fina Gale put forward. I don't even remember her fucking name. Like, I mean, the standard, she was a barrister previously, a barrister and a clinical psychologist, and apparently she's mixed up in some expenses scandal in Europe. She's claimed for 800,000 euros worth of, I think it was office services or something like that, when she
Oh,
operates from an office in her house. So the standard again, Euro file. So
mm-hmm.
there would be no real change. The flip side of that, we have another kind of older or elderly woman who's been put forward by the independent group, which I think is Labour and People Before Profit. So again, her name escapes me. I could look, but I
All right.
can't really be arsed. But she's from Galway, but very strong on Gaza, social justice. Not a bad woman, because now these days it seems anybody who's anything to do with that is somehow inherently, you know, twisted, but of a particular mindset and ideology. And again, it will be nothing really different on the big issue of the day for people in Ireland, or a sizable amount of people who aren't, is the whole fucking immigration issue. So it will be pretty much standard fare from her. It's like, no, refugees are welcome here. We have to find ways to integrate and manage this going forward until we get to whatever number it is they're trying to get us to, be it, 10, 15, 20, 30, 50 million, who fucking knows, really, where it's going to go on that front. So we have her, and then maybe 3 days ago, I came across something on X, and again, the same thing like you said, the same way it was framed, like that Michael Flatley has been asked if he's any intentions to run for president of Ireland. And that was my first reaction. It was like, what the fuck? Like, who? What? Mike Riverdance dude? Like, that fucking guy. And then I was like, yeah, it's okay. Well, maybe it's just one of those, fluff pieces in the paper, because it is coming up to, that time of year. It'll be October when we do vote. And newspapers, they know that people are generally interested, so I'm sure it wouldn't be beyond reason for them to go, hey, let's just throw a fucking fluff piece out there and get the people reading and talking about it. So then today, he made the announcement that he is indeed looking for the nomination to become president of Ireland.
Huh.
And so I've been thinking about it for the last couple of days, like, so, would he actually make a good president, So he's not Irish by birth, but both his mother and father are Irish. So they emigrated in the, I think it was mid to late 40s. So his father owned a construction company, very successful construction company in the States. And his father was also a professional musician and a professional step dancer. And his mother, again, also a professional Irish dancer, and like multiple awards, and a musician as well. And so they moved over to the States, to I think it was Illinois. That's where Michael settled. So then, Catholic family. Michael goes into an Edmund Rice school, which there's still many Edmund Rice schools in Ireland as well. I think there's like a little under 100 in total, but they're formerly Christian Brother schools. So Michael, will have been all the way away in the States, but, getting the same kind of cultural education as best as you can that far away, but under the same Catholic ethos, the same Christian Brother ethos. And then has his family rooted in Irish tradition, because when his family goes over there, they carry on that tradition. And I think when you are, when you've left your country, obviously you want to hang on to what you left as well. Stronger, more so than the average fucking Irish individual. You grow up in the culture, you take it for granted, you move away from it, you soon recognise what you miss from it. And especially that they're in that culture anyway. So they bring it over there, meet up with other, Irish Americans and the Irish American community, and then it flourishes. And so then, I think from the age of 11 is when they start training Michael properly for Irish dancing. But obviously, if you're in that household, you're going to pick it up anyway. And then he becomes a boxer as well. So I have this image of Michael Flatley, like this little fairy. Because my first introduction to Michael Flatley, like everybody else, it's Riverdance,
Yeah.
And that was, like, you think back on it, that was a fucking powerful event for Ireland and the confidence of Ireland, because, and especially the Irish dance world, because prior to this, Irish dancing, let's be honest, as pure as it is, it looked like some sort of fucking punishment, where you've got people standing on hot coals or something, like, and they're not allowed to move the upper part of their body. Like, as beautiful as it was, Michael Flatley and the whole Riverdance phenomenon brought it to a new fucking energy to it, and brought it into the kind of age of showbiz. Now, I'm sure there's a good argument for, purist argument, well, he destroyed the whole form, and it's never been the same since. But if something is to remain culturally and be attractive, that's what it needs, so it needs people who can promote it, bring it to a new level. And then, people all around the world, everybody knew Irish dancing. Like, everybody fucking knew it. It's still a phenomenon today. You can see YouTube videos of, people react to Riverdance. and they're fucking astonished, like they're amazed, like couldn't believe it. Like, look at this is amazing. These people must be fucking incredible. Look at the dance, and you hear people comment on it like the dance is so intricate. Jesus Christ, it must take 50, 20 years to do that. And then they listen to the music that accompanied it and the dancing and the harmony in the singing as well. I think it was a Nuna or someone like that who was did the vocals for it. And it was an incredible fucking production. And because of this guy and his magical ability to dance and his charisma. And so prior to that, he was a boxer, so he fought in the Golden Gloves Championship in Chicago, became champion at whatever weight division he was in. And so fucking warrior as well, not some just little kind of, twinkly toed fucker
Yeah.
who floats across the stage, so can take care of himself. Obviously, if you're in that environment, you know what it is to be punched, you know what it is to struggle, and you can physically take care of yourself, which I think in a leader is, it's appreciated, which I think a lot of people look at Conor and go, okay, look at the warrior. That's great. But beyond that for Conor, there doesn't seem to be a lot going on. And that's okay.
No.
There doesn't have to be. But if you're going to be, the representation of the highest ideals of people in society. So we have Michael with that. Then I found out he's also a professional flautist. So he's
what?
like a flautist, like a flute, plays the flute.
Oh.
Yeah. So
Okay.
plays the flute. And that kind of drew me back into the kind of, the whole gay thing, because now my mind is pictures of Michael, holding a hard shaft in two hands and pushing his lips up against it gently. And and again, it's because of Conor. It's because of, Conor playing with his flute. And now, because I have a childish mind, when the flute proper comes into the equation, it's very difficult not to have your mind drift and go between.
No, that's just you, Morgan.
All right.
That's just you.
Well, now it will be. Well, it's not just me. Like, when you hear if there's a conversation that flute comes into it, depending on how many drinks you've had, you may go down the route of like, let's do a double entendre here or two. So he's a professional flute player, which I thought was fucking incredible. Owns a whiskey company, much like McGregor. Flatley Whiskey, very originally named. But has houses everywhere, has a net worth, I think, of somewhere like 500 million at the most. So very successful businessman. Has been promoting Irish culture all around the world for the last 20, 30 years, originally through Riverdance. Then, of course, he left Riverdance, went on then to create his own promotion and production company, and had a massive hit with two shows after Riverdance. Purchased a beautiful home in, I think it was West Cork, an old mansion, and poured, I think, maybe 10, 12 million into the refurbishment. Only hired local craftsmen and women to do the job. Is a philanthropist. He's a patron of Irish traditional arts and craft as well. So this is it's a man of substance, but it's difficult once you perm your hair as a man. I think it's very difficult to be taken seriously from that moment on. It's a silly thing, but there's a lot to be said for image. As shallow as it is, there just fucking is like. So I have a couple of photos of Michael throughout his career. So I think it's always good to have a visual. Especially after an hour or so of two dudes just talking. What are you thinking about Michael? Does he appeal to you after that, or do you still have that image of?
At first I was like, yeah, right, the Riverdance guy. But then I started to learn a few things, and I'm warming up to him. I brought him up before you came on, just teasing what's to come. And KO in the chat said, look, he's down to earth, and he said that the Irish people should be listened to, and he's a proper dude, and he's rich, so moving to Ars and Nucleon would be downsizing for him.
Yeah.
And that gave me pause for thought. It's like, it's not like he's some fucking chancer who thinks, yeah, like, if I just, get elected to be president, then, I've got a nice pension and nice pay or whatever.
Mm.
Like, oh fuck, what do you call that guy on X, Twitter, who's, pushing the fucking thing hard now to, get a nomination, even though there's
Oh,
no chance in
Nick
high fucking
Delahunty.
hell. Delahunty, yeah,
Yeah.
that prick. Um, I don't have any reason to hate him. I just do.
Mm.
He stinks. There's something smelly about him. He's very try hard, and I think he's just going for the give me money thing.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot to be said for first impressions as well. I think
Yeah.
we think we're speaking about it in private that there's just certain people and certain types of people when you visually you know that you're on some deeper level you're programmed to just be against these people and destroy them like and you can't you there's no real way to quantify it or describe it like it can just be
Mm-hmm.
as simple as visually and then
Mm.
if you're in their presence next well then it's like okay well now there's no doubt about it but yeah there's definitely fucking something to that.
Mm.
Yeah, so Michael, first of all, I heard it was his advisors. So he has a group of advisors. As you would if you're taking it seriously, you'd need advisors. And again, people aren't happy with that. I think Micheál Martin has 7 or 9 advisors at the moment, costing some extra, million or 2 million a year. Um, but you do need advisors. That's the thing
Yeah.
with politics. You do need them because there's no one man who can fucking
No.
be responsible for.
Sure. But I've said this before on the show. Back in the day, you had the king,
Mhm.
and he had his advisors.
Mm.
It's just now you have the king, and he has his ministers, and all those ministers have to have their own advisors, and advisors all the way down, like fucking, the cosmology of, you know, the Hindus,
Yeah,
elephants all the way down, junior ministers and advisors all the way down.
yeah. So it's unfair for people to, really put it on Micheál Martin. I know that's hard to hear.
Mm.
It's hard to say
Yeah.
as well, but it's easy just to say, okay, well, it's all we need is a better leader. You know,
Yeah.
in some sense, yes, like maybe as a
Sure.
presidential figure or something to aspire to, yes. But the only way we're going to get great leaders is if it comes from the fucking the big base below that where it's chosen from,
Yeah.
and but it's unrealistic to think that this guy can be responsible for everything. And if we put someone
Mm.
in there who's more capable than him, everything will be grand. So it's
Yeah.
maybe
It's
I'm being patronizing, but
fantastical.
if you think that, it may be best to do away with that notion because it's a fucking fantasy.
Yeah.
And but they are useful because we can vent towards that and
Mm-hmm.
be happy with that. So Michael has his advisors. So it took me a while, but I figured out who his advisors were. Maybe he was photographed with them.
Hmm.
So where are we? Advisors. There we go. You have to let me know if you can see that. Okay. Is that visible there?
And what the fuck?
Michael's just off screen.
Mm.
You can't see him, but he did do. He brought the show all around the world. And funny, the last stop he made before he made the announcement was in a Middle Eastern country. This is a photo from the last show
Hmm.
he performed before he announced his candidacy for Irish president. So I think these men are Russian.
Hey.
Um,
Ah. Yeah,
yeah,
that makes sense. Yeah.
yeah,
Of the Khazarian variety. Yeah.
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 So it's the new cabinet of Ukraine. Like he was performing for the new Ukrainian government and waiting. And then, of course, we had some Irish representatives there as well. So, Christ, can you believe I can't remember his name? What's his name? Alan Shatner, isn't it? Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Shatner.
yeah.
Shatter.
Is it Shatter? Is it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
All right, what
Yeah.
did I say? Shatner?
Shatner. Yeah. Yeah.
Shatner. Okay, yeah. I prefer Shatner. Like it seems more
Yeah.
fitting.
Because Shatter is an unfortunate name in this part of the world.
Yeah,
You know.
yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, he looks related. Um,
Mm.
with a bit of leprechaun. There's definitely a bit of leprechaun in there, isn't there? You can't deny that.
Mm,
That there, and then I had that
yeah.
thought, because I was thinking that the other day, like he does look a bit like a leprechaun. And then I'm thinking of leprechaun. How does leprechaun come into Irish mythology? Like, so you got this small little guy
Mm,
who sits on a pot of gold.
right.
Right, he's got a kind of long or elongated nose with a kind of a,
Sure.
a bend in it, and he sits on his pot and he rubs his hands together, protecting his treasure, and then promises anybody who comes into his presence that if he
Mm,
can be outsmarted, he'll grant them 3 wishes.
mm.
And no matter what you do, he always tricks you and gets the better of you, and you end up paying interest back on the encounter.
Mm,
So I don't know. I think I'll have to look further into
mm,
leprechaun mythology. I don't even know
mm.
what the word directly translates into English as leprechaun. Would you know offhand or
Uh, mm. No?
no? We know nothing about our fucking
Yeah.
selves. And then we have Ivana,
Jesus
of course, as
Christ.
well.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful woman.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are these? Are these warts? Are they? Is it? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they're related in some way from
Mm,
close families. But
mm.
Ivana was there as well, so Ivana is always around, always on the
Yeah.
scene. And again, differing in their opinions on Israel as well. I think so.
Hmm.
Alan is quite, pro-Zionist, and Ivana, I don't know if she is pro-Zionist or not, but she's not happy with Gaza. Um,
Mm.
but we never know. Yeah, so we'll go on to Michael number 2.
All right.
Um, where are you going, Michael? Yeah, Alan Shatter. It's strange that he's back on the scene now as well because he'd vanished from politics altogether. He had resigned, but they seem to bring him out of the woodwork uh, of late. I think it was around the bill. What's the bill called where we're not going to trade with the Occupied Territories bill, isn't it?
Yep, that's the one.
Yeah. Ever since that, he's back on the scene.
Hmm.
Right.
Yeah, you don't hear much of him. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Ha!
that's my immediate image of Michael Flatley is just this, possibly homosexual man, or probably homosexual man. Let's be honest about it. Irrespective of the looks, just when if you hear if somebody's involved in the dance industry and they're male, it's like, well, there's a higher probability that he may be a homosexual. And I even remember the Irish dancing. I remember back in primary school, they tried to get everybody to Irish dance, or at least they brought in a program within the school
Hmm.
that if you want to learn 2 Irish dance, we'll put, I think it was 2 or 3 hourly courses available throughout the week for children to go and learn Irish dancing. And again, all the girls, immediately left at the chance, and then there's very few boys, who would put themselves forward
All right.
because in my school we considered gay. The last thing you wanted to be in school was
Yeah.
gay. No, not the at that age, not the homosexual gay, just the girly is what it really meant. Like
Yeah.
yeah,
Effeminate. Yeah.
feminine. Yeah, exactly. So that's what it was. And then some boys would go forward, and invariably it would be mostly the effeminate boys. And then there's the one poor cunt whose parents made him do it, and he's fucking miserable, and he does it anyway. But that's generally what it was. So when I first came across Michael,
Mm-hmm.
and then when he came out on stage looking like this as well, um,
Right.
I thought, okay, this guy might be a little light in the loafers, and that's okay. That's okay. But he's not though, because he's also very masculine. So
Yeah.
he meets both criterias there. Like so, there's a
Mm.
feminine element to Michael and a masculine element to Michael.
I just think that your definitions are just a little bit rigid because I see masculinity there. It's just of the kind of Greek kind of. variety,
That
of the
fucked with her man.
strong man. He looked
That
what?
that Greek
Oh,
notion where they fucked other men and
it
boys.
was one clay pot they found 100 years ago, and someone said, "Oh, look, there's two men having sex on that pot. That must mean that the Greeks fucked each other up the ass on a regular basis." But that's not true.
Yeah, well, it wasn't just one pot, and it did exist. It's always existed, and it always will exist. And yeah, I don't really want to get into a
All right.
conversation about, you
But
know.
he looks like, some kind of Atlas type figure, he's like
Yeah, and again,
only
people are going to see different things,
right.
based on our, different.
Yeah, and I see something completely normal because I don't have any hang-ups about my sexuality, unlike you.
All right, that's it. Okay, we
Yeah.
got it now. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Well, I'm okay having hang-ups, like, because it leaves for fun and games, and
Yeah.
like maybe I can get cured of my hang-ups where, I'll transition to that society where everything's okay, everything's permissible because you're
Yeah,
comfortable with
you
it.
should
As
go
long as
hang out on a few gay bars,
yeah,
just get used to it, man.
as long as you're comfortable with it, it's okay. I will fight it to the end of my days.
Good, good. We need a lot more like you in this society.
Yeah. So for me, like that's it's a homosexual, like
Hmm.
right there, or at least if I was walking by the street past looking for a bar to go into
Uh-huh.
for a few quiet drinks and not have a guy hit on me, I'd walk by this bar if that was the fucking sign in the window.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
If
Oh,
that said
yeah, for sure.
Flatley's bar,
I'm not gonna argue with that at all.
yeah. But it's unfortunate it gets to that stage where a lean, muscular man, with unfortunately a perm. Maybe if the perm wasn't there, or maybe if the tattoos were kind of more edgy or something like that.
Mm.
This one I can live with. This fucking thing here, like, this is eyeshadow. But it is a theatrical production, so we have
Oh,
to,
yeah, of course, yeah.
yeah. So we have to remember that.
Yeah.
But he's put a lot of himself into this
Mm.
beast. So we are seeing basically Michael personified here, and
Yeah.
I can't fault the salute. I have to say,
Mhm.
very clever
Yeah,
use of that to sneak it in at an
absolutely.
early stage where people
Yeah,
are
that
used to it.
dog whistle. Yeah.
Yeah. So now, like I had that image earlier of people visiting Ors on Uachtaráin and Connor's there to greet him. Like if Michael is there to greet you, like it's spectacular, isn't it? Like you pull up in the fucking limo to Ors on Uachtaráin. You walk up the driveway, the doors swing open, you're met there by fucking drummers, playing the music from Riverdance, the hairs on your arms standing up, like what's going, something's going to happen here, like this is incredible.
Mm.
And the doors swing open, you start to walk in up the hallway, and then from a side door, Michael shoots out doing that pose, fucking tap dancing across the floor. Then he's back out the other side, and then he comes steaming down the hallway to greet the dignitaries, doing his Irish dancing and clicking his feet in the air. Like that would be fucking spectacular. I'd love to go for a state
Mm.
visit and have that happen, right? But it won't. But that's why you need to start wearing suits. And I'm sure we'll see that transition if he does actually get the nomination. But that's my overriding impression of Michael, or at least it was
Mm.
until I learned
Yeah.
more about him.
Yeah. And I'm proud of us that, we can allow our, perceptions about him to evolve.
Hmm,
I think, that's very adult of us.
yeah, I know. Finally,
Yeah.
huh? So this is a more recent picture, and his whiskey company, Flatley Whiskey. He said much like McGregor. But look at that face. Tell me that's not fucking Irish. Like
Yeah.
he couldn't
Yeah.
be any more Irish, could he?
God, yeah.
Yeah, ginger, freckled,
Uh-huh.
little tiny beady eyes. Rob you blind in a second.
Round face with rosacea by the looks of it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
couldn't be arsed to shave because fuck it. What's the point, really?
Yeah, that is Irish.
Yeah,
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 very Irish.
yeah. It's like, yeah, do I need to shave? No, should I? Yeah, probably, but what's the fuck it, and then you're out the door.
Yeah.
So again, received awards for his whiskey,
Hmm.
as he should, because he has all the money he'll ever need, doesn't he? So we can't say if you're putting yourself forward for president, it's unlikely that you're doing it for the money. So you have to, I'd imagine Michael's doing it for the love of his people, because he does see us as his people. There's no doubt in this guy's mind that he's Irish. Um, if someone asks him, "How are you Irish?" You weren't born here. But that's true, and that is a part of being fully Irish. And because he wasn't born here, he's not, in that sense, fully Irish. And that's probably the only sense in which he's not fully Irish, because it's not just one fucking thing, and people seem to be struggling with it as well. And it's been thrown in people's faces. And, well, what is it? Are you even Irish? You don't even speak Irish. How can you be Irish if you don't speak Irish? There's some truth too, because it's
Yeah.
part of the identity, and if you can speak it, well, then you're more comfortable in yourself. But it's not all of it, because there's many things that go to making it up.
Yeah.
But outside of that, I can't see how Michael is not Irish. Pretty much culturally, he's more Irish than most Irish people. He's a better grasp on it. He's done more for it. He's more skilled in it than probably 99.9% of the people in the country. Don't know if he speaks Irish, but I wouldn't imagine it would be much of a task for the dude, considering everything he's achieved in his life to date. Because you don't just get to be in a position to be taken seriously as president for no fucking reason,
Yeah.
But it's going to be, this plastic pattyism thing is going to be difficult, because it can be the ruin of him. Because as soon as people realise, well, he's not one of us. Like, why the fuck would you vote for someone who's not one of you? It makes no sense to me. Like, let me see, this guy is not of me. I'm not voting for him, but can I see enough of me in him to consider voting for him?
I don't see where you're getting that from. I really couldn't imagine anyone having that attitude at all about him. Like, what's not Irish about him?
The fact that it's that he's not
He's
born in
not a
Ireland
citizen,
well, it's not that he's. I
a
think he is
not
a citizen.
natural
He's not
citizen.
born. Yeah, not a natural. Not born of
Yeah,
Ireland, and
right.
it's the accent as well.
Oh.
They're small things, and I'm thinking back to Ganley, when Ganley ran for president as well. Like, he has a thick fucking Cockney esque accent, and it's difficult. It's silly, but it's important, because it's a sign, a clear, visible sign that this person
Right.
isn't of my fucking clan.
Yeah, yeah,
So
fair.
I
Well,
have to
like,
be wary.
if someone sounds, yeah, like they're a Cockney straight out of London, then yeah, I can understand how that would be a problem.
Yeah.
But someone with an Irish American accent, come on.
Yeah, no, it's a small thing. I will agree, it's a small thing, and that's
Mm,
why the only reason I want to focus on it is because if it
mm,
is something that could, prevent people from casting a vote from, if everything else was in order, well, then
mm,
it's silly, but it needs to
yeah,
be, recognized, because
yeah.
it does exist. And maybe it's only me, and simple people like me, and most people, when they cast their vote, are doing it properly. They're sitting down and they're investigating the people, who they are, what their background is, whether they're suitable to the task. But I recognize that it just could be me, and I could be just get hung up on silliness like that. But I like to make sure that I learn from my
Hmm,
mistakes.
hmm,
So yeah, a small thing, but in everything else I've looked at him, he's is Irish. He's many ways he's more Irish than what I would consider myself to be, and more qualified for the job than most. Doesn't come from a party political background. Thank fucking God.
yep.
It's the last thing we need as a president, and to bring the country forward, and to have some level of fucking voice, be it ever so faint, that talks about the issues that are affecting the Irish people. Now, granted, he didn't say, or at least I haven't read anywhere where
Mm-hmm.
he said explicitly what those issues are.
Yeah.
But I think we can allude to it. He mentioned Irish working people, didn't he? So obviously, Irish working people feel they're voiceless,
Mm.
being left behind. The bigger question, people, what do they want? Like, do they want an actual grip on immigration? Is Michael willing to talk about
Mm.
that? Is he qualified to talk about that? Well,
Mm.
I think in some ways, yes. Like he's, from an immigrant family, so he went to the United States. Um, Obviously, fit into the culture he found there, which was, let's be honest, from all intents and purposes, just a pretty Irish one. Um, if this is the product of an Irish community in the States, and what we get in return is one of the most Irish fucking people alive today,
Mm-hmm.
let me say it was pretty isolated culturally over there, where he stayed within the Irish community, but still knows what it is to be from another country with many different cultures around them, and a history of that, which is where we find ourselves now in this kind of fucking new
Mm.
space of, tribal Ireland, where there's what, 80 people from 83 different countries here. Then if
Yep.
we subdivide that into how many different cultures exist within those 83
Mm.
countries, we're talking about, fucking hundreds and hundreds of different tribes now living
Yep.
here, and we know nothing really about each other. And somehow we're hoping and praying that either everything just works out magically, or we scoop them all up in a big shovel and fuck them into the ocean. And I think neither of those are likely to happen. And maybe Michael can never explain to us what it is or what needs to be done. But if he's at least that fucking person who enables the conversation to take place
Yeah. Then.
everywhere, like, so it's actually debates in the Dáil, and we're getting to a place where, okay, well, we're actually looking at the real pros and cons and talking about it honestly, like, why the fuck are we doing this? Have we considered it properly? Which I don't think we have, or at least if it's being considered properly elsewhere, we're not privy to those conversations for the last 20 years. We just have to go on, snippets of information and fight your way through the daily fucking propaganda from every angle. So I think Michael could be at least the person to enable the conversation to happen uh, properly, and the time frame for that seems to be fucking, running out by the day. When we have, Commission Nominees come into effect, the hate speech laws again, not gone forever, kind of hanging over our heads there. You can bet your bottom dollar that's not going to be fucking reined in. New legislation that allows the Gardaí and the intelligence services to have access to your encrypted chats over the likes of WhatsApp and Messenger and
Mm.
everything else. Not that they don't already fucking do it, but
Yeah.
the fact that it's now being normalized and people are being
Yep.
told about it. So that wouldn't suggest to me that they're only interested in these underground organizations, because it's very difficult to believe that the state at the moment and its intelligence capability doesn't already have that ability or the legislation in place that will allow them to listen to the communications of criminal networks and potential terrorists. And if that is the case, well, then they should all be fucking booted out in the morning, because it's you know, it's the highest level of negligence you can think
Yep.
of. What, you're not concerned with the security of the state? You've left it until now, and suddenly you need access to everybody's fucking information everywhere. So I will only allow this legislation if you promise not to go on one giant fishing expedition to scoop up as many people as you can, and put the fear of God into people that they can't say anything online now, because every time you type a letter on a keyboard or into your phone, that there's some government agent on the other end snooping and listening and making sure
Mm-hmm.
that you only type what you fucking should.
Yeah.
Um,
And it could only be that because, yeah, they do have access to everything. All they need to do is go through the rightful lawful process of going to a judge and saying, or actually nowadays it's a sergeant or something, saying, I want to search this person's home and belongings because I suspect them of a crime. Then you go to their house and say, okay, give me all your login details. I'm going to look at absolutely everything. And that includes encrypted or not
Mm.
messaging platforms or what have you. So, yeah, no, it's just like you say, fishing expedition.
Yeah, it's a fishing expedition, and people
Yeah,
are supposed to just swallow it. Oh yeah, we're protecting the children,
yeah.
and we're worried about the big bad criminals and cocaine poisoning. Yes, that's why we need to give up more fucking freedoms. I don't think so.
Hmm.
So there's Michael mid-career.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm starting to get the idea.
yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe I shouldn't have showed these films at all. But again, I'm thinking I'm thinking could you pull this off in a more kind of masculine fashion? And you could, you really could, because this should
Hmm.
be like a Cú Chulainn type figure, at least ideally.
Is that what he's supposed to be,
I
though?
don't know. I don't know if it's Cú Chulainn or if it's more Roman.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah, it does kind of look. Yeah.
yeah,
But the last one was supposed to be Gaelic and he just looked Greek,
yeah.
so yeah.
I think it's because he had Riverdance,
Mm.
and then the two subsequent shows I think were primarily based around Irish dance, but because you
Right.
can only kind of get a half an hour of a show with that before people go,
Mm.
oh, for fuck's sake,
Right.
I'm done. There's a limit to Irish music. It's great for maybe 20 minutes. After that, it becomes a fucking endurance sport for a lot of people. So we infused it with a lot of international dance, flamenco and uh, ballroom. There's a whole gamut of it, and tap dancing. So I imagine you're getting kind of Celtic glitz. But again, you have to, because it's a big production. Um, but he has a big aura as well, because you can't kind of pull something that off if you're
Mm.
this retiring flower of a person. But that's also an issue as well, because you're going to have a big ego as well, aren't you? And most people don't like people with large egos, especially if they come across as arrogant. And there's a little bit of arrogance in Michael, it has to be said. But I think people need to allow that, because he's fucking earned it.
Mhm. Oh, yeah. Yeah,
No.
when you do stuff, you deserve it, You deserve to stand up on the big pile of stuff that you've done in your life and say, "I can stand this tall because I fucking did shit."
Yeah.
Uh, that can rub people up the wrong way because, there's a lot of people who, just on some level want to tear down others that actually have kind of, achieved their own happiness and have the right to be happy and to enjoy their wealth,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah. It's a difficult one.
Mm.
And then when people say it, and people, you very rarely ask yourself, well, why the fuck do I feel like that? I know nothing about the man. And a lot of it, it shows up with deficiency in yourself, and that's why for people, I think it's a lot of people, it's easier to just go, okay, well, fuck you, you cunt, you must have did that by, how did you do it? If you got aliens on your side, like, well, let me see your family history.
Sold your soul to Satan at the
Yeah,
crossroads. Yeah.
yeah. Can I have an email address? Can you introduce me? But no, it's because it takes hard work and
Mm.
all that, and it's hard to honor people for that. Well, it's not hard, but it seems hard for a lot of people,
Mm.
especially if they're unlikable. Because that's the thing as well. You have to be likable for people to respect you. But he should be honored, because he deserves it, and I think that's probably what someone like this, who has all the money they could possibly ever want or need, got all the joy they can squeeze out of it. But then ultimately, it's like, well, what's left? And then it's to be honored, isn't it? Everyone wants to be honored, especially if you've done fucking great things. And I think, but
Mm.
a lot of our politicians, we all say they're honorless cunts, aren't they? But I don't
Mm.
know. Maybe some of them do deserve to be honored in certain ways, and we don't. And then, like, why the fuck would you want to serve a people who don't honor you when you
Yeah.
should be.
Uh,
You know.
yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, no. None. Well, sparing few uh, actually deserve to be even respected as other
Mm.
living beings. Never mind honored for anything. Um, and I think just a theory. Do we like that our national leaders are like just lowly fucking scum, like just uh, fucking quislings and uh, just backhander bastards? Because that makes us feel better about ourselves?
I don't know. But maybe, or maybe that's who they are, and maybe that's who the general population is.
Hmm.
Because you remember you went back to the kind of the pyramid, like, and the base is, massive, and this is what comes from it. I don't want to accept that because that's fucking disheartening, to say the least.
Mm.
Like that. Okay, well, these people are actual reflections of the society
Of who we are, yeah.
that we live in. And that's who we are, and if that's who we are, it's like, what do you fucking do about that? Do you change it, or do you accept it and go, okay, well, fuck it. That's who we are. That's who we are. Let's fucking dive in
Mm.
and feast like pigs
Mm.
at a trough. Um, but I don't know. But it's certainly a question worth fucking considering. And then if it is because this is who we are, like, sleevey and fucking skiving cunts who, couldn't tell you in a straight answer if the sky is blue or not. Go all around the houses, deeply loyal to the party, not country, because we are, well, for the longest time we were pretty much tribal people, and this whole notion of this unified Ireland, which still hasn't happened, and we're still fighting for to
Mm.
have control of the entire island. That's only really a notion that's put upon us when the English came across and wanted control of the entire country, and we inherited that from them and made a pretty good fucking job of it, of keeping it up. Let's be honest. Like, there's other societies where the English people went in and took over and colonialized them, and their societies are in a shit heap. Like, they're third world
Mm.
fucking hellholes. And yeah,
Yeah,
but
fair.
yeah,
Yeah.
but most of
Mm.
those societies, when colonialism ended, uh, a lot of the colonials left too, and then their countries went to shit, um, because they didn't have the capacity to maintain those societies.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
Michael, sorry, were you gonna say something?
Mm. No, nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, I have to address this again. Yes, I know that Morgan's mic is, making some awful fucking sounds,
Oh,
but
I'm
it
sorry.
is what it is.
Yeah,
There's
I
nothing to be
apologize.
done about it.
Yeah, I can't do anything about it. I
No.
got rid of the mic, and I'll have a new one for next week. I didn't know if I'm embarrassed. If I'd have known, I obviously would have sorted it out before now.
Mm, yeah, there's really nothing to be done about it. When they go, they go, you know?
Yeah, and it was only €10. Let's be honest. So
Fuck.
it was a quick job because the other microphone fucking went, because I have children, who
Yep.
you know, and I don't put my stuff away properly. I'm not very organized like that. I'm not from the colonial class, so I don't have a lot of those white Anglo-Saxon Protestant cultural traits where my life is run by every fucking second, and I'm only going to get into heaven. I work my fingers to the bone because there's only 6 spaces left in heaven. It's not for everybody. Everyone can't get fucking in. Sure, if you're thinking like that, like, sure, you'd be all lazy bastards and you wouldn't do anything because it's open to fucking everybody. Anyone, you can go in, you can go out. It's like an iPad center, only better, 5-star hotel in that iPad center. You can come in as you go, you're fed, people look after you,
The
free
great
medicine.
iPass center in the sky.
Yeah, fucking hell, like, sure. People are dying to get in touch, Right, so Michael, flautist.
Right.
Look at this.
Ah,
Like,
right.
yeah. And again,
Okay.
couldn't be more Irish looking.
Uh-huh.
There's
Yeah.
nothing more Irish looking than a
Right.
freckly guy in a fucking knitted jumper holding a piece of large wood between his hands and gently caressing it with his lips. But yeah, seriously though, so a flautist, he's got the old
All
squeeze
right.
box in the
Yeah.
background there. Sure, he can play
All
it.
right. Sure.
Same with the harp.
But have you ever seen a harp on its side like that?
No, so I think it's maybe strategically placed
Hmm.
to give a certain impression. It's not a natural pose. It's not like I can't imagine somebody just walked in the door and Michael was standing there playing the old flute.
Sure. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and there's a blankie there underneath it as well to keep it safe.
Yeah, of
So yeah,
course.
yeah,
Can't scratch it. Yeah.
yeah, and it's probably like fucking 600-700 years old.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks it.
Yeah, but again, like this should be what you expect from somebody who's going to represent Ireland on the international stage. Is familiar with the culture, is a master of multiple arts. So dance, um, playing the flute. I don't know how his skills are in the squeeze box or the harp for that matter. But
Mm.
fully immersed in that culture.
Mm.
I don't know why anyone would need a printer this big. To be honest, it seems very large.
It's a scanner, right?
Yeah, I have a
Yeah.
printer and a scanner. Maybe
Yeah.
maybe I live in the world of A4. Some people need to scan A3 documents.
A2 or
Yeah,
yeah.
right, whoever the fuck they are. Yeah, so it could be that, and
Fair.
I'm just easily distracted by silly stuff like printers. The old record player again, some traditional
Oh
music mixed
yeah,
there.
yeah, one of those ones. Yeah.
Yeah, so again has a good ear. So prefers the sound of a record, which I believe most
Mm.
audiophiles will say it is superior to CD or digital music. My
It's
ear.
superior because it's inferior.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
my reading of it. It's shit. Like it's crap.
Much like the Africans, yes. Same concept.
But look, this is an Irish home.
Mm.
Like it's totally an Irish home.
Yeah.
Down to the paint on the wall around the fireplace.
Yeah. And the home of a lord or a chieftain, This is what
Mm.
you'd expect, isn't it? Um,
Mm.
and this is what people would respect because, it's difficult not to run Conor McGregor down, but it's difficult for people to respect a lot of that, that kind of fucking behavior, being coked out of your fucking head, whipping your dick out, embarrassing yourself. It doesn't look great, and I don't think it's the image that people are looking for at the moment. We need the warrior spirit. There's no fucking question about that. But maybe, yeah, Michael will become president. There'll have to be a coup afterwards because, just being president and just having something to aspire to and somebody to voice concerns. Maybe we don't know if he will or not. That's just, hope on my behalf because I don't know the man's politics at all. I don't think anybody does. So it would be a bit of a mystery as just to what it is he actually
Mm.
thinks needs to be voiced that isn't.
Mm. Well, if he does get elected, and I just learned this on myself preparing for the show, once he is elected, he can't talk about these things.
Yeah, 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 yeah. True.
Yeah.
It's not that type of presidency.
No, like he is, what is it, like constitutionally barred from discussing government policy.
Mm, mm. But there are other ways, other mediums, through dance and flautistry. He shall tell us, like the days of old, where people had ashlings. You couldn't say what you wanted to say, so you would communicate ideas through poetry and song, and certain words had certain meanings.
Hmm. Mm.
And our song, all throughout our song, it's like
Yeah.
by the is it the dawning of the moon or no? By the anyway,
No, I don't know that one.
yeah, that's it. That's my knowledge right there of Irish traditional music and ballads. By the rising of the moon, by the rising of the moon. So that was a message for people to let them know when the big battle was to take place. Yeah, take a bit of time to sing it around the country so everybody understands. But there are other ways to communicate beyond the standard means, and he's going to be severely
Yeah.
handicapped.
Mm.
So we see anyway.
Yeah.
So then I think back to the kind of the musical career and the issue I'm having difficulty with. So there'll need to be the right level of marketing around Michael, and to get any kind of notions that he's not 100% pure masculinity. But that must be from one of the flamenco dances, because I did see on one of the videos where he engages in flamenco dance as well, and he did bring that flamboyance to Irish dance by means of moving the upper half of the body. Who would have thought it? It took us a couple of 100 years for somebody to realize, what would make this dance better if we moved the other half of the body. A foreigner to come up with that. He went to the new world, went into a new environment, saw other dances where, Jesus Christ, these people are fucking doubling the efficiency by using both halves of the body. Like, it's everything doubles like instantly. It's like it's enjoyment of it. Yeah, it's incredible. It took Michael.
A pioneer for sure. Yeah.
Absolutely a pioneer.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Michael, not one of them. Definitely not one of them. His house as well. Yeah. So we just have a quick look at his house, and then we'll take a little break.
All right.
There's the house in Cork. As you can see, a fine
That's
house.
quite the photo.
Yeah,
Isn't it?
I know, right? So it's So the house, he didn't rename it. So the house was originally called Knockay House in the west of Cork.
All right.
It's I'm not sure what the Gaelic word is, but it's an anglicised version. The name of the village there. So he kept the sign on the house just as a nod to that, because he likes to preserve history. But a beautiful fucking house. Like, it's up for sale at the moment though, and he's not living in Ireland anymore either. But he is coming back. So that was part of the announcement today, that he's coming back to Ireland, which is important if you're going to be president of the country.
Yeah,
to
I
be
would
here.
imagine so.
Yeah. But he's many houses. He's houses in Italy, America, Canada, France. No shortage of places to stay. And let's be fair, if you are going to be president of Ireland, you don't want to be here all the fucking time, do you? Most Irish people don't want to be here all the time either. It's like, you need a break. You need a fucking break.
Yeah, like 50 weeks out of the year break. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's hard work hosting dinner parties and stuff like that. And it's something he's skilled at. Like, he hosts Christmas parties in this house. One interview, like 200-300 people there. All, figures from high society. Like, he's entertained kings and queens and leaders of multiple countries. He's performed for them, he's spoken to them, he's had dinner with them. So he has an international view of the world, and he's been an ambassador for Irish culture, a particular brand of Irish culture that people are, coming back to. And again, every now and again, there's a renewed interest in the culture, usually because it's coming under attack from, external forces. And so it seems it's a good sign that Michael presents himself at this stage, and maybe he can embolden that energy Or it could be, we can't forget as well, that he could be just simply being placed here as a way to placate the people with more bread and circus, you know.
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe, but I don't think
Yeah.
so. It's not my initial feeling is not that. It's that, okay, this guy could possibly do something if only he would take his fucking hands off his hip and stop posing like a woman in every possible moment in time and get a fucking V-neck as well, will you?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
a bit much, I
yeah.
have to say.
Yeah, having your
Yeah,
chest out in public. Come on,
yeah.
it's not
Uh,
on.
you know, I mean, you know, he could actually genuinely want the best for the Irish people.
Mm,
And maybe he's just playing the system at its own game where, you know, now it's like, you know, they're dredging up all these, you know, cultural icons and stuff. And, you know, that's how they control the masses. You know, Mary McAleese is fucking popping her head above the parapet again to
mm,
moan and cry and fucking self-congratulate. So I guess maybe he just decided to, yeah, use his notoriety, his you know, brand recognition,
mm,
because he could very easily go up to X number of TDs and say, "Look, give me a nomination," and they would, because you know they wouldn't necessarily see anything threatening about that.
mm. Yeah, well, hopefully he does, because it will be interesting. Okay,
Hmm.
take a little break, if you don't mind.
Okay,
I prepared a video just to get us through the intermission. It's 12 minutes long. Doesn't
okay,
necessarily mean we'd be 12 minutes.
okay,
So if you want to cut it before I'm back, feel free to do that. I'll just share
sure.
it on the screen now. I have to watch Riverdance as well. I haven't watched it in a while. It's a nice trip down
Hmm.
memory lane. It's Jerry, what's his name? What was the DJ's name? 2FM, Jerry something or other. Uh,
The the guy who died of a heart attack in his sleep.
did he not die of a cocaine overdose? No.
No, he died in his bed, man. You probably remember it that way because everyone was convinced, yeah, it was the coke that did it.
No, I thought it was. That's why I remember Jerry Ryan. I remember
Yeah,
somebody found him in his apartment, dead. Yeah, and then after that, all the stories came out about the cocaine use. So yeah, I must have just
yeah.
put one and one together and made three. You know, it's more exciting.
No, no, I actually made two. You know, I mean, like, come on, you know, that's going to happen if you have that kind of, you know, preoccupation.
Yeah, well, I just thought like that they would have come in the door and, you know, there he is with the bag in front of him, like with a line leading right up to his nose. Case closed. All right. Yeah, so
Mm,
this is there's 12 minutes here, so it's a couple of different
mm.
public service announcements
Okay.
from the 50s, like 50s America, which
Oh,
I think is only right and proper because, you know,
okay.
granted Michael wasn't in the 50s, but his parents would be from that area, you know, so they were adults, and
Okay.
this is the kind of
Fair enough.
society they would have went into. So hopefully it's had some sort of left some sort of impression on Michael that might help us
Hmm.
the future of our country. Is that full screen there at all? Is it?
It is, yep.
All right, perfect.
I saw Joe Bob the other day. I was trying to tune in the damn baseball game, and then the game went off, and CBS came on with a movie. Had two magnificent, handsome guys and a stupid old fellow in it. They were glorifying homosexuality.
Is that a panel show?
No, it's a movie.
No, that's a regular show. It's on every week, and usually it's just set in the guy's home, and it's usually just that guy who's a hard hat.
That's right. He's a
And
hard.
he always just looks like a slob.
Looks like Jackie Gleason.
And then he has this hippie son-in-law.
Yeah.
And usually, the general trend of it is to downgrade him and upgrade every make the square hard hat out to be bad.
What is it called?
I've never seen
Arch is the guy's name.
That's real family entertainment, isn't it?
The point that I make is that, goddamn, I do not think that you glorify on public television homosexuality. You ever see what happened? You know what happened to the Greeks? Homosexuality destroyed them. Sure, Aristotle was a homo. We all know that. But it was Socrates.
He never had the influence of television.
Yeah. The last 6 Roman emperors were fags. You see, homosexuality, immorality generally, these are the enemies of strong societies. That's why the communists and the left-wingers are pushing each other. They're trying to destroy us.
Therefore, propaganda is vastly more important in democratic societies.
In recognizing a communist, physical appearance counts for nothing. If he openly declares himself to be a communist, we take his word for it. If a person consistently reads and advocates the views expressed in a communist publication, he may be a communist. If a person supports organizations which reflect communist teachings, or organizations labeled communist by the Department of Justice, she may be a communist. If a person defends the activities of communist nations while consistently attacking the domestic and foreign policy of the United States, she may be a communist. If a person does all these things over a period of time, he must be a communist. But there are other communists who don't show their real faces, who work more silently.
By the
Harvey, want anything special for your birthday?
Just a decent cup of coffee.
You're kidding.
I'm serious. Honey, your coffee's undrinkable.
It's pretty harsh.
Well, so's your coffee. You know, the girls down at the office make better coffee on their hot plates. Well, see you later.
And he didn't even kiss me goodbye. You know, if I could just make a decent cup of coffee, I could relax. So, relax. Why don't you try Instant Folgers? Tastes good as fresh perked. Good as fresh perked. I'll surprise Harvey for his birthday tonight.
Hey, great coffee.
It's Instant Folgers. Doesn't it taste good as fresh perked?
Better.
Better than those girls make at the office?
Honey, their coffee can't hold a candle to yours.
Instant Folgers taste good as fresh perked. Try it.
I'm Lieutenant Williams, a police officer attached to the Juvenile Division. I'm on my way to Monroe Junior High School to talk to a group of young people. That looks innocent enough, doesn't it? Lots of young people hitchhike. Seems like a good way to get from one place to another. But sometimes there are dangers involved that never meet the eye. Sure enough, the following day when Jimmy finished playing ball, well, the man was there waiting. They stopped at a drive-in, and the stranger treated him to a Coke. During their conversation, he told several off-color jokes. But Jimmy had heard others before, and, well, it made him feel big to so easily win the confidence of an older person. The following Saturday, they went fishing together. By now, they were using first names. Ralph said it was more friendly. Jimmy hadn't enjoyed himself so much in a long time. Then during lunch, Ralph showed him some pornographic pictures. Jimmy knew he shouldn't be interested, but, well, he was curious. What Jimmy didn't know was that Ralph was sick, a sickness that was not visible like smallpox, but no less dangerous and contagious, a sickness of the mind. You see, Ralph was a homosexual, a person who demands an intimate relationship with members of their own sex. But by now, Jimmy felt a fondness for Ralph, and they continued to go places together. Ralph was generous and took Jimmy many interesting places and did many nice things for him. He bought presents and even gave him money, but payments were expected in return. You see, Jimmy hadn't recognized Ralph's approach soon enough. When Ralph first asked Jimmy to go fishing alone, he should have discussed it with his parents or teacher. Finally, Jimmy told his parents, and they reported it to the juvenile authorities. Ralph was arrested, and Jimmy was released on probation in the custody of his parents. But all homosexuals are not passive. Some resort to violence, as in the case of Mike Merrick. In the heat of competition, no one noticed the man who sat and watched. And when the game broke up and the others left, Mike decided to stay and practice a little longer. The stranger joined him. He was friendly and, well, it was better than playing alone. But after a few shots, Mike realized he had already overstayed his time and suggested he better leave. The stranger told him if he'd like to stay longer, he'd be glad to drive him home when they finished. Sounded great to Mike. Chance to play longer and get a ride home, too. When they finished, the stranger told him he'd make a fine player someday if he got lots of practice. The companionship, the praise, the friendly attitude dispelled any misgivings Mike might have had about going with a stranger. He probably never realized until too late that he was riding in the shadow of death. But sometime that evening, Mike Merrick traded his life for a newspaper headline. As Denny and Jerry got the papers ready for Jerry's afternoon delivery, they only casually noticed the two boys that raced by in the afternoon traffic, and they didn't pay much attention to the car that drew up shortly afterwards until the man called them over. Had two boys been by on bicycles? The boys nodded they had. Could they recognize them if they saw them again? Well, Denny guessed he could. Then hop in, the man said. Those are stolen bikes. Without giving it another thought, Denny got in and the car sped away. Jerry watched. He'd been told many times, if a friend got in a car with a stranger, to write down the license number. It didn't seem to apply, but, well, fortunately, he marked it down. When he delivered a paper to Denny's house, he asked his mother if they'd caught the boys that had stolen the bicycles. Denny hadn't returned, so he told her the story and gave her the paper with the license number. Being a careful parent, she decided to call the police. Jerry supplied the necessary information, and the stranger's car was quickly spotted. It was a good example of how important it is to always get the license number and description of any stranger who takes a young person off alone, no matter what they tell you. Public restrooms can often be a hangout for the homosexual. Bobby and his friends hadn't noticed the man who had been in the restroom when they changed, and as it was late, he suggested they take the shortcut under the pier, but the others preferred to take the more traveled way home. Bobby recognized the stranger as the man in the restroom, the shortcut under the pier didn't seem like a good idea at all. After all, it's more fun to stay with your friends anyway. Bobby had made a wise decision. It may have saved his life. The decision is always yours, and your whole future may depend on making the right one. So no matter where you meet a stranger, be careful if they are too friendly, if they try to win your confidence too quickly, and if they become overly personal. One never knows when the homosexual is about. He may appear normal, and it may be too late when you discover he is mentally ill. So keep with your group, and don't go off alone with strangers unless you have the permission of your parent or teacher.
Okay. We're back. Timeless advice. I have to
Oh
say.
God, yeah.
Yeah. Don't play basketball. And if you are going to kidnap children, make sure you don't use a car that is traced back to yourself, as was evidenced there by when he took his number plate down. So, and everybody sees the same thing when they're watching. You know? Right, let me stop sharing that. Right, so we'll finish up with Michael shortly. There's just one video I have of Michael, and that's playing the flute. So I think it's only fitting. Because again, people have a strange reaction to Irish music. Some people love it, traditional Irish music, that is, and some people hate it. It doesn't kind of really resonate for them at all, you know. So I'd be of the mind when I hear Irish music, I get lost in it, you know, especially like Shano singing and traditional flute playing, or uilleann pipes in particular as well. It's just maybe it's not unique to being Irish. Like, I'm sure, you know, other people can appreciate music for what it is as well. But there's just nothing like Irish music for me that gives me that kind of same sort of feeling and that ability to just kind of take me almost out of your body and transfer you to a different space altogether. And again, Michael is skilled at this as well. So this is from the Late Late Show. Just a trigger warning. Not with the recent host Paddy, but with the previous host Brian. What's his fucking surname? Tuberty or Tuberty?
Ryan Tuberty?
Yeah, I can never remember if it's Tuberty or Tuberty.
Tuberty, actually, yeah.
Right. Okay, I'll just cue this up now. We'll get rocking. Yeah, do you kind of miss Ryan Tuberty? In comparison to Paddy, I don't know. I think I preferred Ryan is easier to hate. Paddy is kind of, I hate you, but you know, maybe I shouldn't.
Too mediocre.
Yeah, almost doesn't deserve any sort of real reactions. Like, nah.
Well, I mean, like, when you ask me that question, like a sizable part of my soul died. Like, I even just contemplate that question, you know, it's just
nearly there. Another piece taken. I'll get all of it by the time we're finished. Right. Okay. Can you see that blank screen? Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Lord of the Dance is now on its 25th anniversary world tour. Let me tell you something. They're not laughing now.
Yeah, who's laughing now? Okay, that's great.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that part, because that looks like it's taken out of context, doesn't it? Just to have him, you know, mention that, you know, he's holding this grudge that he wasn't taken seriously. It wasn't like, it was just, he was asked him, you know, can you, you know, tell people about the last couple of years of what you're up to? And he told him he was touring and all that. And then he mentioned this kind of out of nowhere, that nobody's laughing at him now. And there's no reaction from the audience. Like, you know, like normally somebody who hasn't received their just rewards, and when they mention it to a crowd, and the crowd will fucking erupt into
like Rosie O'Donnell.
Yeah, you know.
Trump
But
is a
incredible.
bad man. Ah!
Yeah. So that reaction, and I think in this instance, it's because I don't think anybody really thinks like that. Or maybe maybe it's just the late show audience. So this could be a terrible argument. But they didn't feel that he'd in some way been hard done by, or he didn't get the accolades he's deserved. But I think Michael feels that
Right.
he hasn't truly got the love and honor.
And
that
now
he's due.
he was just insulted again.
Yeah,
All
so
over again.
now the only way to
Re-traumatized.
do it is through the presidency. So I think he feels fucking slighted. That's what he deserves. That's how he should be honoured for everything he's done for Ireland and Irish culture, is to be installed as the fucking king, essentially.
Yeah, you know what? Give it to him.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a fucking useless post anyway. Not how it's, you know, in the Constitution, how, you know, that's supposed to work. But, you know, just now it has been rendered like just fucking meaningless. So yeah, give it to him.
I think he should be given a patch of land, like to have his own fucking independent country within Ireland, like you know, give him Cork or something.
Yeah, like make him a lord, like back in, you know, feudal times, you know, where he
Yeah.
can impose his own law. Yeah.
Yeah. We need to start modelling these fucking things, you know. So yeah, flatly land, or that doesn't have a ring to it, does it?
No.
I'm sure he can hire advisors.
Yeah.
Good information on the best name for his new country.
Marketing department. Yeah. Sorry.
This with you.
I did.
Would you like to introduce it to everybody?
Yeah, if you don't mind. It's
because this was not planned, but I'm delighted to say you did bring it. I'm delighted.
Yeah. So
do you carry that with you generally when you go out to?
What the fuck, dude? Did you just Fight Club us? Jesus
Christ. No, it's just that. I don't know. Did you see something?
Bruh. Dude. No. Dude. No. We can't have that.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Places and
well, not normally, but then I thought to
I'm
myself,
not talking about Super Value or something, but like just if you're if you're going to.
I said to my wife, well, if it gets tough out there, I'll just pull out the flute and.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so he's connecting with the people there. See what I mean about the joke, the flute joke? So even Michael, you know, the next president, recognizes the inherent funniness in the flute and all the double entendres that can be garnered.
I don't know. I completely forgot what he said when you fucking Fight Clubbed us again.
No, it's a glitch. It's a glitch. Don't worry, you'll be okay.
Do you enjoy us having a YouTube channel?
Yeah, it'll be okay. You see, what's happened is, right, here's what's happened. You've seen a flicker of an image, and you've made a connection in your mind that, oh my God, I'm seeing something that isn't really there.
Oh,
so it's not as bad as you think. You're just having a visceral reaction to a potential catastrophe.
Right.
But it's not.
Yeah.
It's not as bad. It's not as bad.
Okay.
And if it is, I'm very sorry for destroying the YouTube channel. But it's not. I'm gonna set up another one. Like, it's not that difficult. Come on.
Jeez.
Steady.
Oh, fuck me. Stop. Please.
Oh!
Ah!
Yes.
Well, it's an old trick.
Fucking stop.
It's not seen.
Oh, no. Oh my God. No, stop it. It's horrible.
We have to, this is part of our culture. Whether we like it or not. And Conor is a part of our culture that exists. So if we feel this, you know, terrified by that, because something as silly as that, like just showing your dick, like to think that just to see an image of a half-covered penis with a post-it note over it could take down a program. It's silly. It's fucking silly. And it would be silly if that's to be our president. We can't have it. You'll be thankful that's the last time you'll have to endure that image. And it wasn't the image that we think it was. The image. Yeah, people have seen I say people's blushes. Like people have seen it in all its glory. I think by now, if you haven't, fair play to you. You're a stronger person than I. It took me 2 days before I gave into the temptation to type those immortal words into the search engine. Thank God they don't have the ability to access that information to profile people. It's fucking shocking. How to keep this retard amused for the next 15 years and do nothing. Feed pictures of McGregor dick.
Rick, I'm sure it's worked for you in the past. So
and hopefully it'll work again tonight.
Okay, Michael.
Yeah, so
what are you going to play for us?
Paddy Maloney was a dear friend. Okay. Matt Malloy's one of my best friends in the world. And recently the Irish music world lost another one of my best friends, the great Seamus Tansey from Sligo.
Yes.
And myself and Matt Malloy and Seamus were going to make a flute album. But sadly...
Hang on.
You okay?
I don't know. I just think I recognize that guy.
Yeah, the famous flutist. What was his name? Tansey? I missed his name. Hang on.
All right.
There we go.
All right.
A little bit too early. We didn't get the opportunity, but if it's okay, I'll play a quick... My best friends, the great Seamus Tansey from Sligo.
Seamus Tansey from Sligo. He's a traditional flute player. I think he dabbled in a bit of jazz. That's more of a kind of jazz outfit than a traditional Irish music. But sadly missed, and very, very well known to a lot of Irish people.
Yes.
And myself and Matt Malloy and Seamus were going to make a flute album, but sadly God called for him just a little bit too early. We didn't get the opportunity, but if it's okay, I'll play a couple of tunes.
Yeah, that's the band. They didn't release the album, but they had the cover sorted as well. I think it's part of being a renowned artist is the collaborations. So I could find the album cover, but I couldn't find the music. So we might get that another
just
date.
In Seamus Tansey's honour.
What a nice thing to do. Thanks, Michael. In your own time.
I hope it works.
Ooh. Oh, the chills. Fuck.
No end to the time. That's great. There's your reaction.
Thank you.
Should we listen to it one more time? So there's Michael, fucking great, a great flautist. I leave a link in the okay. I'll leave a link in the YouTube video, so people can, if they want to listen back to the song, they can. It's a bit the clapping was a bit distracting for me. I have to say, I don't like when the audience claps when someone's doing a flute solo. It's very fucking. It's very.
Yeah, they weren't exactly keeping time, were they?
It's still, we don't have that capability, you know, that we didn't inherit rhythm in our culture. Yeah, and it's normal of the late show audience as well. I haven't seen once be able to keep time to any music that's been played on the show. It's pretty much the standard 1 and 2 and a 1 and a 2. So, excuse me. In any event, we wish Michael well. I hope he gets the nomination because I think he's a deserving candidate.
Well, he will get the nomination, and at least he will, come in a strong second at the least.
Okay. Yeah. I don't think we want to. We don't want to go near any other candidates. There's none of them are really interesting at all. So I think just catch up on a couple of things that caught my attention during the week. Did you see this Lewis woman, the security guard on the Lewis line in Dublin?
Oh,
yeah,
yes,
incredible!
yes.
I couldn't fucking believe it.
It's as if the things that we've been warning about for a few years now are kind of starting to come to fruition.
Yeah, I had that thought too. Like I thought it was just me, but no, apparently not. So we'll have a look at this delicious creature. Look at our customer service skills. Yeah.
I didn't turn on the audio for this. I only watched it loop twice. I just.
All right, that's even more interesting. So, what kind of reaction did you pick up from this woman? Just visually, not verbally. Now,
I just saw a chimp out, but in a uniform.
Yeah, pretty much. So I don't know her ethnicity exactly, but I think it's safe to say that this is an African woman or a woman of African extraction.
I mean, she could easily be Indian.
Could be. It's hard to know. It's a bit of a mix, but it's not recognizably Irish. No.
No.
So I look at Michael. Does he look Irish? Yeah, that's a fucking Irish dude. Like, let me talk to him. Oh, just some accent is kind of odd there. Oh, where's the accent from? Oh, well, I live in America. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, that makes sense. And then beyond that, you talk further, and then by the end of the conversation, you realize you talked to. Oh, I was talking to another Irish fella today, because to your mind, he was Irish. So this woman isn't Irish by appearance, anyway. Maybe attitude, culturally, I don't think so. But there's a problem initially, which is, okay, you don't look like me, therefore you're not of my tribe, and I'm programmed to do something about it, because it's not supposed to be. You represent a threat to me immediately, purely by how you look, and you call that racist, which is not, because you do it fucking too, and everybody does it because it's natural human behavior that has been weaponized and gamed to make people swallow any level of horseshit. And like you said, people who have foreseen this scenario, which we'll watch in a second, were concerned that if people from other cultures, especially cultures that aren't destined to gel and eventually be swallowed into our culture, because that's the ideal, isn't it? People from another culture come to your culture, they get assumed by the culture, and then as it's rolled out endlessly by our betters, they become more Irish than the Irish themselves. So essentially saying we can't distinguish one from the other, because on sight we recognise each other immediately, even when there's many differences. Like, so you can have a Down syndrome looking fucking Irish dude, and an Irish dude from the higher echelons of Irish society, but there's something physically about, not all the time, but 9 out of 10 go, oh, that's an Irish guy, like, or that's an Irish woman. There's a look to them. And even if that could be argued, well, not really, but by comparison of looking at this black woman, like, the first thing that doesn't come to my mind is that this is an Irish woman. So this is someone who's foreign to my country, and they're in a position of power, which is an unequal relationship. As anyone will tell you, left or right, regardless of your politics, it just seems some people on particular wings can't seem to see, that our race is everything. The only thing that this is about, it would be race. If the person experiences it, just got rid of the notion of race out of their head, everything will be fine. And I'm for that, really, because race has nothing to fucking do with it. It's an imaginary concept that's been used to shut people up. It's got nothing to do with race at all. If it was to do with race, it would only appear in certain races. This behaviour that we see doesn't, but it's prevalent in some cultures more so than others, And generally, when you introduce foreign people into a homogenous society that functions well and has done for a long enough time, then it causes fucking problems. The natives get jittery, and then when you put people from other cultures into positions of power, giving power over the native population, the native population tend not to fucking like it, and then the warning levels go up, because it's not how things should be. It's an extremely dangerous situation that can't last very long, and will ultimately lead to all-out bloody fucking war. And then people will be shocked about, well, how did this come about? I don't understand it. And we can't do anything about it, because the last thing we want to do is to offend people and actually own up to the reality that, different cultures bring different skills and problems to the table. And some, just can't. Time has proven that some traits just can't shed. So what do we do about that? Do we say, okay, you people, which a fair amount of people want, get the fuck out of the country. You can't be here. You won't integrate. You can't integrate. Everywhere we look, you don't integrate. We don't come together as one. We tend to, co-compete, don't integrate properly. And I don't think we can, because we haven't reached such a level in our, let's call it, evolution, where we don't see colour, and we can just logically, instantaneously get a grasp on people like some sort of AI program, and then have a little printout that says, okay to trust. We don't operate like that yet. And if we did, the result would pretty much be still the fucking same, because there are certain people from certain cultures who pose higher risks to the people of this country, and it has a series of knock-on effects that destables society, and eventually can turn your society into a complete fucking mess of a third world shithole. And it's difficult to get back from that position. And we've only kind of barely got out of that position, because that was our position and condition for a very long fucking time. And there's another question, well, maybe the pre-existence to, highly industrialized life was actually better than what's presented to us now. But this woman, so we'll have a listen to her. That was a kind of long-winded introduction. Sure. Jesus Christ.
Yep, certainly was.
Traveling. You're not traveling today. Get the bus. You're not allowed to record.
You're not allowed to straight away. You're going TikTok.
You're not allowed to record. Just
Straight
get out.
away.
Wow.
Get off the platform.
TikTok.
Yeah, so that was straight to fucking violence, wasn't it?
Yeah. That is, not allowed. It's not allowed.
And here we,
either socially or legally.
So these are the Lewis security guards. So we have this African woman,
right?
This guy,
She's
Indian, maybe. Okay, Indian.
No,
Indian.
she's Indian.
Well, if this Indian, not much of a difference. Let's be honest. So this Indian woman, this guy is either Eastern European.
The big bald guy.
Eastern European or fucking Ukrainian. Is there three or more of them? And then the
there's
the other
three,
guy,
yeah.
I know. So maybe this guy is Irish. This guy is Indian or something, or fucking.
It's hard to tell. I mean, he could be a traveler, you know, a tan traveler.
Well, that's what we'll get to that eventually. It's all the same fucking tribe, and they're just different colors. So anyway, sorry, we'll hear that a bit more. So I don't like this woman. I don't know what it is.
No, really? What did it for you?
Fist on it.
Away, you're going TikTok.
You're not allowed to record. Just
Straight
get out
away,
of the
you're going
platform.
TikTok. Straight away.
Get off the platform.
TikTok. No, but no. You have no evidence about this.
The fucking people aren't even Irish. There's no Irish people in this encounter at all. Like this is perfect for Ireland.
Yeah. It's getting bad. I mean, we have Mark Yush, I think is how you pronounce his name. The Polish guy that goes around recording, you know, the shit show that is Dublin now. Does a great service. You can find his YouTube channel. Yush is JU something. JUC even. But yeah. It's bad, man. It's fucking bad.
Exactly. So what's apparently transpiring is these guys have been thrown off the loose for not having a ticket. They're disputing it, saying they did have a ticket, and this is what it is. But I don't like this bitch's approach. One bit, and I'm more upset by the two fucking men who are with her. Because we know like that behavior from her can only exist in the presence of having two giant dudes standing beside you to fucking protect you. To take those guys away, and you know she's either not approaching, or if she is approaching, it's with a different attitude. Excuse me, could you show me your ticket, please? And so she'll get her fucking ass kicked.
It's the same thing as what was it? Eddie Murphy first joked about this about you know, the woman kind of making a big fucking deal out of things to another man, and then you as her boyfriend have to, you know, get punched in the face.
Exactly. No, so this is just the fucking heightened example of it. Again, not even her husband, but this is the kind of trouble a woman will put you in, you know, and will run her fucking mouth like there's no tomorrow, have no fear of any consequence, because the second that, you know, there's any sign of harm coming to that woman, those two guys beside her are going to step in, as 99% of guys would, because that's how we're made. You know, when we see you fuckers in trouble, generally, if we like you at least, we will jump to your aid and put our own safety in jeopardy to save you people, and you call us fucking degenerates and toxic. Not all of you, but you know the people I'm talking about.
No, you have no evidence.
Last time out from the platform.
No, you cannot.
Last time out from the platform.
You cannot. You are going on Facebook and straight on TikTok.
We don't care. We don't care.
Hey, you don't care.
I'm gonna be famous. You didn't pay for your phone.
I have the ticket. It's here.
Yeah,
the ticket is here. No, I didn't pay it last.
Yes, you paid
This is my ticket. I'm going to
hear what she said. Did you hear what she said? I'm going to be famous.
Yeah. A little bit of narcissism, like
that, the look on her face, it was just so fucking punchable.
You're not going to be famous. Well, maybe in a sense. Look at that fucking look. And imagine coming home to that. Like, you know, having to deal with that. And there's only one way to deal with that successfully.
Just push her out in front of the oncoming tram.
This is Sparta moment if ever there was one. And then Lewis just speeds along at the exact right moment, and then it's just boom. Into 1,000 pieces.
This is Dublin.
You didn't pay for your phone.
I have the ticket. It's here.
Yeah, you paid your ticket.
The ticket is here.
Yeah, she's trying to grab it out of his fucking hand too, is she? Did she try and just snatch it out of his hand?
The ticket is here. No, I didn't pay it.
Yeah, you could hear it.
This is my ticket. I'm going to take the board. I'm going to take the board. I'm going to board. I have to
So she's saying that somehow magically after being kicked off the Lewis, they bought the tickets.
Yeah. So she's anyway. So they'd have to get off the Lewis, go to the machine, purchase the tickets, take the tickets out. But then there would be a printout of the time on the ticket when it was purchased as well. Like so. I don't know. Let's be honest. It's not unusual for people to fair skip or fair jump, whatever the fuck you call it.
No, I do it every time I'm
yeah, most of them do, you know.
I just walk onto the fucking thing.
Yeah, it's almost more hassle to pay for the ticket than it is for a short journey. And you feel raped as well. It's like, you know, you're only really going like 3 stops down. And it's like €2 for not even a kilometer. Are you kidding me? Like, I'm more insulted by paying than by breaking the law and using your private property for nothing. Because it's an insult. Like, it is a fucking insult. It's like, you know. But if we were honest, we would pay. But we pay. Well, I pay some of the time. Most of the time, I would pay. But if it's those short hop journeys, you know, it's like really.
I think nobody will really have a problem with that if it's literally like just around the corner.
Yeah, but again, when the inspector gets on, it's like you know, most people do have their tickets, and you know, people find themselves in that horrible, awkward position of being outed as a dirty thief in front of fucking, you know, 80 to 100 people in the carriage. Like, so, you know, the security guards, they're not talking to those 2 guys in front of you because, you know, they've just struck up an interesting conversation. It's like just fucking trouble ahead. And that's when people start, you know, stop looking at their mobile phones and switch to the camera and get the video button ready because they know something's going to fucking kick off. And then there's 2 general reactions. One, okay, hands up. Okay, fuck it, yeah. Yeah, I'm a dirty thief. What are you going to do about it? Like, come on, let's get this over with. We pay the ticket, give you false information so you can send a fine to some random person that wasn't me. Or how do we sort this situation? Do we have a big argument, get the guards involved, and, you know, make a fucking mountain out of a molehill? But some people are rightly fucking indignant, you know. How dare you? And it's usually those who actually haven't paid. Like, that's when you're most indignant because, God forbid, you own up to it. Like, you know, in front of people. Yes, I'm a thief. It's like, no, how dare you? I have a ticket. It's in my shoe. I dropped it outside 2 doors back. A fucking African refugee edit out of my pocket, or some Roma pickpocketed me. It was here. I don't know where it is now. And then the last kind of straw is then just to, you know, go into pure violence. But these people, these security guards, are supposed to be above that, you know. And this isn't unique to this woman. I've seen loads of videos of security guards on the Lewis. I remember when the Lewis first started operating in Dublin, and I seen the security guards. I was fucking terrified. I thought, what's happening? Like, is there being a fucking change in, like, have we become a dictatorship overnight, the worst type?
It's very police statey, isn't
real,
it? Like I would get the train from Galway City to Athenry plenty of times, like years ago, and they had these guys, big buff guys with fucking plated fucking anti-stab vests and fucking tasers or something on them. It's like, what the fuck is going on here?
It's shocking. Like, I couldn't fucking believe it. Like, so. I was almost ready to comply instantly when they got on the fucking train. It doesn't matter what it was, like, just this fucking like SS looking dudes, like, and again, all of them, like, you know, 6'5", 6'6", like you said, all dressed in black, head to toe, same thing, stab vest, fucking you know, at least fucking 28 or 29 pockets. And I'm thinking, like, what the fuck is that about? Why do you need so many pockets? What's in each pocket? And then I was immediately taken, you know, off guard, like, because I'm trying to figure out what's in the pockets. Fucking handcuffs, like you said, many sprays. Obviously, they're not allowed to have any sort of pepper spray or tasers. But you're just faced with this wall of weaponry and pockets and fucking, you know, electric gadgets. And the dude is like 6'8", weighs like 200 pounds, and you know, if he wanted to, he could pick you up and fucking snap you in two. There's not a lot you can do. Prior to that, it was the inspector on the Dublin bus, just some fucking small dude in an overcoat who got on with a cap, and if he didn't have a ticket, he'd say, go downstairs, pay the driver, or get off the bus, and that was it. Like he didn't need to be, dressed like a fucking SS officer for people to comply. But things are hairy on the loose as well, because you get a lot of junkies on there. You got stupid fist fights and and puking and vomiting, but you get that wherever you get people. So yeah, I'm just not happy. I wasn't happy at the time. It was like it was just awful. And at the time, whoever was running the security company, their logo was a pyramid, and that didn't make me happy at all. Like, so, it's like, what the fuck? Like, it couldn't be bad enough. Oh Christ, there's a fucking pyramid, a giant pyramid. Yeah,
with an eye in it, even. Yeah, like what the fuck is going on there?
Terrifying people in their seat. They're okay. It's here. It's finally fucking here. It's all in place, and that's a true statement, by the way.
Can you tell me the reason why I'm refused? Look, I have a ticket in my hand. Why to touch my hand again?
What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Why to touch my hand again?
Whoa, buddy! Wow.
It's a direct provocation right there. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do? And that doesn't leave a person many fucking choices, does it? So, okay, well, you want me to, back down, become submissive, and cede dominance to you. No, I don't. I don't think so. In this current rage and torrent of adrenaline that's pumping through my veins at this very moment in time, no, I'm not going to fucking take a step back. Fuck you, bitch. But if it wasn't for those two dudes, those two giant dudes standing beside you, you would be told, at least politely, to go and fuck yourself. Get the fuck out of here, bitch, before I fucking slap you in the mouth.
Right.
And that most likely wouldn't happen anyway, but nobody would put up with that shit, to have someone, coming at you that aggressively. Essentially asking you, do you want to fight? It's like, listen, do what you're told, or we're fighting here. And of course she won't, because she has the luxury of bringing those two fucking dudes in.
Yeah, I don't know. If that guy that she's interfacing with right now had a little bit of bravery and accepted what would come next, and he just fucking punched her square in the fucking face, I think he would become a national hero.
Yeah,
people
would be shocked. People would have to put on a performance. Oh my god, that's outrageous. How could anybody do? How could anybody do that? It's never acceptable anywhere. Well, sometimes it fucking is. It's needed. It's not pleasant.
Oh my god! Look, this whole thing. There's no excuse. It's never right to hit a woman. Well, what if that woman was a Nazi? Literally had the fucking SS uniform on and was, personally responsible for rounding up fucking Jews and rebels in France or something. Is it okay to punch her in the face? Because I'm a little confused here.
You see, people can't make the connection, because that would be for something serious. If you get to a stage in your society where you have people, kidnapping Jews and acting like that, people know they're in trouble. And to my mind, it would be a bigger sign of trouble if that same attitude and method was used for something as simple as not having a fucking ticket on a public transport. Like, that's more fucking worrying, that they're acting like Nazis for evading a fare on a Lewis. Like, what won't these people fucking do if they'll do that for €2? €2, and this woman is willing to engage in physical violence with this fucking guy, have him beaten to a pulp, arrested, possibly imprisoned, or given their accents, at least asked to leave the country whenever you feel like it yourself, with one of our friendly deportation orders. But the neck of this bitch, like, to be able to do this, and we allow it as a culture. We allow this because we've given women a special place in our society, with the understanding that you don't act like this cunt. She doesn't fucking obviously doesn't know that. I don't know many cultures where women get to behave like that. So maybe this is actually learned behavior on the part of this woman because of the Irish women she's mixing with.
Well, no, maybe not. What I think is that she just now feels entitled to act this way because nobody, informed her that she has moved to a civilized society. And yes, you're no longer in a country where it's okay for a man to beat the living shit out of you and, judging by where she's from, gang rape you for looking at them wrong. But the rules still apply. You can't be a cunt. So I think she's just, high on,
Yeah, it'd be hard not to, wouldn't it? Like I think we'd all act a little bit differently if we had 2 joint bodyguards with us most of the time. Don't you?
Yeah. What's that? The prison experiment thing? What do they call
Stanford
that?
prison
Where
experiment.
yeah, where like everyone has a fucking lunatic fascist in them, apparently, allegedly. But there's problems with that experiment. I don't agree with it. But, well, some people, you give them enough of room, as we can see.
Try to touch my hand again. What are you gonna do?
Because he used vulgar language. Try to touch
my hand again. What are you gonna do?
Because
what are you gonna do?
Try to touch my...
She's begging for it. Like that translates. Like I have a PhD in woman talk. That's what she's saying is hit me. I beg you to hit me and see what happens.
Well, he missed his opportunity because the Lewis already pulled in.
Yeah, it's a pity. But look at that fucking nose. Like it's perfectly shaped for a punch as well. You wouldn't even damage your knuckle. And the lips, nice big smack right in the middle of that. She cockeyed as well, or it's just disgusting.
What are you gonna do?
Look at it.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Yuck.
I don't know.
Oh, these aren't really a nice looking people, are they?
That what you want at your, everywhere you fucking go, having to deal with this. You need to go in to get a form side. You're faced with this facing you on the counter. You're trying to explain something in calm, rational manner. This bitch barking at you, and you can't even punch her because there's a fucking piece of 3-inch bulletproof glass between you and her, and she's all the power in her hand. She's dealing with a repossession order for your house or something like that. Imagine something terrible like that, and you have to fucking go to this thing and try to reason with it. But I don't even know if this woman will go into that type of field, or if there's a certain type of people that gravitate towards work. And there is, they're not hiring for customer service skills, or you don't need a degree in psychology to understand the passengers or anything like that. It's okay if someone's acting the bollocks, get them off the fucking train, and here's what you can and can't do. But of course, it's very difficult for people in that situation to remain calm, and especially so if you happen to be a crazy bitch from Calcutta or Lahore. By the looks of these leprosy that's going on.
What are you gonna do?
Look at that. Grabs his phone, smacks it out of his hand. Yeah.
Wow. Just pure class.
So that's what we have to look forward to in the Guards. Let's be honest. Like, I'm sure people have noticed they're more and more visible now. You can see more and more foreigners in the force. Today's gone by. You see the occasional Indian who didn't look unlike in the last video, who looked Indian. Not sure if he was or not. But in any event, we see lots of different colours. A lot of Chinese. I'm noticing more and more Chinese people in the Guards. A lot of Muslim women. Well, not a lot, maybe 3, but it's 3 more than I saw last week. And again, instantly, there's a difference because I know they're not Irish. And people get very uncomfortable when people say, "What do you mean not Irish?" They're visibly not Irish because part of being Irish is you have, a white skin color. freckly.
Not always,
but generally,
but most
Yeah.
of the time, an overwhelming amount of the time.
We just don't come from a society where we have a lot of people who look completely fucking different, skin tone, facial features, because we live on the western edge of Europe. We've no contact with Africa or Arabia or anywhere else for that fucking matter. So we are kind of, well, as best you can be, a happy, content, homogenous people who are now being told that if you don't accept everybody and their auntie and uncle from around the world, you are a racist. And what does it mean to be Irish anyway? Sure, it means nothing. It's a recipe. There's 6 separate parts where you just mix them together and throw them on top of a person and they become Irish. But they fucking don't. And the initial sign is their colour. And people go, oh, well, you can't judge people by their colour. Well, no, you can't. But you can't pretend it doesn't fucking exist and what it represents, that these people come from different cultures.
Mm-hmm.
And they carry that with them. And we don't know anything about their fucking cultures. The only thing we know about their cultures is, the 3 or 4 things that you most likely would have seen on television about them in a positive sense. Sure, they're fucking fuzzy wuzzies. They love a bit of music and they dance and aren't they very colourful? It's amazing. And you never ask, well, why can't they build a fucking toilet in their country? Like, why is it taking them 300 years where they can't actually, run a public toilet?
Why did UNICEF have to run an ad for a year telling Indians to shit in a toilet?
Yeah. And so, how long does it take to potty train a child? Like fucking, But somehow these cultures can't or won't do it, and it's not good enough to say racism or colonialism, because there's
people have choices about how they live their lives.
And it's capability as well. Like, they simply don't have the fucking capability to do it.
Look, I think it's a will thing, because they certainly have capabilities of fucking building nuclear weapons and scamming grannies all around Europe and North America out of their last, bits of their pensions and things like that. So, they could fucking build a fucking sewer system if they wanted to.
But so they don't because they don't want to.
Yeah. They're happy shitting on the street. I mean, the ones that are shitting on the street.
Yeah, I'm thinking more towards Africa, not so much India.
Well, I mean, even Africans don't shit on the street, man.
But a lot of them do, like a lot. And the more I look into it, which it isn't difficult because I haven't looked into it that much more recently than I have in the last week. But they're completely fucking different, like culturally. They're completely different people, So I'd always, you see images of African countries, right? I think there's something like 54 or 56 African countries. And every time you're presented with an image of an African country, or even if you think of an African country, the first thing that comes to mind is third world shithole. It's like, slums, rubbish on the fucking streets, intertribal war, guys with one slipper running down the street topless with an AK-47 fucking firing at his neighbors,
Flies landing on the eyeballs of starving children.
Yeah, so it's not a good image, right? And so there's one school of thought that goes, okay, well, that's what's just being portrayed to you. That's because the white man refuses to tell you what's actually good in Africa and how we're developing and we're coming along as a technically advanced civilization. They're not. They're fucking not, and they haven't. And most of this coming. A guy. I've been watching videos of him from the last week. So his name is Frank Zanu. So we might as well introduce him now. And depending what time we wrap up here, we might look at one of his videos.
All right.
But the great thing about Frank Zanu Beyond sounding like it's a perfect name for a cult leader.
Yeah.
Xanu alone is like the great Xanu.
Yeah, a UFO cult leader.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you're halfway there already. So he's a guy from Benin in Africa, and there's nothing better for an issue when somebody who is in a position to speak on it with authority comes into the equation and does it critically. And this is what this man does. Like, so he has an organization, the Frank Xanu Project or something like that, or Rethink Project. So it's obviously it's in the name. He's getting people to rethink a lot of things, and his focus is on the African community and the African American community, and he wants them to rethink questions like, why is Africa still a shithole? Like, why is it that in the 54 countries in Africa, not one of them on any large scale can run a sanitation system where the bins aren't collected? Why is it that when all the colonial powers left and left those people with all the tools they needed to carry on civilization, they left, railway stations, lines, everything else, they left all that there, and then it fucking died on its arse. It went to shit. It just degraded to where a lot of that infrastructure is completely gone. It doesn't exist anymore. And it's not just isolated. It's every African country he has looked at. I haven't looked into that to see if that's, in essence true. But at this stage, I don't doubt him, or at least there's a very strong argument to be for it. And, his final answer to that question is because that's who they fucking are. It's in their culture. They don't have the capability to do it. Not that they're retarded or they can never, have the capability. They just don't have that capability within them. Like when the colonials left, they left. There wasn't really a large group of them that stayed behind that would still have the capability to run those systems, because it's not easy by any stretch of the imagination to run a railway system, like, to be the guiding light, and then to have the people below that to, like you said earlier on, like it takes a fucking, an enormous amount of people to make things run, and especially when it's something as complex as a railway station, which has, fucking hundreds of different people with differing roles, all specialized roles. Just, okay, this is what you're doing. You're doing this from 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock, and then from 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock, you're doing this. Then it's a break, and then, it's very, very regimented, and it needs to be in order to have something like that run perfectly. And that kind of thinking comes, from a particular type of culture, and that culture doesn't and hasn't ever existed in Africa. So they run on a completely fucking different basis in time. We know what do they call in America? Colored people time.
Right.
And this is very, very fucking prevalent in Africa. And of all the 52 countries, the vast majority in their language don't have a word for maintenance. The concept of maintenance doesn't exist. It's just not fucking there. Like, you've no word for it. You've no conception of it. It's simply not there, because from that society, you don't have to worry about the weather. Shit, what will the weather be this season? Will I be, snowed in? Will the family freeze to death? Will they starve? Oh my God, there's a fucking hurricane now. There's a tropical storm. It's very dramatic. Our weather, it tends to have an effect on the people. We become very fucking dramatic as well, But if you're from an environment where it's like, okay, it's wet, it's dry, there's loads of food, I can always get water. There's not really an emphasis on the need to maintain anything. And hearing a white guy say this, it's like, if could you imagine if we went to a fucking some black organization and got up and start saying this, coming from two white guys, essentially telling a bunch of people, look, your people are incapable of advancing technologically, because you simply don't have the capacity to do it. It's not because you're in any way inferior, but it's just you don't possess those traits en masse, and culturally they haven't been developed because you don't come from a culture that values those things. So Frank Zanu was saying, you're looking at people from monochronic cultures and polychronic cultures.
Huh?
So monochronic cultures, so they're cultures that, like our own, like just say, like forget about the niggerish elements of Irishness for a minute, but just think of waspy people, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, where everything is the work ethic. That's the focus. You go to
All
work,
right.
you do your work, you work as hard as you possibly fucking can, and you will get your way into heaven based on that. This strong Protestant work ethic, right? And then his argument is that's based around, it's an evolutionary response to the environment. So Northern Europeans, as you know, would have to plan and think a lot more than somebody is. Say we go on holiday to the Caribbean and we have an abundance of water and nature and food around us, and all we have to do really to go get it is get off our arses, be able to run quick, think enough ahead to be able to capture a couple of deer, and then we bring it back, feast our balls off, go back and have sex with as many women as we can, and then when we run out of that stuff, sure, Jesus Christ, we'll just go out for a couple of days on a expedition, and we'll do the same next week and next week and next week and next week.
Right.
Yeah. So their basic needs are taken care of pretty easily, and based on that, there's no real need to come up with any sort of innovation or maintenance to keep the system going. Their maintenance would be to put it into their rituals and their religions, a respect for nature, because ultimately, for them and everyone else, if we destroy that, well, we're not going to have food, shelter, and security. And his contention is that that's so embedded within Africans and the African culture that it's almost impossible to do away with it, and it's very uncomfortable, especially for African Americans or anyone really who suffered under any sort of colonial history, and you're on the blunt end of that colonialism. That the tendency is to blame all your faults and the ills of the world on colonialism, or in the case of African Americans, the white man, because that's continuous, and that's the reason why African Americans can't get on in the world. It's because of racism, and because of the white man, and because of white superiority. And what he's essentially saying is, or asking people to at least question, well, one, is it true? Are they superior? Like, are they actually superior? And what do you mean by superior? Like, are they superior in organizing large institutions and making sure they work? Yes. You just need to, look anywhere in the world and recognize that. And there's a bigger question: well, is that only specific to this particular type of people? Is it purely cultural? Is it, is it genetic? What is it? And then there's implications. Well, if it is genetic, well, then but now we're into that fucking dark place. It's like, okay, well, let's ramp up the eugenics machine as fast as we can. And so his bigger question, and I think he hasn't really said, what his plan is to rectify this or anything, but you don't need to, like, it's not the point.
No, just like at least allow the conversation to be had in the first place.
Yeah. And it's fascinating to watch, because nearly everyone I've seen him interview, that they're coming in, and he likes to interview younger people, Gen Z people, because that's the future, and we're coming to the end of the line now for people who know what it is to live outside the world in a digital age. So we're kind of the last fucking people left of the planet who have any experience of that, what it is to live in the world without the internet. And anyway, sorry, I don't know where I'm going with that. These people who come into him, so they're all basically very, very, very soft people, left-wing leaning, and they've bought fully into this idea that the reason they can't get ahead in life is because of racism.
Right. Are these Africans or African Americans?
Both.
Oh, okay.
So Africans and African Americans, and a lot of the Africans that he has on, they're studying in the United States, and he has multiple programs where he teaches people. But he teaches people about. He runs a course to prepare people to go and live in other cultures. And because he's very well traveled by his own account. Now I don't know; it could be all horseshit. When I look at somebody, I always have that in my mind. To begin with, is this guy some sort of con man? Because the two are linked, like it's just a very persuasive person, who, he can think well, he can speak well, he has a presence, and naturally you're going to listen. But that can be used against you as well. But to date, anyway, I haven't gone too far into that because it's a bit of a distraction. And I think the fact that he's talking about it is great, and even not so much that everybody's talking about it, but it's easier. It's always easier, especially with issues around race, when you have a black guy, not agreeing with your worldview, but is willing to explore the topic logically. And I think that it's better for black people to hear it from a black person, because they won't hear it from a fucking white person. It's too difficult and painful, and there's too many landmines in their head to ever listen to a white man, because deep in the heart of it, they fucking hate the white man, but not because it's not a rational hatred. It's deeper, and we know it from Irish history as well, that often when we look to the fucking English or the whites or whatever it is, and we say like, oh, they think we're inferior, or they're supremacists. It's because generally, not all the time, but generally, because you feel fucking inferior.
Yeah.
And looking to African Americans, like a lot of their culture it's aping white people. Like they're fascinated with fucking white people, you can say they grow up in a white culture, but you don't have to adopt the culture, because this guy comes from Benin. Like I think the population is 13 million. I think it's smaller than Ireland. There's 48 different fucking tribes who live in the country. There's like 15 different languages. The official language is French. It's a third world shithole. They live in massive slums, and they live in slums on the water. They're completely different. The main religion is voodoo. This is where voodoo comes from. Is Benin. Like I didn't know any, so I'm finding it really fucking fascinating. And again, because I don't know, like the average person, you see a black fella, like there's a fucking black fella. Like, where's he from? Nigeria. All right, well then I know what Nigeria is, but you don't have a fucking clue. Same with Benin. Like up until a week ago, someone said to me, like, what do you know about Benin? I say, I know it's a country in West Africa, and that's fucking it. Because
I wouldn't have even guessed West Africa.
Because you can't know everything, like, but we need to know, because these people they're in our fucking country, man. They're here, It's not that they're coming; they're here, and it looks like they're going to.
Are they? Are the Beninis here?
I don't fucking know, but there's many Beninis. It doesn't matter. The fact is, it could be a Benini. I don't know. I don't know if it's a Benini. There's no way of telling. We haven't got to the stage yet where we're putting them in different coloured suits, so we can identify them easily on the fucking streets. Because they're not going to, become white looking, and they're not going to take on the white culture, because some of them will maybe, but the problem they face is that you can't shed the colour. And it's a tell, it's a giveaway. And it's not the only tell, because like we said, when we hear somebody's surname, like if you're a Fitz or something, oh, well, you got fucking Norman ancestry. If I want to do that. But ultimately that can be looked over, because, we look the fucking same. But we can never look the same unless we do away with all the white people. So we don't have that distinction where it's just coloured people left. Or we all become beige. So we can't tell, everyone is the same color, the same monoculture, so there's no cultural differences in that sense. There's an end to racism based on color because everybody's mocha. We all have to have brown eyes as well. We can't have any deviation in color of eyes. Actually, you know what we should do? We should just get to the point where we're all gray aliens, all ugly, skinny, twig-like creatures who are indistinguishable. Yeah, but maybe head size will become an issue then. It's like, oh, they're from the head size tribe. But his point is there are differences. They are real. They need to be talked about. They need to be addressed because you can't fix any problem if you don't know what the fucking problem is.
Yeah.
To begin with. So we've all these people in our countries. We don't know who they are. We see them acting like fucking lunatics. Let's be honest.
Yep.
You know, they're naked in the fucking street. You know, breaking cars down, getting their dicks out, raping people, stabbing people. And that's their culture. As hard as it is to say, that's the fucking culture. It's part of their culture. They don't give a shit because they didn't grow up in a society that has the same cultural rules and values around this type of behavior.
It's gotten to the point where I'm sick to my back teeth of litigating it. Like, once our society comes around to this realization that we do need to at least have a conversation about this, I'm not going to want to hear about it. I mean, like, yeah, you know what? Fucking figure it out, Johnny come latelys. You know, whatever, do what you want, because it's enraging. It's mind-numbingly fucking stupid that we have to talk in these terms of, hey, these people, they're different. Like, what the fuck, man? Really? We're still stuck here?
Controversial, I know. But there are people who won't accept that. That, it's people are people. We're blank tablets that can be easily, programmed and shaped and made into, perfect citizens. And then our culture, or not our culture, but our leadership or whatever fucking regime we're under, encouraging it. They want more of it and more of it and more of it and more of it and more of it. And we're getting more and more of it as well. And what we're told we're bringing in doctors, nurses, and engineers. Okay, we can't need that many doctors, nurses, and engineers. So the vast majority of people who are coming in are not doctors, nurses, and engineers. And the ones that are most worrying are the iPass people. Like, so what are we getting? What have we got? 40,000 of them here now. 50,000 men between the ages of 18 and 45, let's say, who have no real transferable skills to the country that we can tell. I'd imagine they'd be pretty much snapped up if they were engineers or they had any transferable skills. So the only skills they seem to have would be one, physical, because I have noticed there's a certain physicality about a lot of these guys. Not all of them, but a lot of them, and that comes with youth and growing up in a fucking harsh environment. It's almost evolutionary, where if you're going to grow up in an environment that requires a lot of physical strength,
you can't be a pansy.
Yeah, so you adapt to the environment. And then you might take those people out of that environment and then you put them into a new environment. And what? You expect them to adapt to the new environment, either at all or immediately? Or do you bring them here because you're looking for particular traits to begin with?
Yeah, slaves.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that's what it is. It's not that people hate these people because they're black, or they look down on them because they're fucking black. And I'm talking about the African Americans now. It's because you were slaves, which is the lowest class of people in a country. And slaves act in a particular manner. And I think we get lost in, oh my God, it's terrible to be a slave. Who would want to be a slave? Absolutely, who would want to be a slave? But if you're enslaved and you're treated like shit, and it's done generationally, well, then you would pick up certain traits over time that carry forward. And people, if you live in this society with them, you would have to kind of write laws to protect the majority from this new type of people who have now entered into general society. To not do so would be fucking negligent, because you can't just, introduce these foreign cultures, alien cultures, which are more violent and desperate than the norm, and expect for there not to be trouble, unless, of course, you live in fucking Ireland. And it's like, oh, sure, fuck it. Why not? Sure, let's see what happens. Sure, what's the worst that could come of it? And it's very hard for people to accept that, it's not their colour. That's the problem. It's deeper. It's cultural. It's embedded. You're doomed. And it's not just that community either. It's also fucking Irish community today. And I had to go to the bathroom earlier to look in the mirror. I think I'm a fucking nigger. Because I share a lot of those traits, of that polychronic culture. And,
yeah.
I can't remember the last time I've been on time ever.
I mean, look, that's also, they say the same thing about themselves in Italy. They say the same things about themselves in the Balkans. This is a thing with a lot of humans. And, you mentioned the colonists, they leave behind all of their, perfectly functioning infrastructure, and then it all falls to shit. What did the British leave us? An extensive railway network. And then within 10, 15, 20 years, we had it all dug up to sell for scrap. Have you ever heard of a more fucking knackery thing to do?
No.
And we struggle with fucking, 3 railway lines now?
Yeah. And again, it could be, it's the fucking culture. Because we have a hybrid culture in Ireland. And, with that, I don't know how many colonial stayed in Africa. I'm just making an assumption that the vast majority of them went, considering what it is now.
Depends on country.
It depends
the
on
French
country.
only got fully kicked out of Africa 6 months ago.
Yeah, and we've a kind of a long neighbourhood with our friends across the water, and of course that culture is, by and large, it's a large part of Irish culture as well, And there are the vast majority of Anglo-Irish people here, as far as I'm aware, didn't leave. There was no large exodus, so they stayed here and they continued to run the state as it was and as it is to begin with. And we're doing okay when you look at us as an economy. We're held up as as a shining example of, look at Ireland is now an industrialized country. Again, a lot of it happened since we joined the European Union, which is no small coincidence. But there are very capable people in Ireland. It's just an absolute fact. There is, but the problem is, what the general population has been told is that we're retarded. That's why we have to bring these people in, because we can't. We're not capable of being doctors. And not just to be doctors, not doctors and nurses and software engineers. We don't have that capability. But we know that's horseshit, because we see our own people leave to carry out these positions in other countries. But I don't know the truth of that, okay? Because I haven't actually looked at the figures to see, okay, how many people are graduating Irish University with degrees in medicine. And, is that feeding through to the needs of the country for the next, 5, 10, 15 and 20 years based on projections? But I can't accept it, because up until now, our country has run pretty okay. Not the shining light in the world, but in terms of healthcare and services to the population, we were doing okay. And there was never a need to suddenly go, okay, do you know what we need to do? We need an influx of fucking people. That's what we need. But we only very recently do we seem to need this influx of people, and forever. Because we've people like David Williams or Mac Williams, whatever his name is, the fucking economist who writes for the Irish Times or Independent, whatever it is. He's now coming to the realization that there may be a problem with the numbers coming into the country. So he's accepted that now. There may be a problem. But let us not forget that our very survival is dependent on these people and their continuation into the country. And it's not. It's simply not. It's our fucking ruination. Because we're not importing, doctors and engineers and persecuted fucking scientists and geniuses. We're simply not. We're just dragging in everybody and fucking anybody who can manage to get here gets to stay. And we've no fucking clue who they are. And we can only guess at the purpose for them being here. If it's a case of these 30,000 guys, they're here for muscle. I guess that's how it's going to be. I can't see it staying that way. If it is to stay that way, well then we're essentially going to live through probably one of the fucking darkest periods of dictatorship that Ireland has ever seen. Because that's the only way you can hold it together. Like if it's going to continue, you're going to have an armed force of 20,000 plus soldiers. You'll have to increase the guards to 25,000 people. And that will hold it in place. But I don't know. Well, I'm gonna say I don't know, but my mind wants to go there. It is there. It's been there for fucking ever. But yeah, so doctors, that's the bitch. That's the bitch we don't want here. We don't want that type of person here, or if they are to be here, because you have to consider, right? Let's say it is true that we just can't. We don't have the capability in the country, based on the population that's here now, to pick, doctors of the future and clerks and engineers and scientists and lecturers and all that kind of stuff that we need. We need to bring these people in. Okay. And then we accept that. Okay. Well, we need a certain amount of people with, these skills. And we take them. Well, then what the fuck do we do with all the other cunts that we don't need? Why are we taking them? Is it some sort of charitable act? Okay. Well, we know that they're won't settle in well into this society. They won't flourish in this society, and they will become a burden upon the people. Well, then what use are the people to the society? Which you ask, but it's dark, because then you start asking, okay, well, let's take colour out of it. What about the people who are already in the society, who the society doesn't, benefit from? But we only think in benefits in terms of economics, So
yep.
Yeah. So yeah, we need to get the yeah, we know what the problem is.
Yeah, and we know the solution.
We know the solution, so it's just how we get there. Do we dance our way there with Michael Flatley, or do we take a bludgeon, instrument, like the Conor method? Yeah, so that happened on the Lewis line. That was very disturbing and timely, I think, and a nice reminder for people of what they're potentially facing. We faced it with our own people, and we don't like it. It can only be worse if it's a foreign people.
Oh yeah. There's no in-group preference at all going on, because, well, there is in-group preference, and we're not going to be in their in-group, which is worse. Can I please go pee? Because when you were playing those PSAs and stuff, I was transfixed, man. I couldn't leave.
Did you learn a lesson?
A few, I had flashbacks, getting into that stranger's car, and I don't want to get into it here.
Going hitchhiking tonight. 3 a.m. hitchhiking. The dangerous hour. Put your hot pants on. See if you can get picked up.
All right, I just need a minute.
Okay. What will I line up? Probably the Green Party councillor. I'm sure people have seen this at some stage. I'll queue it up. I'll wait for her to go back before we play it. But yeah, so was it Essex Hotel? I think it was, or somewhere in Essex anyway. There's so many of these stories, it's hard to keep track of everything. But I think some girl was horribly assaulted by some of the guests in the hotel. And then there was a protest. A lot of local people showed up and demanded that the people were removed from the hotel, which I believe they were. I don't know exactly, so I'm more than open to correction on that. But from what I gathered, I think they were moved out of there and they were moved into a much fancier, posher hotel in central London. And then, as always, there's lots of YouTubers and streamers who turn up to these events to capture exactly what's happening. And so we have this lady here, whose name escapes me. Actually, I'll try and find her name. That would be useful. Green Councillor. Protest. UK.
All right, what ungodly horror are we looking at now?
I'm trying to figure out this woman's name. So this is the Green Councillor from the UK.
Okay.
Her name escapes me. So there was an incident in Essex in the UK,
right,
where some girl, I think teenage girl, was abused by residents in one of the hotels. Usual story, local community gets very upset, has a protest outside the hotel. I think the people were moved out of the hotel and they were placed in a new, fancier, posher hotel in central London. So then there's a protest outside one of the hotels, and then there's a counter protest. So this lady here is part of the counter protest. She's a Green councillor from somewhere in the UK, very kind of upper middle class, posh lady who's trying to explain to the crowd the reasons why people in the UK must take in refugees. So it's a nice little interaction, and we have a lot of streamers and YouTubers, with people in the background. I think are local residents. So we'll have a look at the interaction, see what we can make of it.
The conflict or the climate crisis that causes people to be refugees and have to come to another country. They're not choosing to leave their country. They are coming. Their children, their parents.
Yeah, so it's nice to see there's some kind of conversation.
Yeah.
How fucking talk you shit, too good at this fucking registry. Fuck off.
Oh, that look. Oh, that has to be a meme.
Look at that.
That freeze frame right there.
I watched that video probably 600 or 700 times. Like, it's fucking beautiful. Like, on so many different levels. The first thing that got me was this pure shock to the system. Like, for this, like, this is the first time this has ever happened to this woman. Like, she's overcome
any kind of pushback whatsoever.
Oh, anytime, and like to get it all, like to get it straight from the fucking working man's mouth, like some Cockney. Like, I thought the Cockneys were extinct, but apparently there's one Cockney left in England anyway, and it's this guy here.
All right, let's hear that again. That was glorious. I couldn't even absorb it, even 1% of how majestic and wonderful it was, because it's like, so wow. Let's hear it again. I'm in for it. She looks so delicate.
She is very delicate, like, so she's privately
like
educated.
13-year-old girl, delicate, like.
Yeah, I think she has a degree in marketing. Comes from a wealthy Dutch family.
Well, I mean, she's not doing a great job at marketing herself.
No, it has to be. It's understated, you know. I don't know who the fuck this guy gal is.
Rapey McRapinson.
Yeah, I know there's some level of
Jesus, oh my God, why did you have to draw my attention to that?
I don't know, but again, very, very posh looking. Wouldn't be out of place in an art gallery. You know, if that hair was white.
It's a trans woman, and he just put on like this bra, and then I don't know, filled it with rocks, because like you're not getting. No woman has breasts like that.
Yeah, I know.
Jesus Christ, man.
North and south pointing, isn't it? I don't know. All right, so let's have a look at her pain and anguish. So there's our man there. He looks kind of working class to me. He looks like some sort of carving, doesn't he? Like if you like carve me an image of a caveman. Okay.
They are coming. Their children, their parents.
About fucking talking shit. About.
What did he say?
What he says is, how about our fucking children, you stupid cunt? Because she's trying to explain to this mob, like, okay, well, why do we need to take these people in? I'll tell you why we need to take these people in. Because of our colonial past and because of our recent adventures in those lands, in the Gulf in particular, in Sudan, and given the empire of the British nation, we have a responsibility to those people. And on top of that, because of the climate crisis, we have a moral duty to take people who would otherwise fry to a crisp and die and wither into our country to give them a hope of living, which is a hard argument to go against. Well, fuck them, let them die in the desert. See if I give a flying fuck. But this guy, because his daily reality is struggling to look after his own fucking children, he's not having it because he doesn't have the luxury of worrying about other people and this scenario that's being presented to him, because he's too fucking worried about trying to survive himself. He doesn't have the luxury of that. So he goes, well, fuck those people.
Yeah.
What about our fucking kids? Who's going to worry about them? You want me to worry about someone else's fucking kids in a faraway land where this scenario might or might not happen? What do I do about mine? And he's had enough, and she's never heard it like this. This is not. This guy never come up on the debating circuit in college. You don't see it now from fucking Scruffy Knacker College, Bobby Robinson or whatever his name is. So it's a new interaction for her, and he's just told her the fucking truth. Like, fuck your bollocks. What about us? Why are we supposed to care about these people when nobody gives a flying fuck about us?
Too good of this fucking righteous fuck off.
Yeah, and the best part about this video for me is the guy who's taking the video, because he's the only person in the whole crowd who's recognized the humor in it. And if you listen very carefully, you can hear his girlish glee of a laugh as this woman reacts to what's happening around.
To be refugees and have to come to another country. They're not choosing to leave their country.
They are
coming. Their children, their parents.
About fucking talking shit. About children.
Yeah. It's like,
fuck off.
Fuck off. I love that accent.
Yeah, it's a long
What is it? He said something shit house. That's my favorite part.
That's how
fuck off.
You have to go back.
Back more. All right.
Yeah. Oh, this is glorious, and I love that freeze frame of her into the camera.
Yeah, because it's the guy. She can hear the guy laughing, so that's why she's looking at him like that.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah. So like this is going on, and that guy's there, he's just fucking loving it, gotta be thinking, this is fucking gold, like, and just enjoying the moment and living in it. And then she looks around like, what are you fucking laughing at? Like, how dare you giggle at such a moment? Like, how could you not?
Children, their parents.
About fucking talking shit. About children of this fucking righteous fuck.
I say, get off this fucking road, you silly cunt. Yeah, that's what's needed a lot of the time, So I think gripped media need to hire this guy, throw him in as a wild card into one of those interviews with Micheál Martin or something like that, and just throw this guy in and let him ask the questions, because that's what's needed is, like, silly cunt. And there's one other angle,
all right,
because I wanted, first of all, the original video I couldn't see this guy at all, so I wanted to see if I could find them. But the original one gives us a better look at her reaction.
Raw honesty is sadly so hard to come by, and even with like the who I would fucking call grifters, talking about these issues. It's so fucking polished and packaged, and they're aping fucking mainstream media, and there's just a distinct lack of passion and forthrightness, and this is refreshing.
We have a lot of stakes in the conflicts and the climate crisis that causes people to be refugees and have to come to another country.
What the fuck is going on behind her?
Look at this guy. I know, right?
What the fuck?
I don't know.
Oh my god!
I didn't know. I was watching it originally because I was swept up in her reaction, right? So I watched it. Like, first time this guy.
The conflicts and the climate crisis that causes
people
like
just
to
looking
be
at the camera
refugees and have to come to another country. They're not choosing to.
This guy is fucking Herman Munster or Lurch or fucking. Where does this guy come from? Like,
he looks like something out of some kind of X-Files thing where he's the hidden hand behind the politician.
It's like alien fucking bodyguard or something.
Leave their country, at their home, their children, their parents.
Fucking children, you shouldn't count.
Yeah, okay, he's ready to punch anyway.
What the fuck?
Yeah, Tom as well. That's not a human Tom, is it? Look at it.
That's weird. What the fuck is going on here?
Yeah, that's also the same shape as Conor McGregor's. The tip of his penis is the same shape as that right there. I don't fucking know, man. It's all very fucking weird.
Of our children, of this fucking race, you shouldn't count. Fuck off.
We need to find out who this fucking man is. Oh, hang on, I have it in slow motion.
So. Fucking children, you shouldn't count.
Look at that, straight to the heart, like.
Whoa! I didn't pick up on that.
Yeah, it's like it's the first time she's had that feeling, like her heart stopped in an instant. Confused. Find herself suddenly attracted to him now as well. So she doesn't want to thinking like it's the initial shock of holding the heart and then giving the heart instantly when faced with some man screaming at her and telling her what she should do. It's an aphrodisiac. People don't realize it. Try it. Go out there to a nightclub, scream at some woman with a Cockney accent. What are you talking about, you fucking silly cunt? She's yours.
Well, I mean, there is a thing about that for some women, a fight is their love language.
Yeah.
That's how you kind of get into their heads and get to know them.
Of our children.
Excuse me.
Of this fucking
Excuse me.
I'm terribly sorry. How dare you talk to me in such a manner? I'm not accustomed to this type of behavior at all. Send for Lurch. Lurch! Accost this man.
Fuck.
Oh, that's glorious.
This guy is he's doing well, like completely unmoved. All beneath him or her, whatever it fucking is.
That roll in the eyes. Yeah, I'm so superior. Because
stop! We can't play it again.
God forbid, someone share some kind of emotion and urgency in their voice. It obviously means that they're uncivilized, and you don't need to listen to them.
Yeah, she's no choice but to listen. Now, after that was over, she did go on, like she was straight back into her stride again. But I think she left maybe 5 or 10 minutes later. They abandoned the counter protest at that stage when it became apparent that, okay, I might actually get slapped in the fucking face here because my president isn't exactly welcome at this moment in time, a day after a heinous assault on a teenage girl, and now she's there protecting the refugees from the mob. And we had something similar in Kilnamanagh in Dublin, where a foreigner was beaten up at the Lewis line of all places.
Oh, yeah, jeez. Like, what the fuck is with that form of transport, man?
I don't know. It's almost as if you squeeze people into tight spots who aren't similar to each other and smell differently. It's a recipe for disaster. Violence can only ensue. So we'll have a look at that. People are a little bit upset. I saw Grip Media come out with the normal line like this. This should never happen. How could this happen? This is a tragedy. I'm just surprised it doesn't happen more. To be honest with you, it's amazing that such a tight lid has been kept on it to date. So where are we? Tala. Hang on. So the first I heard of it was some woman released a video, a 14-minute video that I got 3 minutes into because there was no need beyond that. So essentially, this guy, she came across this guy. She found him at the side of the Lewis line, bleeding profusely from the head. Had no pants on or no shoes. And then her story was that some teenage boys or maybe some men set upon him. I think because if he was black. And then the counter to that was, no, this guy was in the area, had taken his clothes off, was exposing himself to children, and locals took it upon themselves to beat the shit out of him. Okay, so that's what I can take so far.
It's not likely that they beat him up and then they took his pants. Like,
yeah,
nobody does that.
Nobody does that. Not white people don't do that. Other people do. They'll take your shoes and your pants and the fucking gold off your teeth if you have any. But generally, Irish people don't, unless he was beaten out of his pants or something like that. Like he got a kick in the ass, and sometimes they're loose and they fall down, and then he trips over and he tries to get back up again, but he's undressed himself as he's running away. That could have happened, but you're right. Generally, we don't de-pants people, and then leave them off down the road. So to me, the most likely thing is that he was either indeed exposing himself to young children, or his mental health is in such disarray that he either didn't know he was walking down the road with no pants on. He thought it was one of those terrible teenage dreams where you go to school and you look down and you have no pants on. It was actually happening for this dude. So unless he's from another land and we're just seeing the reflection of some terrible dream he's having. But yeah, he found himself with no pants in a particular community, and generally if you turn up with no pants on, people are likely to throw a few punches your way, especially given the heightened tension around at the moment. Like it's not like we're living in a time where children haven't been stabbed outside of a school and aren't being molested with increased frequency. Then on top of that, all the potential stories, and it's to the point now where if you get a foreign guy in a park looking at a child, there's trouble, and they're drinking. And again, because they come from cultures where it's like there's no playground to begin with, so it's a space where people fucking gather. So and I'm not making excuses for them, or now that somehow we have to be ever vigilant and mindful of the noble savage who's not familiar with our fucking ways. But the argument is you wouldn't let them near the fucking place until they had an understanding of this. And not only that they had an understanding of it, and a good understanding, but that the host nation would have a good understanding too. And then you might be able to make some sort of informed decision like, hello, dear people of Ireland. Today we are proposing to take in 20,000 cannibals from whatever country has cannibals. Papua New Guinea. What say ye? They're not familiar with our ways. And all you know about them is that they like to eat the occasional person. Should we bring them in? Let's have a conversation. But we don't get that. It's like, okay, it's all, cloak and dagger. There's people coming. Nobody knows where they are, how many they are, where they are this week, where they are next week. Are they going home? They're not going home. There's a deportation flight here. There's not one here. We're very fucking confused about the whole situation. So we're going to get events like this in Kildaman, where again people see somebody who's perceived as a threat, either real or imagined, and they're not going to be welcome in the community because we know on inspection that if you see a disheveled-looking fucking dude walking around the neighborhood with no pants on, approaching children, somebody's going to kick his fucking head in. Not everybody's going to just make a polite call to the guards, because generally the guards will come, take him away, release him, and he's back in the community the next day. And there's no real deterrent in that. But if you receive a kicking, well, it's a guarantee you're not going back in a hurry anyway, if ever at all, because it's like, no, get the fuck out. But we don't want to live in that type of society, and we didn't have to, pretty much, up until very recently. Now it's becoming more frequent. Nobody wants to fucking live like this. And the surefire way to not have it happen is to stop this fucking madness of bringing in fucking, desperate people who have no chance of actually being able to survive here unless they're catered from the time of arrival to the time of fucking death. Because I don't even think these guys, like, there's a lot of these type of guys just seem aimless, wandering around, look like they all are mentally, some fucking deep mental issues. They won't last long in the guards or an army of any description, or even a security outfit. So it's like, well, what the fuck are we going to do with these people? And our government doesn't have any answers for us at all. It's like, we've been waiting for this pact to come in from Europe, and we're waiting on instruction. But I think the plan is to do nothing. Just have it fucking trundle on and on, and it's going to be left to people to sort it. And when people are left to sort it, they rely on what they know works. And everybody knows that a good kicking solve most of the problem for you.
Yep. That's whether we like it or not, that's just going to have to be the way it is going forward. And look, we're not here to justify or call for that. We're not here for that.
No,
not
but
at all.
We're not.
No, but I think other people in our position should. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Picking up what I'm putting down.
Okay, look at this fucking guy here.
What?
Yeah, so this is our guy.
Look, I'm not seeing anything.
Oh, you're not to stop sharing or something? Shit. All right.
The restream being a dick again. How far were you into this then?
When did you stop seeing anything, or did you not see anything at all?
Like when you switched to the new thing, it never came up.
Oh, brilliant.
Oh, for fuck's sake, man. Fucking restream. And you know what? Get in touch with Dude. Get that monitor from him.
Yeah. Right. So you didn't see this dude at all then, no?
No.
All right. Okay. That's great.
The problem.
Okay. Right. So let's have a look at it then. Okay.
All right.
Get the fuck out of this estate now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's crying. He's saying, "Please, please help me. Please help me." Which is I don't know. I don't know if I'm driving on the road and I see this guy. Like, I'm not stopping. I'm not, or maybe am I?
No, I'm not getting blood on my fucking seat.
Get the fuck out.
Badly assaulted. Yeah, we need an ambulance straight away.
Fuck.
Yeah, that's it.
Fuck
It's just
you.
Yeah, badly assaulted. So again, we don't know what happens. We're not likely to know. but it's not really that important. Like we're at such a stage now where this will become more and more prevalent. And again, it's not going to be addressed. Well, why is this fucking happening? It's going to be a problem to be addressed on a native front. Like, why are we like this? Why are we doing this? This is not the way forward. Don't blame the refugees. Blame the government. I'm sure people would be much happier to punch a member of government than have to punch this guy. I'm sure they'd be lining up and paying, fine amount of money for the fucking privilege. But people have to have this in their community. And I don't know this guy. Like, let's say he was, did nothing wrong at all. It still doesn't solve the problem at all, because it's going to continue to happen, because they're asking people to essentially not be humans. They want people to turn off all defense mechanisms.
Yep.
How the fuck can you do that? I suppose you can do it with medication. Obviously, brainwashing works on some level, because there seems to be a lot of people who are like, if it's not a problem or not a potential problem, please, express it. Make me understand how, instead of just saying racist, misogynist, homophobe, xenophobe, whatever the fuck it is. Like, just forget that. Like, make it make sense to me how these potential issues don't become a problem and how this type of behavior is ended. I know your plan is, okay, well, we just fucking restrict everybody and we'll bring in an authoritarian dictatorship where people will be so fucking terrified to even have a thought around questioning any of this, that the society will run okay. Oh, that's a great fucking society to live in, isn't it? That's going to work out well. That's going to be easy to maintain, isn't it? Maybe it is. I don't know. That's more worrying. Is okay? Well, it is easy to maintain because we have the fucking tools now. Like, we have it all mapped out. We got all the cameras everywhere we need them. We've got the infrastructure. We've got the AI. We've got satellite technology that can track people within a centimeter of where they are. We know what they want in the morning, the noon, the afternoon. We have it tailored to such an extent that we can just schedule one flight out of the country every 3 weeks and have that reported in the news. And that will keep the people happy, because that's all we need to do. But it doesn't work like that, because people aren't fucking stupid, because you walk out your door and you see it and you feel it. You don't want to acknowledge it because you think you're some terrible fucking person. Like, oh, there's some black dude walking in the street. Why am I having these thoughts? Because they're natural fucking thoughts. Doesn't mean you're a bad person. There's somebody in your village who, naturally shouldn't be there, and you're suspicious and you want to figure out, okay, what's the threat here? But you can't do that to 300,000 people. And especially when you don't even know, like, well, does this guy come from a culture where he'll just happily fucking lie to me? Probably, because that's most cultures.
At the beginning of this radical transformation 25 years ago, I was like, oh, a black man. Never saw one of those in real life before. And then, just for 10, 15 years, maybe ish, I just saw, oh yeah, black person. Okay. Or, Indian or whatever. Interesting. But then I started to see foreign men with Irish women, and my stomach began to turn a little. And I struggled with that a while. Fast forward to about a year ago, and then I decided, yeah, you know what, I'm racist now. I don't like any of them. I want them all gone, and I'm sure that many of them are lovely. But no, I'm not even going to get into a conversation about that one's good, this one's bad. Oh, what all this shite. I just don't have the energy for it anymore. And I think that despite all of this signaling from the regime and all this browbeating, I think I'm experiencing something that a lot of us are experiencing. And dare I say, a lot of us don't want to have these kind of attitudes. But, when you fucking, when you make a shit environment for people to exist in, their attitudes are going to change,
I don't know, but you are right. In one sense, you're wrong. It's not. You didn't become racist, because then even to say that makes it sound like there's something wrong with you and something that needs to be fixed. If you can fix the racism in you,
right?
well then we won't. So it's not racism. It's fucking. It's rationality.
Well, like it's just on one level, I'm like, you know what? Yeah, go on then, call me that. See how much I give a shit.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Because it means nothing. Because it is nothing, and that's why it means nothing. Because it would be. You would have to be particularly retarded, to judge a person purely based on their color. Nobody does that. Okay. Well, I'm not going to fucking. I'm not going to take aid from somebody because they're black, because I just have such a disgust of the color. I'll never look at one. I will never entertain one. I'll never talk to one. I won't even entertain it. No, it's a nonsense. But because they're identifiable by their color, is a problem, and it is a problem, and it's a problem for African Americans again, because they can't shed it. Somebody looks at them in their culture and go, okay, you're an African American, you're the product of fucking slaves. Which is pretty much the same for most people. Like, I'm sure if I look into my history at some stage, I'm the product of a slave as well. You're the product of a slave. We're the product of a country that was enslaved. Pretty fucking much, Granted, it's, we can argue, well, it's indentured servitude, whatever. But even beyond that, in our own histories, we took slaves. We kept people as slaves.
Yep.
People who were slaves were of a lower caste. For a reason, always for a reason. Not necessarily that, okay, well, you're the lowest of the low. No, just as simple as that you were easier to capture and keep than other people. Probably because just of some, technological advancement. That man, Frank Zanu, I think he's from the Fawn tribe. I don't know exactly, but probability was the Fawn tribe. So there's different tribes in Benin.
Sure, yeah.
And the Fawn tribe was the dominant tribe, and still is politically today the most numerous tribe.
Right.
And they were the tribe that enslaved other Africans, like from other tribes and surrounding areas, and some 2.5 million slaves they captured and sold into the Americas. So they're responsible for that, and so those slaves that went across would have carried all the culture and whatever with them, and then they would have mixed with other fucking slaves when they were over there as well. Yeah, I've lost my point. What point was I making? Can you remember?
No, I lost it.
Yeah, this black cunt in front of this black cunt in front of me covered in blood is
mesmerizing.
Yeah, it's the color. You can't shed the color.
Yeah.
So and I know people already know. I'm probably going on too much about it anyway. But when the Vikings come over, when they enslaved us, and when all the other fucking invasions and people were slaves. Once it was over, you couldn't tell. You couldn't fucking tell at the time unless the slave was wearing a particular type of clothing, or was branded. Well, then you would recognize a slave. And there's the whole fucking, Greek thing. If only the slaves ever knew how many of them were slaves, they would rise up and the rulers would be crushed. But for these people, they carry the color. And then they see the color and it's like, okay, I'm a slave, and the white guy is a master, where everybody else is being fortunate enough to where you're enslaved. You're generally of the same population, but in the Americas, it just so happened that the slaves were black and the masters were white, and forever but they didn't do it because you're black. They didn't enslave people because you're black. Otherwise, there would only ever be fucking black slaves in history. They were enslaved because they were easy to catch and readily available and cheaper than other slaves. So it was, an economic decision. Not that we hate you for your your blackness. But when you're a slave, there's a slave culture. And, you know, and then there's what we call a knacker culture, an under culture, an underclass culture, and that's where primarily it comes from. But it's a culture. And we don't want those cultures in our country. And there's nothing to be done to address those cultures to begin with. Because if you're anyway, you know, duly diligent and you're in a department for immigration and you see people applying from cultures that aren't compatible with your culture, you would know. But there's none of that because what we're taking in is like the fucking excess from other European countries to ease pressure in Europe, and that's it. So there's nothing else to it. We're just it's sharing bodies. Like there's no real benefit to have a guy who was into your country who's pantsless and beaten up in the fucking. We don't need that. We've enough of that as it fucking is. Like.
Yeah. This. Like I said, I don't want to relitigate all this fucking shitty, fucking verbal slurry. But you know, still, it has to be said. You know, they say, "Oh, you know, we have rapists and murderers too." Yeah. Do we need more of them?
No.
Really? Is that what we're going for? Real quick, Morgan, can you say your name?
Morgan.
Okay, my name's Howard. Just to clear that up, right? You saw Morgan's lips move there in his kitchen.
Morgan.
Yeah, that's a kitchen, not a flag.
Howard. Yeah.
Okay, good.
The power of perception, huh? Show one flag, you see. That's a strange flag. What country is that? Milk and tobacco. The land of milk and tobacco. Maybe that's what Ireland should be. That's a proper flag. A green flag with a pint of milk, a packet of roll-ups, and a cup of tea sitting on a table. Yeah. So you know, we're not further down the road than we were everywhere. But at least we have an understanding that these people are different, and it's okay to say that because they are different. You can't pretend that you know they're not, and it's just a matter of opportunity and what have you. You know, that's part of it. And you can only really have that conversation when it's a black dude saying it to you, especially if you're talking to African Americans. And it's glorious. Maybe we'll have a listen to it. Will we have a listen to part of Frank Zanu's one? It's
yeah.
You have the energy for it, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. I'll grab a cup of tea.
I mean, it's that or fucking Peter Casey. So I think.
Oh fuck no! We go with Frank. Yeah, we go with Frank Zanu.
Yeah.
So it's a half-hour video.
Oh.
Now.
Okay.
You know. So
All
we either we'll cut it short, 10 minutes in, which will bring us up to 4:30 in the morning. Probably watch the whole video, and we're here till
Sunday.
Yeah, you'll see the sun come up in the background eventually. So depending on how we're feeling, we'll go down that route. But it's one where he's interviewing two students, and he's talking about the concept of maintenance and the lack of maintenance within African culture, which was a fucking light bulb moment for me. Because previously we've all been wondering about this chirp phenomenon. I mean, why can't they simply change the fucking battery in the smoke machine? Look at how we're getting uncomfortable. I like
it. But you know yourself. I mean, I think you do. I swear to God, I told you before, right? Hanging out with friends. For you know, fucking after the pub, go back to one of their houses and beep every 5 minutes, and then 2-3 months later, right? Gonna go out to the pub with the same friends, but you know, pre-drinks at the same house. Beep. Like, and this person wasn't black, okay?
Yeah.
You know, I just have questions about this whole idea of, you know, Africa being a special case of like incapable people.
I know, but the thing is, like, so if they're incapable, it doesn't mean they're hopeless. Like, but if they haven't managed to do it by now, like you at some stage you would have to ask the question: Why hasn't it fucking worked? Like, we're doing the same thing every year. Every 4 years, we elect a new person, and it never seems to work. What is it? Are we just terrible at choosing people to lead us that it never works? Or we're asking these people to go in and perform in an arena that they can never win in, because it's not part of the fucking culture. So the obvious thing to me would be for them to seek expertise from outside. Okay, look, this isn't within our capability at the moment. This isn't within our present capability. We don't have an education system. Whenever we had, we let it fucking lapse for whatever reason. So you would have to bring outside help in. And then, when you bring outside help in, at what cost? But it would be a way for it to do it. Okay, we're not capable of this. Like when we do these grand infrastructure projects in Ireland, we can't. We don't have the capability ourselves to build a metro system. We just fucking don't. So
or a fucking hospital.
Or actually, it costs us 300 grand to build a fucking bike shed, for Christ's sake. You know what I mean? And I don't think that's because of corruption. I think because we're just that retarded. We had to find 50 advisors to tell us how to build a fucking a bike shed. So the capability isn't there. So you have to look elsewhere, and then you have to ask that question. Well, if we want to maintain this, and we don't have a culture of maintenance in our language and in our fucking thought processes, what do we fucking do? And do we need this system that we have because it's foreign to us? It's not natural. So it's not like Benin and Africa just appeared 100 years before it was colonized. They had their own ways and means of fucking doing things. They pretty much lived in harmony with nature, where you go out into the fucking forest or whatever, you find food on the tree, you eat it. You don't put the waste in a bin to be recycled. You just fucking on the floor because something else is going to come along that will eat it and take care of it, and then it's part of a natural fucking cycle. So if you have that cultural programming running in your background, well, then it's not too much of a stretch to go, oh well, what do I do with this fucking wrapper from McDonald's? Just fuck it on the street. Because every fucking neighborhood you see, most of the ones anyway in America, and the underclass ones, they look like fucking third world countries. It's just, the houses are in disrepair. There's rubbish fucking everywhere. Junk is all over the place. And it's repeated throughout Africa. And not just Africa, because it goes back, I think, to that way people view time. So your friend, you're saying, he may be, polychronic. It's just the way his whatever culture he comes from is the way he works. He doesn't view time as this linear thing. How he values, relationships more over getting shit done. And that's what's frightening for me, is that I think I might be more nigger than Caucasian, because there's a lot of traits. And again, Irish culture as well shares a kind of the two traits, because we're not fully anglicized. But I don't know how much of us are. But I think it's interesting nonetheless to reframe it as a culture, and especially for black people, to get out of this fucking, black skin consciousness. Because the only real two solutions are terrible. Either you kill all the white people, and then your problem is gone, because your problem is whiteness and white supremacy, and you're not doing anything about becoming more supreme than the white man, because you'll have to become the white man to beat the white man, and you don't want to do that, so you don't have the chance or the capability to do it. And the white man is the same white man who, when he goes to war, kills countries, destroys countries, takes over, every fucking thing on the planet, will release nuclear bombs, will destroy the whole fucking planet. You don't want to waken that beast.
We have thousands and thousands and thousands of factories devoted to murder 24/7. Yeah, you don't want to fuck with that machine, man.
No, and you're not going to overtake it. So you need to find peace, and you won't find peace in trying to get rid of the white man. So recognize it that slavery's got nothing to do with your skin color. It may be cultural, but for I think a lot of these Black African Americans I see, it's mental. They're happy with that notion that all the failures in their life will simply be because of white supremacy. They never had a chance to begin with, and it's easy to just go, okay, well, why didn't it happen? White supremacy. And then you never have to introspect and go, okay, well, maybe it's because of this, that, and the other. And then if they are superior, like if the white race is superior, which seems to be what they're saying, and every argument they make, it's inherent that it is superior because it keeps winning, outside the realms of physicality, maybe music and art to some degree, but especially the physical elements. Like all the best athletes are African American because you need those attributes to survive in that environment. Like Bill Gates in Benin. What's going to happen to Bill? Like, he's dead. Like, he's not making it out of the womb. Let's be honest. He didn't have the energy. He dried up on entry. He just burst into a little ball of flame. He's not going to thrive in that environment. So, okay, right, we'll stop then.
All right, yeah. Go get your tea, and we'll dive in. Or okay.
Sorry, did I rush away too quickly? Did you want to say something?
Oh, no. I mean, it was a little bit of a shock, but go ahead. Yeah. Why, why ceremonialize it any more than it needs to be? Whew. Geez, what a night, folks. What a night. As always, I want to say fair play to Brian out there in the chat. He is he's learning. Well, he speaks or is learning, not sure. He speaks our language, our native tongue, and he plays our music. And all around just interested in our people. And you know what? That we need to elevate that more in our everyday lives. We need to highlight what's going on in the country, what is the very real danger careening down in our direction, down the tracks, which we are all tied to. But the thing is that I'm sorry to say, is a done deal. There is no reversing the course here. That's my impression. If we go the remigration route, we may end up in a Nazi Germany situation. And I don't mean that we're going to open up concentration camps. What I mean by that is that the countries around us are going to make us the scapegoat for all of their sins. And they're going to bomb the living shit out of us and regime change us, right? So I really don't think remigration is on the cards. Sorry to break it to you. Okay. I quite enjoyed the wisdoms of Terence McKenna, the cosmonaut who just loved mushrooms and stuff. I still like his insights into consciousness and stuff like that. But he had a great idea anyway. Just take this in isolation. You need to start living like the apocalypse has already happened. Like the world is already gone. It's dead. Just start from that basis. Okay, what do you do? Start from that point and move forward, right? So, yeah, it would help to alert our countrymen to the fact that what's going on is in fact going on. Really, what we should be doing is normalizing the recognition of that and the conversation around that. But for the most part, what we need to do is incubate and encourage our own culture. Let me check the chat here because I want to, at some point, through each broadcast, look at what our chatters are saying. And he said, "Sorry, I'm a bit pissed." That's okay. That's Friday night, and that's usually half of our audience by this time of the night. I'm surprised the civilized society seems to be all under a spell of no patriotism, no care, no grounding. It must be that they have infiltrated the education system, and this is the result. Yeah, that infiltration has begun in the 90s, I think. Miss Pagina says we are in for very fucked up, brutal times. In relation to remigration, Brian says, I fear you are correct. Train hard and find weapons and friends. That's not me saying that. That's Brian, okay? I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Brian's saying that. And Miss Pagina still seems to think that I'm Morgan, but that's okay. I see ads with diversity. It's a yogurts ad with them singing "We're Never Going Back." Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Miss Pagina says I'm a woman over 50, but yes, I'll try. What? Getting into your own kind of culture. Getting into religion. It's never too late. Never too late. Really, like it's never too late to learn anything. I've seen examples of it in my life. Well older than that age bracket. I'm not trying to otherize you as like, oh, you're not that old. No, we're all old and getting older, and we're still not fucking getting our shit together. We're all in the same boat to some extent or another. Brian says he's a peaceful man. I believe he believes in God. He's always learning. And even Brian thinks I'm Howard. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Sorry. No, Howard. Am I Howard? Fuck. I forget. No, Morgan. Yeah. He thinks I'm Morgan. I'm Howard. Fuck me. I'm fucking confused who I am now. Oh, yeah, Dolly. So this guy that we're watching here while we wait for Morgan to get back from his... Oh, no, wait. That's the wrong label. This is Baklikov Live. He's a cool guy. I don't know if he just recently got his car. I don't know if that's the case, because I haven't watched him in a while. He would go to cities all over Russia and even sometimes towns, and he would just walk around and show people what Russia actually is. Oh, there's a cop car. Wow, that's cool. What the fuck? A paddy wagon? Damn, that the suspension on that fucking that van is fucked. And he would pop into bars as well, and you'd hear Russian music, yeah, but a lot of the times you hear Western music. These people aren't fucking aliens, man. They're but you know what is alien? Fucking say 11 p.m. midnight. I saw him walk through a bookstore, right? It's a part of kind of a shopping mall kind of thing. And there was like 2 floors to this bookstore. And there were people in it. There were fucking people in this fucking bookstore on a Friday or Saturday night. And some of them were sitting down reading books. Can you fucking believe it? So in that way, yeah, they're kind of different. They're aliens, The Russians have always been a literate people. I mean, as long as they've had literacy, they've been a literate people. Miss Pagina said, "You didn't think they were aliens." Yeah. But a lot of people do. A lot of people otherize the Russians, and they have. This is why I love Bakalov live, because he shows that this isn't a backwater, and just frozen tundra and shit. I mean, look at that fucking beautiful building there in the background there that he's approaching. Maybe we might see it in a few minutes more close up. Yeah, granted, outside of the big cities, I'd imagine that he's in Moscow. Yeah, outside of Moscow, St. Petersburg, and many of the big cities. Yeah, it looks rural, and it's not exactly the most. It's not exactly the most developed, but you know what? Life isn't about fucking, how rich everyone is and shit. You're back. We're just watching Bakalov live drive through Moscow.
Oh, looks pretty.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
I love that architecture, the old architecture.
Mm.
It actually looks like a place,
Just waiting for somebody to be stabbed now. Oh no, it's not. It's not Dublin. Okay. Yeah, I think we'll have a watch of Frank Zanu, will we?
Yeah.
It's Debbie Wood. So 27 minutes. Yeah, okay.
All
right. So where are we now? 2:15. Okay. We might be done in an hour. Who knows?
Yeah. So we made a new friend here in chat, Brian Keary, and he speaks the language. He plays the wooden flute, and he loves our music and stories. That's what we like to hear. And we should encourage it.
Yeah, we have
because
to.
It's all we have.
Yeah, and we have to fucking partake in it ourselves as well. Which is also easy to forget. If you want, though, as well, because it has to be recognised. You can't force it on people, can you?
Yeah, that's my argument. That it's our culture, and we take it and leave it as we please. Like, that's our prerogative. If we don't want to learn our own language, and we want to just leave it to sit for 100 years, and then later we pick it up. Yeah, that's us. That doesn't mean that we have to forfeit it.
Yeah, we own it. We're not renting it. So because we don't use it, doesn't mean it needs to be filled with others in the interim before we come back to it. Right, so Frank Sanu, let me know if we're okay with sound.
Hey guys, welcome to ZPR, Zanu Project Rethink. I'm Frank Zanu. I'm in the studio today.
I know. That helps our accent, isn't it? It's like immediately drawn in, like, where's the chickens? Where's the fucking, why have you not got voodoo paint on? Like, with that accent alone, it's like, welcome. We are here to talk. Very serious matter. Yeah. And I think I can pick up a hint of Japanese in his accent as well at times. So apparently he's lived in Japan for a couple of years. I think he said 3 or 4 years where he lived in Japan. I learned a lot about culture in Japan as well, which is a fascinating culture. That's something we should do as well as people, isn't it? Like, you should go and have an opportunity to live in another culture. Maybe a couple, like, but maybe that's just reserved for the noble types, We used to do that in our culture, didn't we? Where the sons and daughters of kings and chieftains would go and live with other kings and chieftains and in different lands as well, so they could learn from each other and have an understanding of each other's cultures before they decided to throw them all together and battle it out WWF style for dominance, But great accent, has to be said. Like,
yeah.
With two wonderful students, one from Nigeria, one from Ghana, from the University of Bridgeport, members of the African Students Association at University of Bridgeport. And that also is my alma mater. So I'm really, really proud to have them in the studio to talk about our dear continent, Africa. I have Larry Bimpe, a computer science, from Ghana, and I have Eileen Obuka, a nursing student from Nigeria. So today they will not be talking about who has the best jollof rice. They'll be talking about who can make it here at ZPR. All right, so the topic I sent to the University of Bridgeport, which they are here for, I said, no black country on Mother Earth would ever develop or be industrialized. And they said, I'm crazy. So welcome to the show. Who wants to take it first?
Right into the deep end.
Yeah, and the look on her face and the body language.
No. Please, you first.
Start, and I want to say thank you for having us. The term developing, when you say development and countries developing, do you mean, in what aspect do you mean? Do you mean socially, economically, culturally? How do you mean develop?
So I came with a topic from what I keep hearing on social media. I like to tune onto Facebook and just to see what is going on in my country, Benin, in Ghana, where I lived, in Nigeria, where I worked, just to see. And every time you tune in, regardless of which country, they are saying, our country must develop. We are not developed. We are underdeveloped. Tinubu is a criminal. So what they meant is simply, I spoke to two students from UB who said they were not even aware that their countries are not industrialized. I say there is no such thing as a developed country or underdeveloped country. I say there are two types of countries. Industrialized, which means you've been able to tap all the 4 necessary resources to feed and guide and protect and provide for the people of that country, right? And that we know NEPA can do, Ghana Electric Power can't do either. So I meant in terms of the people who live in the country, the things they need, just like as you find. I've lived in America for 32 years, and my light has never blinked. So development means the physical development.
Never.
Never. He lives in a good neighborhood,
dude.
Yeah.
No.
Well, maybe never. Maybe never is not.
I mean, yeah.
But it's
but
not.
when you're making such a case that is seen as controversial in present company, best not to exaggerate small things.
Yeah. But maybe he could be lucky. Maybe he's never had a power outage.
There's no electricity grid on Earth that doesn't blink like in once in 32 years, bro.
Well, maybe, but still, like we can forgive him. Okay, I'll take your point. But in comparison to Africa, like, or even in, cities like in Nigeria, which would be, where you'd expect to at least have electricity that doesn't go out 3 and 4 times a fucking day, where it's rationed, when you don't know if it will be on the next day. Like in my life, there's probably a handful of times the electricity went, since I've been in this house for the last 5 years, twice.
Wow, you're lucky.
Twice electricity has gone. In Dublin, maybe where I was in Dublin, once every 2 years. And then if it was gone, it would come back on pretty instantly, like, maybe a couple of hours to a day later. And then we have big events, say like the likes of the storms.
Oh, yeah.
And you live in a part of the country where it's more likely to happen because it's wilder. The
trees
weather.
And stuff.
Yeah, you get actual weather, like, so you don't just get...
Oh, yeah. We
breezes.
are on the West Coast. Yeah, I get that. But also trees, they fall on power lines and shit. Yeah.
Yeah. And we manage that, so even poorly at best. And what did we find when we needed to do it ourselves? What did we have to do? We had to go to France to get people to help us do it. And you might say, "Oh, that's okay." Well, of course you need help, like, and we can rely on France. We shouldn't need to. And maybe that's because it was an extraordinary event. But still,
well, it wasn't just one country. It was like 16 fucking countries that had to go in. But yeah.
But we needed help to get it done in a time. And that's okay,
Yeah.
Well, there should be the capability to do that in your country. That's something
on your own.
You would aim for. You think, like, going forward, okay, we know we're going to have these severe weather events, as they're called now, to make them sound scarier than they are, where the electricity, might go down. So we'll evaluate it, see, okay, well, is it worth investing to put all these cables underground so we don't have to contend with that, or is it just better to take the risk where, okay, there'll be so much damage to the network, but the cost involved is minuscule compared to the bigger project of putting everything underground, So you'd assess it and evaluate it. But in these countries, I think what he's saying is it's not there to any extent. It's like it's not that it's being maintained; it's just crumbling.
Yeah,
at different rates,
And in some countries being stripped for the copper.
Yeah,
like that. Yeah,
exactly. Like, it's just like it's okay.
And also, I'm not to be like white supremacist or anything, but I mean, we had friends that came to help us because we developed relationships with other people, and I mean, not to say Africa isn't doing that. It's just, when your friends are bums as well, it's like, well, what can your bum friends do? Come and eat your food and commiserate with you?
Yeah, but if this guy's coming from a country, remember, like, with fucking God knows how many different tribes and loyalties, like, how could you get any sort of social cohesion? You can't.
Oh, yeah, no.
And it's only in societies where there is that level of fucking homogeneity. And that can be terrible as well, because there's nothing worse than just, okay, well, we're living like fucking insects. But it's not like that. But there has to be certain conditions there for the thing to work, and it's not there in Africa. And it's hard to watch this because in one sense it's like, it's like, oh, Jesus Christ, well, this is terrible. Like, do we have to look after these people like they're, like Down syndrome people or something like that? Like, are we responsible for them in that sense, that without us, they wouldn't be able to survive? And then you think, hang on, am I the guy sitting there like with a different skin color? Because if I was to be thrown into a position tomorrow, okay, you're running the railway line. Oh, cool. Like, how long before this fucking turns into an absolute disaster? So you would have to, if you're going to be successful as a society and maintain your current standard of living, you would either have to have this within your culture, nurture it, bring it into existence if it doesn't exist. But then if you continue to try and do that and you can't, well, then the question needs to be asked, okay, well, do we need to bring other people in to do this for us? And can they transfer those skills onto us and, the people to follow us, or do you do what no one else does and go, okay, well, is this system actually fucking suited to us? Like, why the fuck are we? Like, how did we manage to live for so long with our own code and ethic that came from the people? And now we were left with this one that is obviously superior in many ways, but it doesn't work for us. It hasn't worked for us. And look around, what do we have? Like, they're living in fucking slums. And they're eating out of, dustbins. They didn't live like that before they had to contend with that new structure that's put upon them. So it's to accept that, and then how do you convince somebody to go back into that type of lifestyle? Hey, listen, I want you to go back to, wearing grass skirts, being happy in nature, and being the noble savage that we all love and admire so much.
Right.
But it might be just the simple to recognize. Okay, well then, we can accept help from Whitey and acknowledge it and recognize that there's something within this particular culture, not whiteness, because that's too broad and it's too arbitrary, because just because somebody has white skin doesn't mean they have all these attributes that enable those parts of society to exist. But just take it away from whiteness, it's just a particular set of skills that comes from a culture that isn't yours, but you can benefit from it. And like places like learn from like the likes of Japan, where destroyed, but were able to bring themselves back from the brink within 25, 30 years, where in Africa that hasn't happened. And always the natural reaction from people is, oh, well, it's because Africa suffered so much under colonialism.
Yeah, see, I want to push back on, this whole thing, because I have very severe misgivings about this whole narrative. And one aspect is Japan didn't just do that all by itself.
I'm not making that. I'm not making that argument.
Well, I mean, it's like it's kind of pivotal to your point. You had serious amounts of investment from the United States primarily.
Yeah, so Africa's had serious amounts of investment as well.
No, not really. More like, we're just gonna airdrop a bunch of fucking food, and then these random fucking warlords
from the IMF. Like, it's not like they're all starving with drinking cow piss. Like they've had there's 54 countries in Africa.
All right.
There are countries in Africa that functioned perfectly well when they were under control of the colonialists. Now, granted, they didn't treat the people on the lower part of the totem as well as they could have.
Mm-hmm.
And then when the majority took over, that their country's gone to fucking hell in a handbasket. Nothing fucking really works anymore. All their infrastructure is falling apart. And so there has been lots of money poured into Africa.
And
how
big
much more?
Africa is.
I know, but we're talking about there's 54 separate countries, and you can't.
Well, see, that's the thing. So, what we're just kind of scattering all of our resources and effort across that whole fucking continent, and we think we're going to make progress.
Well, that's what you have. That's what but we're not saying we have to, but that's what has to be addressed, because whatever's been happening to date doesn't fucking work. How much money would you need to pour into Africa for it to eventually, for people turning out, this doesn't work. There must be something else at play here. So what is this? They don't need money, but they need, capability. They need people capable of doing that. And if the only people that are actually capable of doing that are from outside, well, do you accept that? And then you can move forward and have that technological society that people seem to clamber towards. All these people, they gravitate towards where we live because life there is better. You don't have to wander around in a fucking squalor. You've some quality of living, but it's not just because of the place. You have to be of the culture to benefit from it as well. So if these people come over to our society, They see all these, excuse me, all these fucking wonderful things. And this amazing life, but it doesn't just like it's not easy.
It doesn't spring up out of the ground.
Yeah, and it comes at a massive cost to the individual because you have to give up, 8 to 10 hours of your day every fucking day.
Yeah.
To do the same repetitive task that is alien to your fucking culture, And so if you accept that, well, then there's things that can be done, like around flexi time and shit like that. But for me, that's besides the point. That
I see. Yeah, of course, and it's a very interesting point that needs to be explored. That these people just have a different way of operating, and yeah, I get it, but we haven't, communism hasn't really been tried yet. We haven't really actually, done right by Africa. If we're going to use the, Japan example.
But what would be right by Africa then?
Well, okay, so come with me on a thought experiment because I don't know if I really, what I think yet. So let's say instead of just, like you're getting a garden hose and just spraying your whole fucking lawn with water. Instead, let's, focus on one place first. And then, we can, then focus on another place. So let's just, do what we did for do what the United States. Jesus, I'm talking like we're all one big homogenous white thing. No. What the United States did for Japan after they fucking decimated it, built it up.
And stay there.
Yeah, that's true to a considerable extent. Yeah. These people,
they're still there. Like they still have military bases on their island, like so they're.
Oh yeah, in terms of a military presence, absolutely. But for the most part, it's Japanese people running Japan.
Yeah, exactly, because there has to be something within that culture.
Oh, I get it. Yeah. I get it. Yeah. That's true. But to be fair, these people were, they were still fucking in bamboo fucking houses wearing kimonos when they were fucking fighting with the Axis,
Yeah.
It was a very definite shift in their culture. So if we did something like that in a African country,
yeah, but what would that something be like? Because
no actual fucking investment in colonialism all over again is basically what I'm saying.
You see, right? That's it, because these people don't have the capability to fucking do anything like other than basically bring in a complete fucking new system for them with new workers. I'm sure you've seen those videos of the Chinese companies that have gone to Africa to try and build roads for them, to help them build roads. The employees barely turn up. When they do turn up, they've no interest in work because they like to stand around and talk to each other, and they know that the work will get done anyway at some stage. So what's the point in fucking hurrying along? They steal the equipment because it's like there's equipment there. They've no concept of like how this affects the other fucking person or how it leads to the job. It's just like, oh my god, there's something. I'm taking it and selling it, and because the guy will get another one just as an apple falls from the fucking tree. It's like, well, another one will grow back in its place, like. So I think with the Japanese culture, and what I found fascinating. Sorry, I'm going on a side point. I didn't know this about Japanese culture, but I kind of didn't. You remember those stories of the people who, when the Americans were during World War II, I think it was Okinawa or one of those Japanese islands where they had the battles, and you read stories about women throwing themselves from cliffs rather than be captured by the Americans. For them, it was a cultural thing, like so. There was nothing worse than being enslaved. Like death is
surrender, even.
Yeah, death is a better option than slavery, and then to pass that on to your children as well. To know, now granted, they were fed healthy dose of propaganda to make them think that the Americans were going to come and eat their babies and what have you, you know. But still, culture, and maybe they're fucking right, like, as well, because, you know, if they all had have killed themselves, then they wouldn't have had to put that burden onto their children if it is such a fucking burden, you know. But sorry, to go back, we're saying, like, so if the same level of investment is put into some African country, one of the 54 African countries, well, then what would emerge would be something similar to what we see in Japan and China and Europe and various other countries around the world today, if only enough investment is put into it.
And I get that, of like, you know, yeah, we've been pouring fucking endless amounts of money into this continent and nothing has changed really. And there's arguments that we've just made things fucking worse. And I get it, you know, and the Chinese come in and they want to build roads. Well, you know, what are those roads there for, fucking really? You know, there has to be a certain fucking level of like, this is you doing this with us. This is something that you will benefit with, you know, and not just say it, but like actually, you know, make it clear to each individual, you're not just some fucking slave that's coming to build our roads and build our mines so that we can strip your continent of its riches. We're helping you develop, if I can use that word, right? Now, the problem that I ran into with my thought experiment is that immediately once this experiment shows any sign of fucking progress, then it just gets mobbed with every other fucking group in Africa, because unlike Japan, this experimental country isn't a fucking island. There's fucking land access to it. And this is what a lot of people said has happened to South Africa, where there wasn't actually that many Africans and African tribes living in South Africa. Either because, you know, the Dutch killed all the Zulus, or, you know, there just wasn't that many Africans there because it wasn't appealing to be there. But then when, you know, farms and all infrastructure was built there, Africans got wind up, you know, a little further north and thought, yeah, let's go down and live there with the Dutch. So, you know, it's yeah, I'm just thinking things through here.
Yeah. So, yeah, how many? I think is there 8 major tribes in South Africa? I think the Zulu is the biggest tribe, isn't it? And then the tribe below that is the tribe that Nelson Mandela comes from, I think. But yeah, they've made a right balls up of South Africa. So this idea, this notion of an investment, if you just keep pouring enough investment into it, and then that way, well, then eventually they'll be able to run the country themselves, and they'll have a successful economy, and everything will take along, or at least be maintained to a certain degree. There's no proof of that. We wouldn't know when, or I don't know how we would evaluate when it was enough, like when it mirrors, when it shows the economic sign. Obviously, yeah, there would be a way to measure it easily. But we don't know, is that going to take 10 years, 20 years, 50 years? How much money is that going to fucking cost?
3 generations at least.
Yeah, you know? And we're going to have to basically, you know, send people and with the knowledge and the manpower in there to do it for them, in the hope that they can learn and maintain it themselves, you know. And that's a fucking massive thing to do. But essentially, you have to take over people and look after them. And we had something similar like that in Ireland. Remember when we were running our own country, and then we we spent all the money that we didn't have, and then we were like, oh fuck, we don't have the money that we pretended we had, and we spent it all. And now the people we borrowed the money off, the loan sharks coming looking for it. And I heard this loan shark has, you know, big fucking huge guns and tanks and planes and missiles and shit they can fire from space, and it looks like you weren't even fucking. There's no sign of you left. Like, and they want the money, and we don't have the money, and I don't know what to do. I don't know how to look after this shit. Okay, let's make a deal with them. Let's give them everything, and we'll pay back, bit by bit, because we don't know how to run our own fucking country. Because we keep electing either the dirt at the bottom, or we might not be capable of it, or we're on the wrong fucking system altogether. Not that you have to abandon it entirely, but if it's not of us naturally, it's a foreign system that's being imposed, and it's
we may need to synthesize it with our actual roots.
Then
Right.
eventually we'll get pure communism. There's no government at all. So we go back to Frank anyway.
Yeah. Well, sorry about that digression.
No, that's what we're here for, really.
People can have access to life and living.
Well, I don't agree with you. I don't think it's true that no black country will ever develop. I think it'll be more like they'll have a hard time. And I think it's mostly just because of the mindset. Because when you say develop, you're thinking about emulating, let me just use an example, emulating America. This is an example. But like, why are we so bent on becoming like America when we already have our own place? So like, people want us to develop, and like mud houses, for example, those things are, will I say, dying off. So when you say develop, people want us to be like, have those, will I say, skyscrapers and those machines, when we already have things of our own. We already have something we can work on.
So your disagreement is that, no, we are already developed.
No, I didn't say that.
So what are we?
Yeah.
Industrially, what are we?
Industrially, underdeveloped.
Exactly.
I think
But you're...
Not me. I just raised a question, and I give you the room to prove me wrong. Yes, go ahead, and then I'll come back to you.
I think when we consider development and talking about a developed country, like you said, we emulate America. But would you consider China or Japan to be a developed country?
Japan is one of the first-class countries.
Okay.
Yeah.
But when you talked about developed countries, no one thinks of anything else rather than America
European countries.
or European countries.
What?
No one, when you think of a developed country, what's the first country that comes to mind?
Me?
Yes.
Oh, I only know of industrialized countries.
Okay, well, when someone thinks of a developed country, usually
Not
they
a
think
developed
of
country. I'm correcting it by saying
industrialized
is what people, they interchange.
He's being a dick here, I mean, he could the essence of like communication is that, you understand the other person's language, and you agree for a while. Okay, we'll use your word, but basically we mean the same thing, right? Have I lost you? Oh dear.
So developed people live in an underdeveloped environment?
What happened?
Like I said,
It is the people who makes it.
You're turned off. Your camera.
I thought.
Right. What happened there? I guess you just lost connectivity.
Maybe it could be
all right.
Cable disconnect.
All
No,
right.
no, because it didn't disconnect from here, did it? It just.
Good night, KO. See you next Friday too.
Good night, KO.
Place.
It's subjective because we have uncontacted tribes. They are not developed. They are very much.
Which part of them is not developed?
They don't have any type of infrastructure, no influence, no Western influence, not even there's no influence at all. So they live their life rurally. They live their life to their own means. They go and they hunt. They still hunt, and they hunt for their food, and they cook.
Their environment is not industrialized.
It's not. No.
That's right. The people can be developed. Their environment is not industrialized. So don't say they are not developed. say their environment, and I want to stick it to that. That is the only thing we've been crying about. The reason we are here in this cold country, we could have been in Nigeria, is because we don't have the things that makes people are dying from curable diseases because your hospitals can't even cure a broken finger. People don't have light in a country that was the 5th largest oil exporter to America. You can't manage a gas station in a country that has oil. You can, the River Niger, the Congo River, the Volta River, those rivers. Ghana built its first hydroelectric power station built by Russians, Germans, and then finished by Russians using their Kosombo Dam. That is the first in Africa. It could have provided electricity to the whole of West Africa. It's just run by water. As soon as the Germans went home, we have not been able to maintain it. It's dead. The Ghana motorway was built by Germans, the first ever unbelievable motorway. 32 miles from Accra to Tema, and you can do it in just 20 minutes or 20, you understand? But it's been left unmaintained. It's all broken down till today. So let me share something with you. Every single colonized country in Africa, the day the British or the French left, they left behind post office, fire stations, metropolitan buses with air conditioning, bus stops, street lights, clinics, hospitals. Where are they today? You know why? Where are they?
Why?
So what are you saying?
You can't maintain them.
Are you saying
That's
these
not the
things
fault
come?
of the people, though.
Whose fault is it? It's not a fault, capability. You don't
Well-
have the capability.
So are you saying these things come with the people? Or are you saying it comes with, you know, where you're from?
No. Human beings, environment makes you. The brain develops from what has been presented to you. That's it.
But that's mostly the fault of the leadership. And it's also hard if people come and give you something.
He's struggling.
Where have I heard this before?
You want them to accept it, and
Do you know when you travel the 54 countries in Africa and ask each person in every country, what is wrong with your country? Leadership. Leadership. All of you say the same word.
but it's true.
So let me ask you, since 1960, the country has been picking the wrong leader every 4 years?
Not
Why?
really. There was a time where it was still good. We
Like
still
what?
had good.
What time?
After 1960.
Oh my
That's
God,
correct, because the-
dude! I just had a realization. Maybe all those academics and Africans are right. Maybe like we are Africans all along. We just, I don't know, we stayed too long indoors or something. Now we're white.
Yeah, maybe that's going to come down to
Wow!
it.
Like
Yeah.
this is the same thing as here.
We're all niggers.
Except, we have American companies, we have some British companies. Maybe they're just all keeping us going, and we just think this is us, but it's not.
Yeah.
Wow, man. Oh my God.
The British left a lot of things you were enjoying for a few years and it all died. Not a single railway built by the British is in Nigeria today. But the one they built in their country that same year, it's still running. Not a single railway built in Ghana in 1960 is still there today. Why?
My village has a railway.
Oh, no kidding.
And it works.
Yes. It was built recently.
No, it's just been there since. It was a leprosy center.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. But you have railway lines in Lagos where people can go to places easily. You don't. Why? It's what I'm saying. What do you know in that country that has been properly maintained by the people every day and it works perfectly?
Perfectly.
It's hard for people to maintain things when they're not gaining.
Nothing is the word you're looking for. Nothing. So like it's hard to maintain. Yeah, but what works? Nothing. Not a fucking thing.
A lot.
No. It's hard for people to maintain things when they don't have the concept of maintenance in their culture. You speak Igbo?
Yeah.
What is the one word in Igbo for maintenance?
Maintenance there's no direct English word for that.
Igbo word.
It doesn't translate directly to
That's
maintenance.
correct. How about you?
It doesn't translate.
That's
to
correct.
Maintenance.
But it translates to like take care of.
No, that's not maintenance.
Well, it's not an English word.
You have to speak a sentence. But okay, what is the one word for repair in Igbo?
Imezie.
Exactly. What is the one word for repair in You see, I'm driving you to somewhere. What is the one word for democracy in Igbo language? You don't. How about you? You don't. You're trying to practice something that is not in the concept of the language. There is no African country, and I've done it through Kenya, I've done it all, that has an equivalent of the word maintenance.
Well, in order to maintain something, you have to have it first, correct?
No, if I leave it for you, you can maintain it. The British left a lot of things in this country when they left.
Yeah, it has to be established first in order for me to maintain something.
But they established the hospitals, they established the fire stations, the post offices, the railway lines, the roads they built before they left. You are not able to maintain it because you don't have that concept. Well, because your environment, the tropical environment of Africa, the way you build your houses, the material you use, you don't require maintenance.
I'm a computer science major. So if I were to write a program, and she's a nursing major, if I were to write a program that was able to intake patients, intake their names and information, I wrote that program and I gave it to her, not the application, but the program and scripts itself, and I gave it to her and I said, hey, this program is for patient intake. Just because I gave it to her and just because it has a purpose, a definitive purpose, doesn't mean she's going to be able to use it for as long as she wants. Why? Because I am the author. I am the creator. I didn't give her a set of rules. Hey, this is what it does. This is how you do it. This is the language it's written in.
All right, so maybe you are saying what I'm saying. They left things for you that you cannot maintain.
We wanted, African countries wanted independence. They wanted to feel like they were amongst themselves, weren't in control by another nation.
Mm-hmm.
Solely due to history, slave history, and things of that nature. And so African countries gaining independence and being left with all the things that we were using originally because we were under colonialism, of course there will be no maintenance or no proper maintenance without the people that were originally there in the first place. I think that we aren't able to maintain a lot of things in Africa or in third world countries because we weren't the originators or creators. But that doesn't mean...
So then how are you saying you're going to develop or industrialize your places if you don't know how to maintain stuff?
Because it doesn't finish, like life doesn't have to finish with the start, with the beginning.
So wait, every country that is called...
What did that nigga just say?
Life doesn't have to start at the beginning of... What?
Put that back. I need to.
Life doesn't have to finish with the start
figure
at
this
the
one
beginning.
out.
I think it's what we call scrambling.
It doesn't finish, like life doesn't have to finish with the start, with the beginning.
So
what?
Life doesn't have to start with the...
Start
I've forgotten already. Like it's
finish with the beginning.
Yeah.
Okay.
One more time. It's a brain scrambler.
Able to maintain a lot of things in Africa or in third world countries because we weren't the originators or creators. But that doesn't mean...
So then how are you saying you're going to develop or industrialize your places if you don't know how to maintain stuff?
Because it doesn't finish, like life doesn't have to finish with the start, with the beginning.
So
that doesn't mean anything, dude.
Life has to finish with the... It doesn't have to finish with the start of the beginning. I don't think it does. Like, I don't think it does.
Yeah, you know, that's a truism, mate.
Yeah,
It doesn't mean anything, though.
Yeah. I think he might be trying to say, well, you know, it's it's not predestined. It can't change. But in his own special way, he's framed it as whatever that was. Like, life doesn't begin. That's what it seems to be, doesn't it? Like you're saying, that it's not a certainty. Just because that's how it is now, doesn't mean at some stage in the future we can't maintain a toilet and pull ourselves up by the bootstraps. Considering you can't even tie your laces. Look at that. Like, is that not a fucking giveaway right there? He needs to get a Russian company in to help him tie his shoelaces.
Well, maybe it's the same thing as that style of having your pants down by your ankles. And it's in his subculture, it's untied shoes. I think I've seen that even untied sneakers.
Yeah, that's what we've been told. You see, we just haven't examined it from this perspective, where there's no words
it's
in the. Incompetence. Yeah, there's just
there's
no
words
for
tying
are
your
tying.
laces. Yeah.
Doesn't exist. The concept.
Oh yeah.
Exist.
Why would Africans need to tie knots?
Yeah.
Knots at all. Yeah. I don't even think they have string or rope.
No, there's some sort of string. They manage the bows and arrows, I think.
Well, I mean, yes, a straight piece of wood.
Yeah.
That's one of the first ideas that a human being has.
Okay. And that's the danger of this material right here, what you're seeing here now. It's like, the white niggers shucking it up. Thinking that somehow they're going to be in charge of anything or anybody. We're just lucky we live in a cold climate and we haven't taken on this shade of skin to easily identify us.
But you know what, man? I love his voice.
Oh yeah, it's a great voice. Like it's and it's difficult for me because immediately when I heard the voice and the image, my mind went straight to that James Bond movie where they're supposed to be in Western Africa somewhere, and they're on an island, and it's a voodoo island. So immediately when I saw him and that voice, like I'm whisked away to that land. But there is something about an African voice as well.
Oh, you're talking about the host Sanu.
Sanu, yeah.
I'm talking about the young kid there. Yeah.
Oh,
nice bassy voice,
Yeah.
It's wasted in computer programming. I swear to God.
It's like
you should be a
entertainer.
Soul singer.
Yeah, exactly. Some sort of entertainer. Sort of the tap dancing monkey. Entertain.
Oh no.
The superior white.
Oh,
man.
you're bad.
But yeah, it's a great voice. Very deep, and they do have a deep voice, don't they? It's probably for communication purposes, like over the long valleys.
Miss Pagina says Morgan Freeman.
Well, exactly, yeah, we're a demon of a man, whoever it was one. Okay, we'll carry on with these people.
Yep,
these people. Jesus Christ!
I caught myself out saying that too, and I thought, just keep going. No one will notice if you don't point it out. So that's what you should have done, because it's just natural human language.
Yeah.
By the way, I thought I'd pick up a bottle of rice lager made by, not in Japan, of course, because it was like less than €2 a fucking bottle. So obviously it wasn't imported. But it tastes horrible. I don't like it.
All right.
I'm sorry that I bought 2 bottles because I thought, what if I like it and I want another one? No, I don't like it.
No, yeah, we're not sponsored by the alcohol either, as you can tell. Yeah, shit, bin, fuck it. Right, back to Zanu.
Yep.
Wait, every country that is called industrialized countries today, one of the things you know about them is maintenance of what they have. That's why we have buildings here that are about 250 years old, 300 years old in this country. There are buildings in other of Europe that are 700 years ago. The Notre Dame that burned in France was a 13th century building. Do you know what kept it that long till today? Maintenance.
Lack of
a culture.
Well, that's what he's saying as well. Like, so, if you have a lot of people in your society who
like
don't have capability. Yeah, like to burn things, chimp out. And have a particular culture, it's not going to last, and it's pretty messy to clean it up. And nobody's willing to come up with, novel solutions to solve the problem, like introducing, I don't know, special savanna areas where we can be happy, or go
open air zoos.
We're going to have to find some fucking level of compromise if we don't want to kill each other.
I had something profound to say, but I forgot.
Ah, Jesus Christ, what good is that? Yeah, I do like an African American who wears diamonds in his ears as well. Like,
yeah.
It's very, very masculine. Like, okie doke.
Yep.
You kind of, you're trying to say that in third world countries, from what I'm understanding, in third world countries,
picking his
anything
nose.
that is not under maintenance is because we don't care.
No, you care. It's not in the concept.
I'm from New York, or I live in New York. I grew up in New York.
Yeah.
We have our transportation system is like immaculate on a structured.
What do you mean by our?
New York. New York.
Just an African country?
Sorry?
Is that an African country?
Oh, I love this guy.
Yeah, it's like, what? He's been nice as well. Like, you should be saying nigger, please.
He's like Jesse Lee Peterson if he had a brain.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He's from a better tribe than Jesse. Because Jesse is descendants of who?
Go on.
Slaves.
Oh.
He told us himself like that,
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and this guy, Zanu, probably his ancestors sold Jesse's ancestors to the Americans. Yeah,
so
okay.
It's a different class of person, just disguised by pigmentation. So it's
on a structured.
What do you mean by our?
New York. New York's.
Is an African country?
System. Sorry?
Is that an African country?
No, it's not.
I'm talking about African countries.
But I'm saying that we have a system in place. We have a lot of people living in New York. It's not maintained by everyone. It's not respected by everyone, nor is it given the proper
I'm talking about the design and the understanding of what maintenance means in a culture. You live in the United States. Everything they build here is attended. They have more budget set aside for maintenance than they have for the building.
Okay.
In no African project ever have budget set aside after, because you don't have the word maintenance in your
No, it's because we don't have the resources for it.
You have the resources.
For example, this is why going back to leadership. For
okay,
example,
when you
in
keep saying,
Nigeria,
let me tell you something, right? The pyramid, which part is larger, the bottom or the top?
The bottom.
Okay, the bottom. So you have 130 million Nigerians. You pick just few and put them at the top.
Oh, we didn't pick them.
Hold on. However they got to the top. The reason you're talking about them is because of where they are only mirroring what is going on here. Because you pick them from among you. No way if I toss a coin from 1960, it will keep falling on the head. Every single country in Africa says they pick a wrong leader every 4 years. It's impossible, Eileen.
But at the same time, there's a lot of corruption.
There is no corruption. I explained it to the first.
Oh, God. Oh, okay. Yeah. Russia is really attractive country,
This group, no African leader is corrupt. They are corrupted because what you are giving them to do is foreign. Let me ask you, do you know a single political system in the continent of Africa that was originated from the people?
No.
So how did you get your political systems?
Colonization.
Pardon me?
It's stemmed through hierarchy.
No, the political systems you're using today.
Colonization.
Colonization. Why did you keep it? When you know it's foreign.
Because that's all our ancestors knew.
No, they didn't know that. They were ruling themselves. The former administrations, the Oduduwa, the Benin Empire, they all have what they understood and what they can. You thought you want to be like the people who colonized you, so you accepted what they left behind. Do you know until recently you have to go to Britain to look at your constitution? So if there is no original political system, how do you expect Tinubu to understand it?
But there's certain things you can't change until a better person is there to help initiate
better person
that.
from among the people?
Yes, and it's very
Haven't
possible.
you seen enough from the time you got independence that if it keep repeating itself,
So who should we put, a British person?
so
No,
you saying
you
that-
have to. Like
are
many
you saying that
countries
we
did
should
it, when
put-
something is repeating itself, don't repeat the method. Nigerians should go back and say, this is not working.
But I feel like it's something you can introduce slowly by putting a better person in
After
there.
how many
who
years? Ghana is going to be 70 years. Every change happened in Singapore, Taiwan, Korea, Japan, all within 25 years.
It's hard to tell people to shift things from one.
No,
line
I'm
to
saying
another.
everywhere we've seen it, it's 25 years. 70 years since Ghana got independence in 1957. You're still waiting from 1960? 130 million.
Okay.
Well, that's very 1960 is very. That's my mom was born in 66.
Yes.
So the fact that countries were gaining independency.
Korea took 24 years to
50
become a
years
member
ago.
of the G20. I'm trying to tell you, what is happening on the continent has never happened anywhere. It doesn't take you that long to take from foreigners all the things they left behind. You are even lucky they gave you a start.
Okay. There's a couple of people, this is very controversial, but they call themselves Biafrans.
I know Biafrans.
You know about
Ojukwu,
them.
yes.
So they're trying to separate from Nigeria.
Exactly.
But you also want us to be united.
Who? Me?
You said Nigerians because you were talking about like with the other set, different languages being.
I just described what is there, the Tower of Babel. As long as you remain the way the British put you together, you're not going to build a tower.
So something like Biafra you think it's good?
Oh, that's not me to say.
But that would be the only other way.
Because when people come to a road of hopelessness, they want to try something. That's all. They don't understand.
It's better than them to just sit and watch things happen.
Listen, they don't understand what they're talking about. They're just frustrated and they want to do something. That's it. That doesn't mean they have a plan. If they have a plan, they will implement it in their state. Look at South Sudan. It broke away from Northern Sudan 14 years ago, the newest and the newest republic on earth. As soon as they broke out from Southern Sudan, they are the worst place now. Every day bombing themselves, killing themselves. So Biafran can break away. They're not going to be anything. Because they don't even know what is going wrong.
And
that's all I'm saying.
You don't think that has to do with a fault in leadership?
What?
For example, North and South Sudan or South Sudan?
No, it's just them.
So a community is what makes a community, and however we act it influences how we grow.
Yes.
But we have a set system in place to make it so that we have one person in charge. A leader, a nation.
But what I'm saying to you is, it was left behind. You don't understand it. You just
it wasn't left
accepted it.
behind for one person. It was left behind for everyone, and we have to appoint a person.
That's what I'm saying. The method by which you
the
have
maintenance that you're talking about.
The method by which you pick your leaders was left behind by foreigners. It is from their culture, not your culture. So you're battling with something. Number two, you don't have a country in the first place. No one person, you ask, what is Ghanaians? What do they speak? They don't have. What is your history? They don't have. What is the culture of Ghana? They don't have. It depends on who you ask, but you are all in the same house. The metaphor is in the Bible. The Tower of Babel. The only thing that changed was the language, and that was it. When the Ashantis were one and they spoke only three, they were building that kingdom.
I see what you're saying.
So we have to go back and take a look at the country and ask ourselves, who built Nigeria? Who built Ghana? Who built the Ivory Coast? You're all living in a guest house. Think about it.
So the fault lies in our own separation.
Well, your own understanding first. That's why I'm doing this. You got to have an understanding of why are things this way. Because you've reached a conclusion that is wrong. Our leaders, what leaders? Obama was president of America for 8 years and the country was able to run. The guy has never managed an ice cream parlor. Leadership? No. The people, 130 million, with only 453 in the parliament.
But the people don't really have much of a voice in Nigeria.
You don't need a voice.
In African countries.
Wait,
so
if you
how
have
are we meant to...
Do you think Mark Zuckerberg built Facebook because he has a voice? If you have the innovative power, okay, internet was launched in 1996. Name one black person in the entire world who has harvested it to build it in the internet product or service. Nigeria, the giant of Africa.
I don't know. I have to do my research. The same way I don't know about
Nobody in America
Americans
would have told you they have to do research to know Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg.
And that's the only two I can mention off my head.
He's not wrong.
In Nigeria?
In America,
But
I
I'm
can't
saying
mention
Nigeria.
any other American one or what,
No,
NVIDIA,
Nigeria.
that's all I know.
I'm asking you Nigeria.
I don't know, I have to do my research.
There is none.
You don't think that has to do with, like we were saying before, infrastructure,
everything.
power, wealth?
Do you know a toilet bowl that is sold around the world and it was manufactured in Nigeria? Toilet bowl. What is the name?
Oh, no, I don't. Oh, I thought you were saying.
Do you know keke? Bicycle.
The
that was manufactured in Nigeria?
Wasn't it?
No.
It's Chinese, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Those are simple things, my dear.
So but educating us and telling us this point of view, okay? How is that gonna really help?
What?
Like giving us the mind, like you said, that's why you're doing this. Like explaining to us, giving us that mindset. How are we gonna? What are we gonna do to help? Like
nothing. Understand the problem first. You see, I want to do something. I want to help. Is what is damaging the place. First, understand the problem.
Staying in your role is what you're saying.
No, understand the problem. Doctors will diagnose you before they start curing you.
So then you're saying these countries can develop but first we have to understand what the root problem is.
Yes.
So they can develop.
No, that's not a conclusion you have to go to. It may happen that I can develop, doesn't mean I can do it. And I told you the fish. If the fish wants the fruit but can't climb, what will he do?
The monkey.
That's correct.
So we need help from other countries?
You have to make that conclusion. I'm just telling you.
I don't really think bringing in more.
Listen, I'm not the one to tell you. I led you to see that the conclusions you came here with, our leaders and resources, is bogus, and I've cleared it. So now you should rethink. And when you become a leader, you know it was not leadership. That's all I'm trying to do.
So then how do you change the people?
You don't change the people. They are what they are. It's up to you. I don't know.
So
you start the conversation, somebody might jump on it and say, I never thought about it.
I see the genius of this guy. He's not coming along and saying, I have all your answers. He's just trying to bring the conversation up to a point where, solutions can be found.
Yeah.
Because you have to think about things in the right way, because, a lot of man's problems come from our own fucking doing, because we go around trying to solve problems that either don't exist in the first place and we just think they are real, or we just completely misunderstand them. So I like this guy. He's given a lot of thought to what he's doing here.
Yeah, they're really interesting videos, and you can see he's using the Socratic method to get these people to answer their own questions, and that's all he's doing really. Is just asking questions, but there's a depth of knowledge behind it as well. But he's not really challenging them on anything other than to explain clearly what it is they're trying to say, and it's pretty evident that they don't know, because they haven't really thought about it in any great detail. And
well, barely anyone has.
Yeah. That's most of it, because you generally don't fucking have to. But you busy yourself with these concerns about, well, how do we fucking, how do we get the country back? How do we get it back to what it was? How do we move from here into something new and more glorious, And what we're seeing from here, the natural reaction for most people is, oh, well, it's a change in leadership. Oh, well, if we get rid of Fine Gael, if we put in a load of independents, well, then we'll change then. And we do that like you're saying, it's nothing new to it. We do it every election cycle, but it never seems to fucking change any great degree. Everybody still kind of trundles along. The society still ticks over.
Yeah.
It's an attractive prospect to outsiders because they keep wanting to come here. At least that's what we're told. Maybe they don't. Maybe they're just being forced here. Who fucking knows? what's happening on that front. But
Yeah.
people, are attracted. This is one of the wealthier countries. Or how they calculate that is a mystery to me. Why you want to come here? Barely get a
I
house
think
today.
it just comes down to offshore fucking tax revenue.
Yeah, because that's it. Like, 'cause what is it here? Like, so by this theory, we must be the most intelligent people in the fucking world at this stage, because we have to worry all the fucking time. Like, we have to readjust and reevaluate at every second, given all the shit we have to fucking deal with. Most people don't own their home; they don't even have the security of a fucking roof over their head to begin with. So we can't just wander out into the middle of the street and erect a fucking a tin shanty. Just so we have somewhere to sleep. And even if we had to live in a tent, we would go somewhere private. So we wouldn't be, an eyesore or a burden to people on the fucking street and keep it tidy. But now we have a situation where there's just people living in fucking tents. They're destroying the place left, right, and fucking center. Sorry, this man's darkness is distracted me. He's very dark altogether. Sorry, bring me back to where were we going with this?
Ireland's development, tax money, and then from there you went into how we have no homes and we're worrying on a daily basis.
Oh yeah, we must be the most intelligent people on the planet because of all the worries and stresses we have. And why would people want to come here? If it was advertised abroad, listen, come to Ireland, work for most of your life, enjoy a home that's actually yours for the last 10 years of your life. If you're lucky, as you come at this moment in time, the prospect of even being able to do that is fucking slim.
Yep.
To none, unless you have a partner. Both of you are earning, above 80,000 euros a year. Don't have any children. Don't plan to have children in the next 10 years. Well, then you might get lucky and get a mortgage. So we can't even secure that.
Yeah.
Over our heads. And if it was fair game and the people we're inviting in were to, be thrown into that reality, they'd die in their arses. They'd be living on the streets.
Yeah, they'd be wanting to go home.
Yeah, the only way they can stay here successfully for the minute is to, treat
subsidization,
4-star guests in a fucking hotel, which is what they are, It's a beautiful fucking holiday, like, because outside of that, they're just gonna become streetwalkers, like, and living on the fucking streets, How we get beyond that, I don't know, other than sending them fucking home. But I think we will. People should definitely have a listen to this man and his channel. If only just for the method. It's great when you see someone who uses the Socratic method and has results with it. You can see he just wanted to get these people to think.
Yeah,
that's it, and that's what critical thinking is. I know I'm going to sound like a patronizing cunt now, but that's all. That's all it is. It's just a series of fucking questions and questioning your assumptions and rethinking it, and then doing that difficult work of like, okay, well, shit, if it's not that, what is it, and that's part of really, making the actual right decision is to eliminate all the fucking
wrong
horseshit and wrong information first, and then what you're left with is the best choice you can possibly have, rather than let emotion, well, it's the leader. If we only get rid of Enda Kenny. And I know most people who listen to this, don't think that way at all, and it's not aiming at. But there is still a fair amount of people who, believe that if only the right leader gets in there, we'll be fine. We won't.
We
need to get out of our blackness. That's what I'm saying. We need to aspire to be white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. Or just give up the ghost and go, well, that's not who we are.
Maybe.
But we have it in us, because of all the fucking and all that. It is in us. It's just to what extent we're willing to admit it. I don't know. Maybe it's not on Michael, because and Michael is a flatly. It's a
Oh, right.
It's a recognized clan as well, and that has to be recognized as well. If you still hold one of those names, it's not for no reason, you know. There's
Oh, yeah. You come from somewhere.
yeah,
Yeah.
there's a lineage
Yeah.
that runs through you that it can't
Mm-hmm.
be bought in a shop, or there's no course you can take to inherit
Yeah.
it. You know, so
Yeah, I still have claim on, several hundred square miles of this island,
there you go.
I stick by it. Not going to say where because I don't want to dox myself. Can I take a piss?
Yeah. I'll take a break as well. I want
yeah.
a cup of tea. I've had 2 cups
Yeah.
of tea now that I haven't touched.
All right. Okay. Yeah. So 2 cups of tea haven't touched. Oh my god. All right. I'm just gonna replay my music video of Old Ireland.
Oh, grand.
I'm proud of this one. It's Oh. Oh. Okay, I need to pause that and bring it up. All right, good to go. You get your
Cool.
tea or whatever. Cool. Motherfucker. Okay, sorry for that mishap there. Where started to play the song, and then I accidentally closed down the song instead of my own camera. That shit happens when you're not fully paying attention. Okay, dancing kilted priest. Okay, dancing kilt priest. I guess that's. No, that's not what I'm looking for at all. Jeez, that's horrific. No, you know what? I'm not finding it. And this is why it's important that you join the Discord chat, because see, you can't post links in the YouTube chat. So I would really prefer that, particularly our long-term viewers can share videos with us. So, okay, specifically dancing priest with kilt on. Priest with kilt. Yeah, no, it's not happening. I mean, there's a few. The problem is that there's a few videos of fucking, priests dancing. I don't know. Just for the crack, let's look at this one. It looks like a wedding, maybe. Do we have a higher? No, we don't. Oh, that's great. Okay, that goes on for a while. Miss Regina said, I'd rather watch the video of the priest in a kilt dancing.
That crazy.
So I just put on this random one. It's actually pretty cool.
Do you know the guy she's talking about?
No.
Remember that character? He's it was the same guy, an ex-priest, an ex-Irish priest.
All right.
And he would appear at famous sporting events like Formula One. And then he would run onto the track with a placard.
Oh!
Do you remember him now? That sound familiar, yeah?
No, but I did see that in the search results. To be fair.
That's the guy. That's the guy.
Oh, okay. All right.
Dancing priest.
All right. Let's, I
Someone
think
must
this is good.
Making sure they see the sign.
I have a big recollection of this.
There you go. goes to the pits. Yeah, I can't remember what his message was because you've obviously, if you're going to those extremes to get people's attention, you gotta have something pretty
You have
fucking
to have
important to
some
say,
kind of
don't you?
message. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see if we can find out what is. I'm sure like somebody had to have interviewed that man. Dancing priest,
Right.
Ireland.
Neil Horan, who ran along Hanger Straight, running opposite to the 280-kilometer-an-hour train of cars, wearing a saffron kilt and waving religious banners. Neil Horan.
Okay, Neil Horan. Oh Lord, he doesn't look well.
Oh shit. Okay.
I just had a. Oh Lord.
Okay.
Oh dear me. Hang on.
What?
I'll have to share this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm just looking at the photos. Like the photos are just fucking horrific. I'm just going to share the page so you can see what I'm saying.
All right.
There, we can.
Oh, I mean,
I don't know.
it's like a puppet. You know, one of these puppets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think I'd be asking him to babysit. In fairness.
All right. So what was his deal then?
I don't fucking know. Right. Let's go to the oracle that is Wikipedia. We need to learn something at least. Cornelius.
We can't see that tab now.
Oh, that's great. There we go.
Yeah, and you know what? Dude is now leaving the country, so you can't get his monitor for a few weeks.
All right, we'll talk about sort something out. Don't worry.
Yeah.
I just need to get off my arse. I just need to get onto Anglo-Saxon Protestant time. I'll sort it out. You know, I can't fight my heritage. What can I say? My mother did say she was 1/16th African American, so might be true. Might only take a drop of blood and to ruin you. You know? Cornelius Neil, Horan, sometimes referred to as the Grand Prix priest, the dancing priest, or the Armageddon priest.
Huh.
Okay, so we're a bit closer.
Right.
Born the 22nd of April, 1947.
All right.
In what's that word?
I don't know because it's so small.
Yeah, laicized, Laicised. It says, in the canon law of the Catholic Church, the loss of clerical state is the removal of a bishop, priest, or deacon from status of being a member of the clergy.
Right.
Okay. He's an ex. Could you not just say that like he's an ex-Irish former Catholic priest who was excommunicated because he's a fucking lunatic? By the looks of things, anyway. Or a heretic. Sorry, I won't call him a lunatic. I'll call him a heretic. Who was noted for his interference with the running of the 2003 Grand Prix and the 2004 Summer Olympics men's marathon in order to promote his religious belief that the end times are near. He was arrested and spent some time in jail in Germany. Wow. In 2006, when police found out about his plans to stage a pro-Nazi demonstration.
Huh? What? Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
That took a sharp left turn, man.
Yeah. Okay.
So wait, what's this about Hitler?
We're invested now, like so. So police found that he had plans to stage a pro-Nazi demonstration during the 2006 FIFA World Cup, which included a poster he made praising Adolf Hitler. We see if we can. I'll see if that brings up a picture of the.
For you know what? Wayback Machine.
Yeah.
It's got to be on the Wayback Machine.
Okay, yeah. I think we'll be revisiting this, man. I just have a feeling.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So Horan went on to appear on Britain's Got Talent.
What? They let a Nazi onto Britain's Got Talent? Wow.
That clip has to be there. You see if you can find that. Just
Yeah.
On
On it.
He danced a soft jig on the show, received a standing ovation by the audience. Second round. Wow.
Wow, they gave a standing ovation to a Nazi priest. All right.
Yeah, we have to see this dance. It seems to be a recurring theme, doesn't it? Like we excel at the dancing. And we are able to transmit a message through the medium of dance. So it would seem. So he made it through to the semi-finals. He did not make the live semi-finals in 2017. He showed his support outside court.
Right.
For disgraced entertainer Rolf Harris. Okay, that's not a good sign.
Wait, who's Rolf Harris again?
Rolf Harris is the less evil version of Jimmy Savile.
Okay.
Jimmy Savile is Satan himself. Rolf Harris is one of his close associates. So Rolf Harris was also engaged in the same activity as Savile, and Rolf Harris was also a famous children's entertainer. I would have spent much of my youth looking at Rolf and Jimmy and only wishing I had the pleasure of
oh God,
being in their company, because Rolf Harris was this great artist, funny guy, very talented and child friendly, and Jimmy Savile was the man who could make your fucking dreams come true. He could fix it. He's the fixer.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't kids want to go on to that only to? Thank
yeah.
God I didn't write the letter like Dear Jimmel.
Well, I mean, he was into the girls anyway, so
yeah. Well, it might have been a fucking dry day or something, and he just felt it.
I suppose, yeah. By the way, I found that video of his audition anyway.
All right, we'll have a look at that now in a minute. He protested against Rishi Sunak becoming Prime Minister of the United Kingdom with a placard saying, "Britain is a Christian country. Okay. It should have a Christian Prime Minister, not a Hindu one." Yeah, it just seems like good advice,
Yeah.
He's the second of 13 children born to Catherine Kelly and John Horan, a native of Knocknahone, Scartagleen, County Kerry. That's not surprising. You got a certain type of person from County Kerry. God bless them. Capital of crazy in Ireland is
really.
It's all those minerals in the water, I think.
The crazy and the cuters.
Yeah, or maybe this is what we're supposed to be. It's just because we're.
We're trying too hard to be the Anglo. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, second of 13 children. So we know about the Grand Prix. Then the Epsom Derby. Okay, 2004. Horan was spotted by police and shoved to the ground moments before they believed he was about to run in front of the horses.
Oh no!
Yeah,
that's retarded. Yeah, going on to an F1 track and not being in the natural course of where they would actually be driving, because it's a white track. That's one thing, but horses, man, no,
they're not stopping. You're gone under hoof. I can actually, seriously fucking injure someone as well if the horse did bolt or something, like, and the jockey comes off at that speed. Summer Olympics men's marathon.
Oh no, Miss Regina. Shite lads, I'm in Kerry.
That's okay. It's not contagious. I don't believe, and it's not universal either.
No, I mean, if it really was just crazy people and cuters, then it wouldn't be a functioning society. It would resemble Africa or something,
Yeah.
So don't worry, you're one of the good ones.
Yeah, and it's not to say those characteristics are necessarily bad. They're just highly expressed in some people and not in others. And the real question would be: does it benefit them? Would it benefit you to be like a Healy Ray type character? Well, in certain ways, yes, because he's lots of money and.
Yeah, look, I think if all, 4 million of us, or 3.5 million of us, I don't really know. If all of us were just cuters, just fucking knackers, right? And we just fucking rip the shit out of everyone, then people would leave us alone. They'd be like, "Don't go there." No, it's not good news. It's probably why the Romans didn't even bother coming here, because they're like, you know what? It's just too much fucking work.
Yeah, leave it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a side project. Put it put it in the calendar. The last page in the calendar. We'll revisit it at that stage. So the World Cup incident, St Mary's Hospital incident, during the waiting period outside the front door of St Mary's Hospital, Lindo Wing, West London, before Prince William's first child was born in 2013, Horan appeared in front of a media with a sign proclaiming, Queen Elizabeth is very Queen Elizabeth is very probably the last monarch of Britain on one side, and Queen Elizabeth is very probably foretold in the Bible on the other side. Okay. That's quite mild for a sign, isn't it?
Yeah, that's very careful now.
Yeah, it's very well mannered.
And with that sort of thing.
Yeah. I'm on the fence about this. I'm really just asking for a fucking someone to engage in the question with me. It's very probable that she's the last monarch of Britain, but not impossible. But I guess if we wait a while, we'll find out. And yeah, she turns out she wasn't. So we answered that question. But there's no need to go out and put a fucking sign. If you're putting a sign up and dressing up like that, I want the sign to be engaging.
Yeah, have some certainty. Yeah.
And even that's not bad enough. There's two sides to the fucking sign, and the other side says Queen Elizabeth is very probably foretold in the Bible. Very probably. Not mildly probably, but very probably foretold in the Bible. And he handed out his business card, which read, Niall Horan, the Britain's Got Talent Irish dancer. I perform at weddings. My mission in life is to help prepare the world for the second coming. Okay. Fair enough. A David Norris letter. During campaigning ahead of the 2011 Irish presidential election, Senator David Norris. Norris's past came under scrutiny. The Irish Times reported that it had seen a letter in which Norris had politely responded to Horan, thanking him for his pamphlet on various messianic prophecies. Norris admitted in the letter, to be honest, I haven't really had read it in detail, but said that it would he would put his feet up and read it with great interest. When he returned from a trip to Berlin, he added, I will then pass it on to my aunt, who is just 100 and has always taken a keen interest in this kind of material.
You know what?
What the fuck is this about?
That just sounds like he's fobbing him off. And then, like saying, yeah, I'll have a good laugh at this later. And then I'll give it to my aunt who, is actually interested in fucking lunatic shit.
Yeah, why do we need to know this?
It's...
Oh, he's maintaining this page himself, isn't he? Isn't that why?
Well, look, no, it just sounds like it's, they're reporting on a fucking hit and, a political hit. And they can't, it's Wikipedia. You can't come out and say necessarily that, it's just kind of made this a nothing burger, really. Like the guy replied to a crazy man saying, yeah, thanks for the nutty stuff. I'll enjoy it later.
Yeah.
And in fact, I have a relative who's really interested in this nutty shit.
And he wrote back as impressive. Like, I wouldn't know. That's kind. Most people don't.
He's just being nice. Yeah.
So his dismissal from the priesthood in 2004, Horan was found not guilty of indecent assault against a 7-year-old girl.
Whoa, buddy. Well, I mean, you called it anyway, as soon as you saw him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there's a certain luck.
Yeah, isn't there, though?
Yeah, there is. Although he admitted that he was naked while the girl tickled him.
What? What? The fucking what?
I don't know.
The fuck?
Oh, this is referenced as well. I was going to say, we would need to hold off. Like, there's no guarantee any of this is true, which is still the case. But still,
it sounds like it's reporting on court record, though.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
So,
start that sentence again. And
okay.
Yeah. Come on.
Although he admitted that he was naked. Well, that's that seems like you're reaching there. You're trying to justify something terrible, like so. I
admit
have
that
admitted.
I was in the bank and I had a submachine gun, but I wasn't robbing the place.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
I will hold my hands up. I'll admit, yes, I am naked, and yes, you are tickling me. And we're playing hide and seek.
But what the fuck, man?
It's just the way my people greet each other. There's no reason other than to engage in some sort of fucking wickedry for you to be naked and having a young girl tickle you. Tell me, look, how does that situation arise? Like fucking hell. During the court case, he also claimed to only one pair of tight-fitting green satin underpants that have never been washed, as he needs them to always be ready for use.
What the fuck are we looking at? What the fuck?
Oh,
what the fuck? What? Like at least one day out of the year, it takes like 3 hours, 2 hours to wash at most, and then 1 hour out in the line on a fucking warm day,
I don't know. He was obviously not Protestant, was he? He was a Catholic priest. So. Like polychronic. Fuck it. Or that might be actually more. It might be just highly advanced way. It's the most efficient thing to do. It's like, why wash them? I'm just wasting fucking time. Like, I'm only going out 3 times a month at the most, so there's no point in washing them. And that way, they're always ready, and not spending the money on 6 other pairs of. What were they described? Where do you fucking begin? Where's the description gone? Produced the pants from his pocket. Oh no, hang on. Tickled me. During the court case, he also claimed to own only one pair of tight-fitting green. There we go. Green satin underpants. Do you own any green satin underpants?
No.
Do you own any satin underpants?
This is really weird for a Wikipedia article.
No kidding.
It's more of a satire than an encyclopedia entry. Like, would you expect this standard from Encyclopedia Britannica? Like, what's the context of telling us this?
Urban Dictionary Britannica.
Yeah, it is. Encyclopedia Dramatica.
There you go.
Remembers that? Yeah.
Okay, so one tight-fitting green satin, not just satin underpants, but tight-fitting, figure-hugging satin underpants that have never been washed, and he needs them always to be ready for use. At one point, Warren produced the pants from his pocket to show the jury. You don't believe me? Here are the unwashed tight-fitting green satin underpants.
This is fucking mental, man. Oh no. Oh God.
I don't fucking know. On the 20th of January 2005, Kevin MacDonald, the Archbishop of Southwark, ISI's, whatever way it's pronounced, I don't know, Horn, who had not worked as a priest for 10 years for health reasons, including depression. Okay.
Oh wow. Okay.
Well, when you're focused on the end of the world all the fucking time, it can lead to depression. But not looking great. Maybe that's why he needed to be tickled, to bring him out of his deep, dark depression. Horan later made the following statement to the press: "I completely reject this decision. I appeal to the much higher court of heaven and the court of Jesus Christ. I now cannot preach. I cannot give out communion. I am little more than a pagan."
Oh.
Says the guy who couldn't be arsed for 10 years. The going. But now that it's gone, I want that fucking back.
Yeah, he was a welfare queen. Yeah.
Yeah. Legal restraints on the 13th
Oh my
of April.
God, Miss Pagina said he was doing fucking Irish dancing classes for people.
Oh dear Lord.
Like it just brings back memories of the. Remember that scandal about the swimming teachers? They're touching kids, and there was a big fucking thing about that. And
I remember there's a few of them. There was a swimming one, but yeah, given that the previous history here, like it's not going
yeah.
to be torn on Netflix.
Well, I mean, yeah, if you're playing naked hide and seek with a 7-year-old girl, chances are,
Yeah, the old Irish dancing.
Yeah.
Let me just see your form from this angle. I need to see.
Like down from the ground. I'm lying down on my back. Yeah, that's how I want to see you Irish dance. Yeah, that's.
Okay, that's worrying. We have to find out now what the name of the Irish dancing school was and figure out who was, Wouldn't it be fun if Michael Flatley was one of his students?
No.
So he completely rejected the decision to have him removed from the church. Legal restraints. On the 13th of April 2007, Horan was served with an antisocial behaviour order.
No way.
Banning him from entering on the day of the race any of the London boroughs that the course of the London Marathon passed through. That's fair.
Oh, yeah, okay. That's not as serious as I thought it was. And ASBO, because you associate those with like N-word stuff,
Yeah.
I love this hair. Other appearances.
I know,
like
right?
he's a fucking actor or something, a character,
Yeah. Horan auditioned for Series 3 of Britain's Got Talent in 2009, aired on the 16th of May. Performed an Irish jig in traditional costume. The judges put Horan through to the second round. We know this. He was also allowed to perform on the show because the producers did not know who he was. Oh, that's nice. If we'd known who you
press
were.
an expedite on that one.
The makers of the show, Talkback Thames and Psycho, defended showing Horan's audition on the show. Horan then appeared on the Ray Darcy show on Today FM and revealed that he did not get through to the next stage. Okay, so you have that video. Is it the audition video as well? Or?
I don't know which one. It's week 6 auditions.
Right.
So I imagine like it's auditions, and then you go into the first kind of thing. I don't know. I've never watched these shows, only like the odd clip. So I think this is his first. The way I've seeked through it, and the way it kind of looks, it looks like it's the first time he was on. So here we go.
Charisma and star quality you're looking for. Meet 61-year-old dancer Neil Horan.
I actually like this presenter. He's really cool. I like his voice. He's.
No, it's Anton Deck, isn't it? One of the two. Geordie.
Is
boy.
it?
Yeah.
No, they're more squeaky and effeminate, aren't they?
No, I think that's them. Is it a Newcastle accent?
Yeah, like it is a common accent, like So
I'm sure it was those two guys, Anton and Deck. Like my ex-partner at the time loved it, and my stomach used to churn whenever it would come on. But it would be on a lot at that time, and I would just it's one of those things where you just you walk away. But there are some amazing moments, and it's normally when guys like this, but they know what they're fucking doing. Come on, like this. This is a regular thing. This is what brought them more viewers than anything else, is where they would find these poor, unfortunate souls.
Yeah.
Bring them onto the show to torture them and entertain them for
and
the
then
crowd.
Raise them up.
Yeah.
Advance them through the stages so they can be burlesqued by society. Yeah.
And just think what type of cunt it takes just to do that in a private setting, like, tell some fucking dimwits that they have a great singing voice, and they go, "Yeah, go on, go up in the karaoke. Go on, yeah, you're fucking great."
Yeah, it's
you know?
demented stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then to do it on national television, and like, Jesus Christ, that's what kind of people would do this. But it's hilarious. Like, we love it. You know, we all love it because we all break our heart laughing when we see the results of it. And then we're shocked when one of these ugly creatures can actually sing. And it's like, oh my God, I have to spend money on this immediately. There was me thinking.
So this is Peter Dixon.
Who's he?
He's an announcer on TV, and this is the guy that we're hearing.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was all right, go back then. Okay, cool. I didn't even know this guy existed. I thought it was just the two guys who introduced the show. I didn't know there was a tour de voice.
Oh. Huh. Okay. Yeah, we learn something new every day.
Cool.
All right. Let's start from the beginning.
Charisma and star quality you're looking for. Meet 61-year-old dancer Neil Horan.
It would be beyond my wildest dreams if I were ever to perform at the Royal Variety Show.
To make sure the judges see his star potential.
That fucking accent. What the fuck? Oh yeah, Kerry. Yeah, sorry, I forgot.
Kerry, yeah.
All right. Jesus Christ, man. Like, did anyone understand what he said? Like,
I
why
was blinded
there
by the
subtitles?
I don't know. I was blinded by the quick edits as well. Like, there was 4 edits in like 1.5 seconds. Like,
so what's that on his hat? Is that a kind of brooch thing or something?
Yeah, does it say era or something like I can make out?
Yeah, it's it. Well, I mean, it's like 360p, man.
Yeah, I know it's difficult to make it out. It could be anything you want it to be.
Yeah, but it's definitely a Celtic cross, anyway. Yeah,
could be a swastika, maybe, if you just can't make it out.
Oh God, yeah.
Dreams if I were ever to perform at the Royal Variety Show.
To make sure the judges see his star potential, Neil's been putting in lots of practice for his dance routine.
Well, I practice virtually every day for at least half an hour. Been doing jogging because you have to be fit as well to be a dancer.
So will Neil's preparation pay off? It's time to find out.
Hello, sir. What's your name, please?
My name is Neil Horan.
Neil Horn.
Sieg Heil!
Horn. Neil, do you mind me asking how old you are?
I'm 61.
Whoa, buddy.
And are you on the sexual
today?
offence
I'm going to do
register?
a traditional Irish.
Is he wearing eyeshadow as well? Is he wearing fucking?
I don't know how like why your eyes are like attuned to focusing on this shit, man.
I don't know. It's just I can't help it. Like, it's just it grabs my attention.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, it's hard to tell with glasses. But
yeah, it could be a reflection, but
if you're going on TV, there's a certain amount of fucking, touch up you need, especially if you're fucking 61. Like,
yeah, but there's touch up and there's like fucking. What was RuPaul in the building that day?
Yeah. All right. So what do you mean, like on the eyelids?
Yeah. It's just
okay. So there's some kind of maybe glitter going on.
Yeah,
there?
that's what I'm thinking. Like, there's glitter, or like it's because it is that color of that. What do you even call that kind of makeup? What's the eyelid? Is there a name for like eyelid makeup? Just eye makeup, is it? Or I don't fucking know.
I don't know.
Yeah, no professional makeup artist would put that on anybody going on television, unless they're the main fucking guest and female. It's Oprah Winfrey or something like that. They just make it so he doesn't look transparent, given that he is fucking Irish, unfortunately. I don't know, but I have a feeling it might actually just be a reflection, because it kind of does match the background and the colors that are.
Yeah, maybe. And it's called eyeshadow, by the way. So
Thank you, Jesus Christ!
Right, so you're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Let's hear the pedophile out. Oh, sorry, I can't say that. Sorry. No. I forgot. It's an honest mistake. You were found not guilty. Was he?
Yeah. Yeah, he was found not guilty. We have to remember that he was found. How? I don't know. Like,
but he was playing naked hide and seek with a 7-year-old. Don't know how else to describe that.
Yeah. At least we know it's a defense now, you know? Like, it's an illegal precedence. So hide and go seek naked defense. This naked gambit.
Oh,
All the
man.
things you can get away with in this country. Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh, Jesus.
My God. Not even this country. Where was it? Was this Ireland or the UK? Who fucking knows? Most probably Ireland. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Today. I'm going to do a traditional Irish dance called a soft jig.
Okay. Did he have to say Irish?
Irish. The Irish jig. The soft shoe.
For sake. Like overemphasizing his ethnicity. You know?
You may have
you.
guessed by my attire, I am indeed very Irish.
By way of Hungary.
I
come to suck your blood.
Yeah, look at him. Jesus fucking Christ. Like, he should have been dragged off the stage immediately. Who let him on?
Traditional Irish dance called a soft jig.
Okay. The stage is yours. Good luck.
So this is the only Irishman, right? And he's yeah. See, that's the only fucking proper response. You know the concept of orientalization of like, oh, this is, you know, so unique and, you know, like fucking geishas and fucking weird clay pot or China fucking whatever, right? Fetishization really. And you know, when he mentioned, oh, I'll do an Irish jig for you, and it goes, ah! Because you know, that's the limit of the British understanding of Irishness. Nothing, no concept whatsoever that, you know, their empire starved us to death after centuries of fucking slaughtering us, and then imported a bunch of their fucking scoundrels from Scotland and England to oppress us yet again for another 100 years, and then fucking do psychological operations as well as gun us down in the streets when we asked for basic civil liberties. Nothing. No, not a fucking clue about that. But you know, the fucking Irish jig, you know, that's great. You know, fuck you.
What accent was that?
What's that then?
What was that? Was that a Kerry accent you were doing?
I was trying my best at, you know, they stole me Lucky Charms.
There you go. Yeah, it's very good.
There you go. Yeah. It's not a real accent.
This is embarrassing though. Like,
yeah.
And who's on the panel? Who we got? Simon Cowell.
Yeah, the one Irishman.
Yeah, Piers Morgan.
On
the end. Yeah, he just looks like this has to be like fucking. This is probably what's this 2009.
Yep.
What's that like? What's that, almost 20 years ago, or 15 odd years ago. Yeah, this is embarrassing. Like I would consider this a deliberate way to insult Irish people. Look at it.
Yeah, they never stopped doing it, man.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's what Ireland represents, and does it?
Oh, a pedophile priest doing Irish dancing. You can't get more Irish than that.
The Holy Trinity, right there.
Oh man!
Right,
you can't fucking make it up. All
right. He looks like he shit his pants as well. What is that? That's not like dance. That's like I just shit myself. Ooh. Let me dance here, so nobody. Lovely. Yeah, they'll just be too confused by the dance that they won't even smell the shit that's rolling down the guy's legs. Like, fucking hell. Let's watch an aisle.
Oh my God, Piers Morgan. Oh, this is great fun. This is. Jesus, man.
I even think Piers Morgan has
it.
Irish ancestry. I think one of his parents is Irish. I think his mother might be fucking Irish or something like that.
Right.
But
Yeah.
he's English. He's English. He's,
Yeah, I mean, like how many white Americans have some Negro in them, and they're still fucking racist scum. There's absolutely nothing to this. I could have gotten up on that stage and flailed my
I
fucking
know.
limbs around, and they wouldn't have been able to tell the difference.
Yeah. And again, it's fucking, deliberate as the day is long. You would be, again, negligent if you were a member of the production team and you came across his application, because he is crazy enough just to apply to go on the show off his own bat. So a very clever production person would have seen that. Well, this is one scenario. They would have seen that, recognize who it was, and go, yes, absolutely, let's get this guy on. This guy is nuts. He'll go viral.
Yeah.
And we'll bring him back on as long as he behaves. And then at the end of it, people will find it. Oh, this is the guy from the fucking racetrack, and then it will run for weeks, and they'll get great mileage out of it altogether. Well, what's that? It's a soft jig now, but it gets harder and harder.
Oh, I love Ulick.
The more you tickle it, bigger it grows.
No, Morgan, no, that poor 7-year-old girl.
Naked. Let's go play naked, hide and go seek, and tickling when we find each other. Oh yeah.
I'm sure.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
That way. I think he just gradually, through each round of taking turns hiding, he just got more and more naked so that she wouldn't notice. I mean, you can't start with that proposition.
Like those videos with the basketball videos with the monkey goes across the screen. Is it like you don't see him slowly getting naked? Like you're too busy watching the other people pass the ball around. He just appears out of nowhere. Then you don't even realize you were raped until you look back at the footage. Oh my God, there's a naked guy behind me tickling me. I was so focused on watching the basketball go from person to person. Like,
fuck's sake. All right, okay. Let's get through this.
Last time I see legs like that was you were on holiday.
Pause it there for a second. That's what's wrong with the world.
Huh?
That's what's wrong with the world is this celebration of retards. Raising them up and honoring them.
Yeah.
Out of pity and nothing else, which is a real disservice to them because they were fucking deluding this poor man of his brilliance when really it's just a dancing retard and people are too nice to go boo. Because they can only feel sorry for him, really. And kind of indicative of the times. There's poor old Paddy dancing on the big stage, thinking he's all that. Finally, one of the big boys, one of the industrialized country, on the cusp of getting into the G7, almost there, but not quite. But he'll never be fully accepted because at the heart of it, he's a retard who's been allowed to play with the big Anglo-Saxon boys, but he's just not capable. He's just some skinny cunt in a weird hat. Really poor Irish dancing across the stage. This is pathetic. Like, what the fuck is going on? This is mental. Like, this is, if you talk back, well, what would it be like after the Nazis won the war? What would television look like? This. Exactly fucking this. Like,
yeah, just a few decades earlier. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Like I said, you know, that you could put that music on and put me on that stage, and I could just go.
Yep.
And I'd get the same reaction.
Yeah. Monkey, a dog. But it helps, especially with this program. Like, they like a retard on the program. They love it. Like, you know, because everyone has a against the odds story to begin with, you know, and then it's a big part of these shows. It's like, well, how much struggle have you gone through to get to this very moment when you thought it was impossible? And how much further will you struggle and degrade yourself now that you're close to your dream? And these people will exploit you fucking ruthlessly for it, and often leave you in debt at the end of your career to them and the record company. What did I say? I missed that comment.
Oh, have we done any research on the beret?
No, we haven't. I think we need a clearer picture, don't we?
Yeah, you know, there's probably a few pictures of him out there with it on. Yeah, but I think he's the kind of guy who the mystery of why he wears that is best known to himself, kind of thing. Yeah. Shall we watch the rest?
Yep.
Simon?
Look, Neil, there's a couple of problems here. I thought it was a little
You're
bit
a
limited
pedophile!
because basically...
You're a Nazi!
Couple of problems here. I thought it was a little bit limited because basically it was you going around and... Excuse me, you finish. I'm just repeating what I saw, which was you did only dance in a circle. I'm going to say no.
This guy represents every folk dancer in the country, and I, for one...
Oh my God. So he's always been a dick, this guy.
Oh, yeah. Like
Piers Morgan.
Forever, ever since, even well before this, when he was a editor at the Daily Mail or Mail on Sunday, whatever tabloid newspaper it was. This guy is a piece of shit. Well-known piece of shit.
Like
all the way back, all the way back. So
I am insulted. I am fucking mortified by that one statement. That is disgusting, Piers Morgan.
How dare you, Pierce?
Yeah, look, if Simon Cowell, right? That's his name, right?
Mm-hmm.
If he was an African, right, from Africa, and there was an African on the stage doing an African dance, but it was like a shitty African dance, and then this other white guy said, "Yeah, this guy, he represents all the African dancers," then he would be called a racist. But no, because we all have the same skin tone, no, it's fine. Yeah, leave it. It's fine. Yeah, it's not a problem. Or, you know, am I overreacting?
I don't know, possibly. Go back a minute. We listen to what Pierce said again.
Yeah.
This guy represents every folk dancer in the country, and I, for one, am going to say yes.
There's no argument to be made as it. The only way he makes it through is on pity. And pity or entertainment. That's the only way he makes it through. There's nothing. There's no argument about this is shit. You know, this is shit from someone who's never even heard of Irish dancing, or they've seen it once on the telly.
Mm-hmm.
This guy is telling us he practices half an hour a day, every day.
All right.
Doing Irish dance. He doesn't. He simply does. And that was embarrassing. It was terrible. It was like ring the police type of dancing. You know, if you saw this guy outside your house or outside the local school, and he's standing there dressed like that, has the some jig and real music on in the background, and he's doing that dance outside the school or anywhere, like, you'd be worried and concerned, and you know, trying to call somebody to put a stop to that type of fucking thing. And from an entertainment perspective, it's embarrassing. Like it's terrible.
Mm.
You know, you wouldn't put a penny into a bucket if someone was performing that.
No.
Only in pity, like if you might feel sorry for them.
Yeah, if it was a child that looked emaciated, then yeah, you would.
Yeah.
Look, it says here, right? High quality in like all caps, right? Look here, all right. 360p. 2009 was a very different fucking time, man. All right, finish.
Yeah.
And says the audience loves you too. Yes, it's you are through.
Well, we knew that already.
So it's a yes for Neil.
This is burlesquing the Irish.
Yeah.
Celebration. Yeah, we got a fucking Paddy to, shuck and jive on a stage. Celebrate. Rule Britannia!
Yeah.
Britannia, rule the waves!
They just love a retard. There's loads of those videos, isn't there? Maybe do me a favor, type in Britain's Got Talent worst audition or something like that.
Okay. Look at that. Worst fucking. I mean, come on. Yeah. All right. Worst auditions? Never. No, we want the worst.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there we go. Donald.
All right.
Discount store seal.
All right, I've never seen this.
No, now
So Piers is happy.
I'm just being racist. He's black. He has no hair. Seal.
So Piers is happy.
Amanda's happy.
And Simon is that happy?
Well, I think it is. And the fourth judge, the audience, is happy.
Off you go. Take it away. Have fun, Donald. So can 20-year-old Donald Bell Gam keep up the good work?
Hi, what's your name?
Donald.
Okay, and why have you entered Britain's Got Talent?
His name was
Donald.
I heard Dudnuts.
I think he has nasal issues.
20-year-old Donald Bell Gam keep up the good work.
Hi, what's your name?
Donald.
Okay, and
he's like a 4-year-old. The parent asks, "What do you want for dinner?" Donuts.
Oh dear. All right. Let's see where this one goes.
Funniest 20 seconds all night.
why have you entered Britain's Got Talent?
Huh?
Why have you entered Britain's Got Talent?
What? What's it called? I heard they had chicken in the back room.
Okay, and why have you entered Britain's Got Talent?
Huh?
Why have you entered Britain's Got Talent?
I'm here to entertain myself.
Oh, respect though.
All right, and what do you do, Donald?
I'm 20. I'm 20 years old.
You okay?
No. All this lager in my stomach.
Okay. All right, and what do you do, Donald?
I'm 20. I'm 20 years old.
What do you do?
Oh, singing.
Great, off you go.
Come on, Donald. Well, sometimes I...
Carry on, Donald, carry on.
Carry on.
I go out by myself.
Carry on, Donald. Carry on.
Since I come home, when my body's been a mess, and I'm rich, ginger, and the way I like to dress. Won't you come over? Stop making over. Why aren't you coming over, Valerie? Valerie.
Thank you.
That was beautiful. I loved it. I love Donald.
I will go back to that little when he was doing those little embellishments.
Mm-hmm. I think here.
Won't you come over? Stop making over. Why aren't you coming over, Valerie? Valerie.
Thank you. Donald, I can honestly tell you, by a clear mile, you are the worst singer we have had on Britain's Got Talent.
Look at his face. Oh, he's not happy.
Completely and utterly horrific.
Encore.
Thank you, Donald.
Keep going, Donald. We haven't buzzed you. You need 3 buzzers.
Oh, I don't care what they say. I will love you. You cut me open and die. Keep bleeding, keep bleeding alive.
Go on, Donald.
Keep bleeding, I keep bleeding alive. I've been wearing these scars for everyone to see.
Well done, Donald. Brilliant.
Donald, I think they're all missing the point, really, because the thing about you is you're so bad, you're brilliant. You know? I could listen to you for hours. I really could.
We just have.
You came to entertain yourself, but you entertained me, the audience. I mean, we loved you. You were horrifically entertaining. Amanda?
I am saying an absolute categorical 100% you are pants and it's no.
Donald?
Come on, Piers.
Donald, I have to ask myself one question. Do I want to hear you again? And the answer is yes.
Yes.
Donald, on behalf of Great Britain, it is a resounding never. It's over.
Stride.
Do we have his full name? Play Wiki Roulette and see if there's any sort of pattern here with failed contestants on Britain's Got
says
Talent.
mic drop. Yeah, Donald. Wait, I thought I could scroll down there. 13 years ago. What's 13 years ago? To 2012.
Yeah.
Could have been earlier though.
Donald. No further details. Huh?
That's a shame. And you know, I like that look on his face. You know, he's thinking, yeah, Piers Morgan likes me. You know, I've got a career here. And then nothing happened for him after that.
All right, what's his name? Donald Bell Gam. All right.
Huh.
Let me see if we can find anything on
Yeah, we'll play the last of it, though.
Mm.
How'd you feel?
Bad. You disappointed?
Yes.
Do you feel angry?
Yes.
They made a big mistake. Donald Belgum's talented in a way that he doesn't really understand.
Just murdered these songs.
I love Donald Belgum.
And suddenly the audience just literally wouldn't let him escape. I'm just worried about this country right now. I mean, this is a snap.
You're helping to ruin it, you stupid prick. But you know what? When the crowd came in, they made like excellent backing singers, and it actually made sense. It sounded good.
All right. All right. There's not much on him. So Donald Belgam. Just let me share this page.
All right. And you're free to share.
Grand. Okay. You see that okay?
Yep.
Okay.
Whoa.
Yeah, he's put on a bit of weight. It's been a bit of
Right.
fun, so
Yeah,
it's
probably,
expected.
stress and depression from being a laughing stock of the country, That'll do it.
And black as well. Doesn't matter. So about me, I was born and raised in Walthamstow in East London. I've been studying acting since I was 16. I studied performance art at college. And in 2010, I studied acting and drama at Waltham Forest Learning Link for adults. I do sing as well. But ever since I was 12 years old, my main passion is to become an actor. The goal is to be an extra on EastEnders.
Yeah. That's a good start.
Yeah. Shouldn't be the goal, though. Should it? Like, it's not much of a goal, is it?
Well, I mean, it should be your first goal.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. My first goal. Okay.
Yeah.
My main passion.
Like, wouldn't you suffer from, confidence issues after being burlesqued in front of like half of the English speaking world? You're going to want to kind of hide your power level a little after that, Yeah, like I'd like to be an extra, not saying I'm not saying I want to be the next Bond or anything, just get my foot in the door.
Yeah. But it doesn't seem like a high enough goal. But you're right, though. Yeah, it would have an effect on your confidence. So I wonder if this is written. No, it said it has been updated. Sure, look, it's how else would you get the picture of him 15 years later? But it isn't recent. Yeah, I suppose so. But it doesn't say. It seems like he's selling himself short, or maybe he's just being realistic. Maybe he just knows. Okay, well, the best I can get here is as an extra on EastEnders.
Which isn't hard, by the way, because there's fucking casting calls for extras all the fucking time. I mean, maybe it was different a decade ago, but like still, you could, be a peasant in the background of fucking the latest episode of Vikings or something,
Yeah. But you say so what is? Let's have a look at his attributes to see if you were a casting professional, would you cast him, and under what circumstances would you need someone like him to be cast? So he's 5'9", 110 pounds, 50 kilograms. My arse is 50 fucking kilograms. One of his legs is like 50 kilograms. One of that titty up there has got to be like 30 at least. Like, 50 kilograms. Are you kidding me? 110 pounds. Sure, that's fucking nothing. Like average build. That's jello.
Well, average.
It's
in relation to what?
Yeah, I don't fucking know.
Everything's relative, my friend.
Yeah, you're putting it in yourself as well, so I suppose you're not going to describe yourself as slovenly. I don't think it would be a category anyway.
Well, to be fair to him, I mean, he probably wrote that and then later updated the photo.
Maybe, okay. Black hair, black eyes. Wow.
Wow. What?
Black eyes, like black hair, black eyes.
Nobody has black eyes. Those are pupils, man. What the fuck are you talking about?
This is him. I don't know. Like he's fucking, who knows? He can play any age range between the age of 36 and 50.
Huh.
Ethnicities are black/African descended. Okay, so first thing we need a black person.
All right.
So we need medium height, medium weight, average build, black hair, black eyes, and somewhere between the age of 36 and 50. And there's got to be millions of fucking people on the books.
Yeah.
Thousands who fit that description. So
Yeah.
I say, unless they say we need a raging fucking homosexual, retarded looking black dude, about 5'9", 110 pounds, black hair and black eyes, then he would jump out off the page at me because he does look, doesn't look right. At all. And again, very, obviously very effeminate as well.
Yeah.
So, but again, he won't get to express that as a extra in EastEnders unless, well, it could be the gay club. Is there a gay club in EastEnders? Is there a gay bar in EastEnders? There'd have to be gay
the wrong
characters.
person here.
Sorry, I thought you were a historian on all things EastEnders. But I'm sure there would, because it tends to reflect modern life, doesn't it? Or what they want to turn it into. So yeah, maybe he could be. I think he's just reaching a bit low with the extra. We go for a character, because I think there will be room for that type of character in EastEnders, given the days we live as well. Because I can imagine this guy probably gets a bit of stick for who he is, and there's the slight bit of evidence that if he's made fun of nationally, so that can't help. So it's a cruel thing, really, that these television companies do to bring these people on, knowing
really
that there's no hope, and the only reason they're there is for entertainment and shits and giggles. And if that's why our guests are currently here for shits and giggles, but then I'd like to see some shits and giggles, because I haven't seen any at all lately. All right, we'll stop sharing this poor man's fucking.
All right. Yeah, but you know what? If he put on a little more weight, right? And say I was making a live action movie of Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, where you had like the black gang, and there was this kind of fat guy. I forget his name, because it's been like, what, 20 fucking years since it came out. He'd be like one of the crew, a supporting character. Yeah.
Maybe I'm being too harsh. Like it's. You wouldn't really that picture there. You wouldn't really recognize him as that guy from back then, would you? Like if you saw him walking down the street, there's nothing that screams, "Oh, you're the guy from Britain's Got Talent."
Maybe that's why he put on the weight. Like an unconscious kind of defense mechanism.
Not at all. He just loves the chicken. He loves the fried chicken. He can't fucking help himself. Like that's what that is. And the Mars bars and the Snickers and. Look at him, he's got a fucking Snickers in his pocket. That's what he's hanging on to it in case anybody steals it. Like it's precious to him. Like, all right, enough of that nonsense.
All right, are we moving on?
Yeah. I don't know what we're moving on to. 4:30. Okay. We may.
Oh, wow. Jesus Christ. It's 4:30.
Kill it.
Yeah.
We're 7 hours in. And you're, an hour for me. Like that's well worth your nothing.
Yeah. Thank you for giving us nothing.
Yeah.
Except your company.
Attention. Yeah. Company, which is valuable.
Exactly. Yeah.
In Africa. Benin.
I want to do a last-ditch effort in finding a video that I know I won't keep you that long. I just thought it was fitting for the conversation we were having. The African who made the iPhone or the cell phone or something. I don't know where Anthony Cumia found this video because it's not on YouTube at all. Huh. All right.
Rumble or
Well,
something.
that.
I said might Rumble or something. Not. Some people are quite active on those kind of platforms. Aren't
Maybe video tab. No, I don't recognize any of these thumbnails. Oh, that's a shame.
Oh, can we not find it?
No. No, that sucks.
Are you looking on X at all?
No. It's just, that and Google results are just showing fucking shite about child labor and all that stuff. Which, is true. Like,
what would we be looking for?
So there was this guy on the street selling someone this thing that he called an iPhone, and it was like it had all the hallmarks of like a phone, but it was like the case was made out of wood, and there was like a dial pad on it with a little display screen, and he was convincing this other African that like this is just as good as an iPhone. It can do all the things that an iPhone can do.
All right. Let me see.
All right. Good night, Miss Pagina.
Good night, Miss Pagina. Take care.
All right. Maybe something for another night.
Yeah. Maybe try this link here, see if that's what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get that okay in the private chat? Yeah.
Yep.
Grant.
No.
No, not that. No. Okay.
No. But it's that's funny. An African wondering, hey, why does my phone not work while he's fucking in a pool? That's funny.
I didn't even realize what it was. I just saw the iPhone.
Yeah. Wow. And he was blowing into the charger port thinking, and then banging it. I was like, why is this not working?
Okay, I'll have a quick look.
Well, now. I mean, if you don't know, if nobody explains to you the physics behind electricity and circuitry, of course, like it's just water. What's the big deal?
Well, that's got to be put on the entry test. What happens if you drop an iPhone into a swimming pool? I don't know. Okay, you need to go away and study some more before we let you into the country. You'll be electrocuting everybody before you know it, or you'll be fucking dead in a week. Sleeping. Is it okay to sleep on the electric rail of an electric tram? Nope.
Where are you seeing that?
I'm not. I'm just thinking of questions for the entry exam into Ireland.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. Miss Pagina, you had a good call there. Wooden phone, but no. I just think it was scrubbed from the internet because it told some uncomfortable truths about or reinforced a stereotype that may not be true because there are examples out there of helicopters they built that at least got off the ground for a time, and there are things that resemble a phone that they built. You know, they're not completely retarded.
No, they're just not capable. They don't have the capability, you see, to do it.
Right.
And
But
I
they have
know
the desire, though.
they have the desire, but not the capability. So wherever, you know, we all have desires for everything, but it's like, well, are you willing to recognize what it takes for those desires to be fulfilled? Actually, really think about what it takes. Not
Oh
just
my God! I just found it.
Oh, cool.
All right, one sec, because fucking YouTube Shorts, man, they're a fucking
I hate it.
nightmare.
Like you can't get away from them. Like they make it nearly impossible now not to play a fucking short. I don't know how long that's changed, but every time I go in to have a look at YouTube now, I have to fight through a page of fucking shorts just to even get to the menus on actual videos.
1,000. But the lines of code here is more than 200,000 lines of code. And this is the first phone ever in Africa, built by an African man. All these big companies, you see them in China, in Europe, in America. We want to establish 1,000. But the lines of code here.
I wish I had the full video.
All right.
Like,
these are the countries that are known for scamming, aren't they? That's what I thought that was first. I thought it was one of the fucking things you place under the keypads and of cash machines, you know. I thought that's what he was selling.
Yeah.
This is a phone, is it?
Yeah.
What,
Yeah,
this
that thing.
probably
See that brick in his
Yeah.
hand there?
No,
Yeah,
wood.
that's
Okay. I was
and,
wood
you
only.
know, I guess 2 different generations of his, you know, or maybe that's the thing he's holding in his hand that is actually in that case. Or no, it's a different display screen. I guess he just finds fucking broken calculators and then hooks it up to his rig, which, you know, in itself is amazing. But he's saying 2,000 lines of code. You know what? That does not an operating system make. I'm sorry. Not these days. Maybe fucking DOS, you know, or something.
Yeah, I think he's spoofing. Go back and play it for me again because I didn't really catch it. I need to listen.
All right.
1,000. But the lines of code here is more than 200,000 lines of code. And this is the first phone ever in Africa, built by an African man. All these big companies, you see them in China, in Europe, in America. We want to establish 1,000. But the line.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
So if we take this guy at his word, you know, he's actually trying to market this thing that he made.
Yeah, which is a pile of dog shit. He can't do it. He doesn't. This man doesn't have the capability to create a phone. Like, no one man fucking does. Like,
well, yeah, but you know,
but
given the resources that he has access to.
Yeah, but then it's fucking fruitless. You're just you know, it's essentially a John fucking Frum cult or whatever it's called, cargo cult, where they see these great civilizations with, you know, the likes of planes and, oh my God, it's the gods, and because it's so beyond their technology. And then what do? They, you know,
yeah, they dress up in imitation military uniforms and march up and down the beach, expecting that the great plane god will come and drop supplies to them. Yeah, but this guy actually, you know, he understands that there's, you know, a deeper fucking method to things. He can code something.
We don't know if he can code any fucking thing. Like, all he said is like 2,000 lines of code. Like, that seems to me something somebody would say who knows that, you know, computer programs require code. Beyond that, doesn't know anything about it, because it's like, it's just like a 2,000 lines of code.
Okay, yeah. Okay, maybe I'm just, you know, giving him
You're too
more.
fucking kind, man. You know, you have the NGO hat on at the moment, like that these people need to be cared for, and if only given enough time.
I'm not saying I'm going to just buy his fucking phone.
You're not going to buy it. Nobody's going to buy his phone, because it's not a fucking phone. It's a calculator with fucking some glue on it, and the face from some fucking 1986 Casio watch. They've gone with fucking gum from some rubber tree in the background or something like that, and he's found 2 wires on the ground and he's stuck them on the end with some chewing gum by the looks of the fucking video, and he's trying to flog it as a phone. Like it's it's not going to happen.
Yeah,
It's a
yeah.
bit like me holding a
fair.
potato fucking phone, with 2 wires and a battery attached to it and a clock display saying, "Look at it, it's the best phone ever. We've made it from a fucking some sort of terminal display pad from the 1960s."
And yeah, okay, the color coding on the pad here, it looks, like it's kind of imitating something like yeah. But my favorite thing is the look of incredulity on this dude's face.
In Africa. Built by an
Like, do you see that little
Yeah,
shake of the head? Like,
what the
no,
fuck you doing? No,
no.
African man. All these big companies.
And then that look, it's like, what the fuck is this shit, man?
I'm not from here. I come from countries where they make phones where we know what they look like. But this man, this guy with the phone, could sell a phone easily.
Yeah.
I'd probably buy one off him just based on the performance alone, like putting so much energy into it, giving it the hard sell. This is
Oh yeah.
best
You
phone.
have to appreciate that, yeah.
Yeah, and people, as we've seen, like we'd probably throw him some money because you go, oh yeah, well, you're trying to do something with yourself, trying to industrialize your country by making phone out
Absolutely.
of sticky tape and
Yeah.
bits of old electronics left over from when the Bushes visited in
Trump.
1962.
Yeah, Miss Pagina says, "You're totally going to buy it. You're itching to."
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I feel better at myself if I bought it, knowing that I've contributed something towards
It's better than going into the Thokra box,
the Troker box. Yeah, yeah. But so we tried to help. We don't dislike black people. We've been taught from an early age to look out for them and care for them when we're told that their countries are in trouble, and the best way we can help is by giving them money, and we do that. And nothing in return. What do we get in return? A wonky fucking imitation iPhone that a child wouldn't fucking pick up and play with.
All right, I have 2 loose ends to tie up here, right? I asked Communist GPT if the Irish language had a word for maintenance, and if so, when it was introduced. And how do you pronounce that? Kowali.
I can't even see it.
Can I do this on this website? Okay. Can you see that word?
Yeah. Covale, is it? I don't know. My
Yeah,
Irish wouldn't be great.
that's the one, because I went into the website that pronounces words. So it means support or sustain or nourish, support, maintain, support. Like, maintenance. I mean, where does that word come from? It doesn't initially mean what we know in modern times to mean maintenance. So, of course, we need to find words, but at least we had something that resembles that,
Yeah.
But then again, like the 2 young people said, it doesn't directly translate to maintenance. Yeah, of course, because they're different fucking languages, man.
Yeah. But there are some concepts, like, so I don't know, would the concept of maintenance existed in Ireland? It would have, to some extent. Otherwise we wouldn't have the forts, So
Yeah,
and even
true.
if we didn't, maybe even when you don't know about maintenance, which seems hard to fathom because it comes so natural to people, the concept to us, like when we hear maintenance, it's like you'd have to be like, who doesn't know what maintenance is? Everybody knows what maintenance is, and I think that's a lot of our problem, is that we take it all because we are aware of these concepts.
Yeah, we
to us,
assume
that
everyone else
it's
does.
almost
Yeah.
hard to believe like that. What do you mean nobody understands maintenance? That has to be fucking, that's some racist lie to belittle these people. How could you not have a concept of maintenance, maintaining something?
Right.
Because you only need to maintain something where it's, you come from an environment of scarcity to begin with, because
Yeah, and harsh climates that naturally destroy structures that you create.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, the you know, the idea of you know, just because it doesn't translate exactly to our modern idea of maintenance, back in the day, it would have been, you know, maintain to, you know, to nourish and support, you know, you do nourish and support objects. It's just, you know, we had a different conception of what it means to, you know, interact with the physical world back in the day. And that, you know, is reflected in our mythology of like, you know, you must nourish and maintain, you know, support, you know, the things around you, you know. So maybe, I don't know. I'm not sure, you know. I think maybe there's some, you know, internalized racism going on. I don't know. I want to look into it, and maybe next week I'll come back with a, you know, a more concise challenge to this idea. But I also wanted to introduce you to an idea that I learned about a few weeks ago. It's called Dabawala.
Okay.
Now let's see if I can maximize this. So they have this intricate system for the last 130 years in India where the man goes out to work and goes on the train and goes off somewhere far to, you know, a call center to scam grannies or something. And the woman at home, you know, she makes the lunch and she puts it in a box outside of her door. And these guys on bicycles, they pick up those boxes, and then they cycle to the train, and then they put the box in the right compartment in the train, and the train goes to the destination where another crew of bicycle guys come, and they take the boxes out of the compartments and then deliver them to the workplaces. And the husbands eat the lunch, and then they put the boxes back, and the guys, they take the boxes, they put them back in the right carriage, so then the train goes back, and then the other guys take it, you know, and you know, the same process in reverse, but the exact same box comes back to the exact house every time. It's a meticulous system, and there is no numbering system involved.
Okay, and this is a proof of what?
That there's different
Indians.
ways of doing things.
Yeah, there's lots of different ways of doing it, but this
Yeah.
is a particularly
But-
fucking long-winded, retarded way of doing something. Like, could you not just bring your lunch to work with you individually?
Well, no, because your wife is already busy making breakfast for you and
Are you kidding me that you can't plan like
children?
You can't plan in advance to make a lunch like everyone else in the fucking Western world does. You bring the fucking lunch to work with you.
You talking from your fucking, you know, fucking post-feminist nightmare world that you live in.
It's not a nightmare.
you
This
and
is
I,
being
where
you can do it yourself. Like,
your
okay,
wife
let's
talk-
figure out the problem. Let's put an Indian solution to this problem we're having. We have a terrible issue where men are hungry and work, and you know, we need to get the food to them, but we just can't figure it out. Like, we need to come up with a committee. How we can solve this? Like, what can we do? Like, it seems like the most logical thing was we have somebody make their lunch the evening before, and put it in a small container, bring the container with them. It doesn't take up any space. And they bring that into lunch, eat their food there, take the box home, return it back into the house, and repeat the process again. It's a one-man job. The division of labor doesn't need to apply here. It all seems very simple. No, we can't do that. We need a fucking system put in place where the woman makes the lunch, puts it on a window. Then we have a man pull up on a bicycle to take the box off the windowsill. And then he brings that box down to a train. So we're going to need trains, and we're going to need a railway system and fuel to fucking keep these trains going. Then we'll put the boxes on the trains. No numbering system. Will just be remembered to honor the ancestors and the oral
All right,
tradition.
you know what? All right, sorry. No,
Then, no, we're not finished. We're only
right.
halfway through. Then the train arrives at the new station. And you send other people
You're
from a
just
different village.
repeating what I told you. All
It's
right.
madness. Like, it's just bring the fucking
It's
lunch
not
to work
madness, man. It's not madness. All right, you're living in a fucking scorching hot fucking country. Okay.
Uh huh.
All right. just keep that in the back burner of your mind, right? Okay, I remember, right, going to school, and my mother would pack me a sandwich in my fucking Ninja Turtles fucking lunchbox, and by the time I got around to eat it, my God, ugh, yuck, fucking tomatoes on fucking white bread. It was like I may as well have been eating, fucking mold. All right. Do we?
Hang on. So are
We
you
we
telling
we
me? Are
have
you
this.
telling? Hang on a minute. If this is
We're
going to work,
used to eating
if this,
shite, man.
yeah, it doesn't matter. No, hang on a minute. One bogus argument at a time. So you're telling me that in India, so these bikes turn up at this woman's house, this wife's house.
Yeah.
They take the box of lunch off the window. They put it
Fresh
in
lunch. Yeah.
fresh lunch at the time. Now, fresh lunch at the time when it's leaving. Then they put it
Yeah.
onto the back of the bicycle in the refrigerated carrying reciprocal they have attached to the bike, which doesn't exist because it's just some fucking basket. So it's the food
Yeah.
going into that basket in the same scorching hot environment because the baskets aren't cooled. It's just not realistic to expect that. Then they're going onto a train.
Yeah, which isn't cooled. Yeah.
Which isn't cool. So again, we'll be fucking scorching hot. I don't know how far the train has to go, but it's got to be some level of distance if it's going to travel at all. So it has to spend time on the train, sitting in the scorching fucking hot with other people's food. The risk of cross contamination is probably greater. But we don't know these boxes if they're made out of plastic or the skulls of ancestors. And then from there, they have to be picked up by other guys on bikes again. Picked up, put into the baskets, then brought to the various workplaces and dropped off to the workers there. So it seems a lot of work for little reward. Now I don't know. Maybe people were dropping dead from bringing fucking packed lunches to work with them on the day, or there's no shops where they can just go out and buy something. It seems a very long-winded, backward way.
You know what? I
doing
know
something.
you're married to your own fucking conclusion and presupposition.
Tell me how this is
I
better,
get
though.
it.
Tell me, explain to me how this is
all
better.
right. I was in the middle of it, right?
Okay.
Okay. So at fucking 8 a.m, right? You're when you were young, your mother sends you out to school with a gammy fucking sandwich to begin with. And then, what? It's like 1 p.m. or 2. I forget when primary school takes lunch these days, or even back then. And you're eating this fucking soggy slop, yeah. And this is like preserved food. This is like
How though?
shit
How is
that
it preserved?
It's well, the bread to
Are we
start
talking
with
about our bread or
is
Indian bread
it
here?
has
Which bread are we talking?
preservatives in it.
Okay, our bread. Okay.
I'm setting up a juxtaposition here, right? Sorry, I wasn't very clear about that, right? And it tastes like shit. And you know what? You get used to that. So of course you're saying, yeah, why don't you bring your lunch with you when you head out at fucking 7 a.m? That's a great fucking idea. Yeah, keep your fucking lunch with you for 6 hours before you eat it. That's a fucking retarded idea, right? But if you're talking about a home cooked meal, right? Wouldn't you want it within 3 hours after it's fucking cooked?
Well, I wouldn't want it at
And
all.
it's
I would use my innovation skills to, prepare lunch that is suitable to the environment. Like, so if I know my lunch is going to be sitting in the fucking 40-degree scorching sun all day long, I'm thinking, okay, it's not a great idea to bring a fresh lunch. Or if I am bringing lunch, I will bring something that will keep for the day. And I will keep it out of the scorching heat because I know from previous experience, if I leave something in the scorching heat, it tends to fucking spoil.
Yeah.
So I would have something that's easy to go. It just seems that it, while it's a solution, it seems a very long-winded way of getting lunch to people en masse, and there doesn't seem to be any real benefit in relation to hygiene or how much longer the food is being kept fucking fresh. unless it's a 2-minute train ride or something like that. But if it's an hour or two on the fucking train to get this sorted, like it's not a fully developed way. It may be the best way they have of getting the food to them. I don't know, but as simple for me would be the case of, okay, food into the lunch pail, go to work, you eat your food, and you come home, and it hasn't spoiled. Because in Ireland, where the weather, like you said, is if it gets up to 20 degrees, we're lucky. But it would make more sense that if you were to organise a society, that you might go, okay, well, this is great and all, but you know what might be better if we take a loan, and assuming we have electricity, we take a loan, and we all buy fucking fridges, so we can keep the food that little bit fresher, or or some company would come in and go, okay, well, I recognise there's a market here to sell people fucking food, or they give the company to do it if it's a kind company. Listen, well, we'll set up a restaurant or something within the place, so you don't have to.
Oh
eat
yeah,
90
great.
degree.
It's fuck it. Marx was not right in his foundational fucking philosophy, and that's why millions, tens of millions starved to death. But what he was right is alienation, right? There's a universe between a meal that has been lovingly cooked by your wife or your sister or whatever the family dynamic is at home, and some fucking food truck that's just fucking mass-produced slop. Like, I don't, the workers, like, I don't care, I'm just, fucking doing this. And maybe that is their passion, and they're like, yeah, I'm making all this. Yeah, but we're talking about fucking India. The person in the food truck is going to be serving 1,000 people per hour, like, you've seen videos of it, I'm sure, online, where they've got it down to a system of like how to get all this shit into this wrap and wrap it real quick and fuck it off. That's not, that's going further away from Indian culture.
Yeah,
what Indian culture is having food made by your fucking wife and prepared and then delivered to you within a few short hours.
Yeah, but it goes back to, like, well, what kind of society do you want? Like, so
Yeah.
what culture do you want? So if you want to live in a modern, industrialized society, that kind of system can't exist because it's inefficient. And there's many other ways of dealing with it better than that. And that's what these people clamber for. It's like, it's the convenience fucking lifestyle. Like, why would you want to do that? Like, granted, your wife has made the food for you. Great. My wife makes food for me all the time. I make food for her less often. And while it's appreciated, it's not something we sit over and fucking honor and go, oh my, isn't amazing? It's a function that needs to be done. Most people fucking hate doing it. There's very few people who actually enjoy cooking on a regular basis, because most of the time it's the same fucking thing you're cooking. There's no real joy in it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's nice to be appreciated. But the more important thing is to fucking eat. And if they are to move from that society where they're in, and they want to become fully industrialized and to be on the same level of living as in Ireland or a Germany or France, Australia, New Zealand, America, you name it, or China, Hong Kong, whatever, it has to be realized that you're going to have to live in this regimented society, otherwise it doesn't fucking work. And if you're in that society, but then you don't need fucking trains, ripping across the countryside, delivering freshly made lunches from your wife, because your wife can make you the freshly made lunch anyway, or even if it's a couple of hours beforehand. Like, why does it have more value? Because it's done, 2 hours in advance or 5 hours in advance, or you could do it your fucking self. It's completely inefficient.
You live in this fantasy land that's created by, the mod cons of your society, our society, and also our fucking temperate climate, man. No, you can't fucking make a traditional Indian meal and expect it to fucking stick around for 6 hours. I'm sorry, you're mad.
Well, we've done it.
In Ireland, yeah.
Yeah,
Wait,
in Ireland. So
what? What meals are we making? A
Well, Irish.
fucking
No,
ham and cheese
hang on a
fucking
minute.
sandwich.
Irish people. No, Irish people can. I can have a curry in work if I want any day of the week. You know, because we have microwave ovens, we have running water at the place of work.
Jesus.
Yeah,
Shite, man.
But
Shite.
no, but not shite. I can
It's
bring the
giving you
ingredients.
cancer, man.
I
That
can make.
shit's giving
But
you cancer.
listen, dude. Listen, calm down for a second. You're missing the point. You're missing the point. The ability is there for me to do it, right? If my wife made a homemade meal beforehand, the day beforehand, a curry, I can keep it, or it will actually keep until tomorrow because I live in a technologically advanced society, and those people fucking don't,
Okay,
but they want to.
refrigeration. Yeah. Okay.
They want to, and if you want to, well, then there's a price that needs to be fucking paid.
Okay, but like India, they have nuclear weapons and they have like factories and shit and they make stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, when we think of India and negative things, it's, scam call centers and shitting in the street.
Yeah,
I
because that's
don't
the
I
real
don't know how they have to give up fucking this
shitting in the street.
no, Dabawala system in order to be enlightened,
It's
no,
not
they
being
just
blind.
need
It's if you want a better standard of fucking
toilet.
living, if you want a
That's all.
functional system to live in where things like, waste, sanitation, organized medical systems, if you want to benefit from that, because let's not pretend that there's no benefit fucking to it. It makes life easier and we've less fucking things to do with ourselves and it gives us luxury. Just to sit here, look at us, two fucking beings in different fucking hundreds of kilometers away from each other. Because of the advanced society we live in, we're able to use these fucking incredible tools to do whatever we want, really,
Yeah.
And
Absolutely,
we wouldn't trade it to start sending fucking letters between each other, or recordings on cassettes and then release them to the public and put them on a train and then have people pick them up from the train station with their bikes and leave them on the fucking windowsills of their wives'
I don't know,
kitchen.
man. I have my moments,
Yeah, you have your moments because it's nice to think that way. It's like, yeah, that would be a cool way, an easier way of living, a more
Well, when I
genteel
look
way of
at,
living.
what we have now, I'm thinking, yeah, you know what? This level of technology, it's not really working out for us,
Yeah, but we do an exchange program where we go and live in Benin for 6 months without the luxuries, and then we'll come back and we can make an informed decision on what way we want to live. But it doesn't have to be one or the other, or it shouldn't have to be one or the other.
No.
And I think it's often painted and don't. Well, it's either this or it's this,
Mm.
and there's no in between. Clearly, there has to be if there's going to be any sort of fucking success, because we know that you can't impose a system on people who aren't capable of running it. That's just plain fucking logic.
Yeah.
You couldn't
Oh,
ask me
yeah,
to
yeah.
run a nightclub tomorrow because I don't have the capability to run a nightclub. But if it was a serious prospect, well, then I would fucking, seek others with knowledge that I don't have to enable me to open the nightclub and then, recognize it for what it is, and hopefully the skills will transfer. But if they didn't, it would be stupid for me to delude myself that, okay, well,
That
the
you can
reason
do
I
that,
can't do that
yeah.
is because I'm white, or I'm Irish, or I'm from Dublin.
Yeah.
It's just I don't have that capability. I don't have that mindset, and there's nothing fucking wrong with that.
You just don't have it.
You just don't have it. Like, and most people fucking don't. And thankfully, there's a myriad of other skills and personality traits that are needed to make the world run smoothly. And that's it. And I think just with that recognition that we just need to keep the niggers out of the country. It's as simple. It's as simple as that. But no, seriously though, it's just to try and get an understanding. And I don't even know if we can or if we really fucking want to. Because we look around at the country and just go, okay, it's not right. It's not normal. Like everything, there's alarm bells going off everywhere in people's heads for good reasons, and then people tell them, "Oh, ignore the alarm bells. You're racist. You just ignore that. There's something wrong with you. You need to
This
fix
is
that."
fine meme. Yeah.
Yeah. So
All
so
right.
the Indians need to snap out of it. you know, bring your lunch
Yeah.
to work, you lazy cunts. I'll be fucking relying on little boiling eggs and look at you.
You can't keep a home cooked meal, you know, in those conditions for that long.
How long can you keep it in those conditions? How long? I want to know how long it takes from the time the woman puts the fucking meal on the windowsill. Right. So from
It
that
takes
moment,
3 hours at most.
3 hours at most. So she makes the
2.5 to
meal
3
and then
hours.
3
Yeah.
hours. Okay. So she makes the meal at what? 7 o'clock in the morning. Is it delivered
So
to the
like half
guy?
10. She makes it between 9 and 10 a.m.
Yeah.
and then it arrives at the man's, you know, desk at fucking 1.
At 1 p.m.
Yeah.
Okay. And does she pay for the cyclist to come and pick it up, or
Well, yeah. The man pays.
the man pays the cyclist, and then the man pays the ticket
Yeah.
for the train, and then for the other. So it's
No. It's a service.
Okay,
Like
it's an all-in
the
service.
man pays for the service. It's a daily service.
Okay. Do we know how much it costs?
No. Well, I mean, you know, what would that even mean to us?
Because then it would be say like if it's buttons like out of their, you know, average
Well,
wage.
let you know, hang on. Let me ask Rock. How much does this cost per week or year? 10 to $15 a month.
Okay, all right. I don't know what they earn a month, so it's going to be dependent on that. But beyond that, this may well just be the best way for them to do it at the moment, given the capability they have.
I don't know. Like it, you know, you need to think about quality, right? Like there's nothing better than a home cooked meal, you know, pretty much immediately after it's made. And you're all
Well,
the
it
way
depends
from
on the
home.
quality of the meal, like, and who's cooking it to begin with as well. Like, so I've had some pretty shitty homemade meals.
Yeah, but if someone gave you a shitty home cooked meal, would you marry that person?
Yeah, because I realize, well, you can always, you know, train them as long as they're not from Africa or something like that, where they don't have the capability to.
Well, there
learn.
you go. Yeah, that's what Indians do. They, you know, I don't know how they do it. They beat them or something. I don't know.
Yeah, but are they rolling this system out countrywide? Like, have they looked at this system and go, do you know what? This is the fucking greatest system on earth.
Dude, it's been in service for 130 years.
Okay.
And in Mumbai alone, it serves 200,000 people.
Okay, so it's a kinder version of Deliveroo. Someone else makes your food and they deliver to you, but it's homemade food.
Well, it's not someone else. It's someone that you know, like it's your family member.
Yeah, but it's still someone else. Like, it's not you, so it's someone.
Are those things equal in your head? Your wife and some fucking
well, no, because
immigrant?
does the food become any better depending on who makes it? Like, so if my wife makes me a meal and Gordon Ramsay makes me a meal, and they're both given the same ingredients, like, does the food
from the
taste
same ingredients? Well, I mean, you know,
is the food any better? Like,
Gordon
is it tastier because my wife has
Yeah, but
made it, or more nutritious, or
like it's a difference between, you know, your wife going to the fucking farmer's market and picking up the ingredients there, or this behemoth of like, oh yeah, should brought that up, right? So there's this one company in Ireland that makes all the ready meals for every fucking chain store out there, and they just rebrand it. And nobody really figured it out until there was a listeria recall. And now none of like Aldi, Lidl, Tesco, Super Value, none of them have pre-made meals because they had to fucking recall them all in case they had listeria in them. Like,
okay, yeah, but we're not making that
no,
argument.
I'm not finished. So like you have this kind of behemoth that, you know, bulk everything, and then fucking machines fucking, you know, in their little chutes fucking pour that shit into little cartons, and then it's up to you to put that in the microwave And look, are you fucking telling me that whether however well your fucking wife can make a pizza or not, is a pizza from your wife or from some fucking frozen aisle in some big store better? Which one?
The one your wife makes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but we're not straw manning it, because we're not making that argument.
I'm not straw manning it. This is the exact same thing.
It's not, because we're not having this argument about, like, is homemade natural food better than processed food from corporations. We're not. This is about basically what's the most efficient way to get a meal from your house to your work. So that doesn't matter about the quality of the meal. Like, if it's fucking homemade, like if I'm going to lunch, if I make food the night before to bring to work the following day, it's home fucking made food. Like, I'm not like putting a packet of fucking pot noodle in the lunchbox and then pouring hot water over it when I go to work. It's food. It's fresh food that's being prepared that I bring with me, that I don't need to put on a fucking train or have somebody rock up and collect it, put it on a train, and so forth and so on. Hang on, I just have to turn the camera off for 1 second. Give me 2 minutes.
Yeah. Maybe Morgan is in trouble for being awake at 5:15 in the morning. Oh dear. Oh dear. I hope not. Howard will start a restaurant. I don't think so. No. That's not something I'm going for. I would it'd be an interesting experience to, honestly, I really just prefer the lower level jobs in restaurants and hotels. Server, dishwasher. I forget what they call them back in the day, even when I was doing that job. Hygiene something. I like those jobs because, you see, if you're a chef, then you're just, like, the only way you can cope with that is alcohol and drugs, because it's such a intense environment, you know. I just prefer to wash some dishes or bring food to people, and then I can just, when I have some downtime, I can.
No, that's not working, is it?
What's that? Yeah, no, your camera isn't
there
working.
There we go.
All right.
All right, now, what important topic were we discussing? Delivering food on trains.
Yeah. So, you're saying that, like, oh, well, just make your lunch the night before.
Yeah, or even the day before. You said she's making the lunch at 10 o'clock, is she? Or was it not 10 o'clock to be delivered by...
Yeah, before 10 o'clock, and then she puts that in the windowsill, and the guys come around at, like, say 10, and then by the end of it, it's like 1 p.m. It's ready to eat.
Yeah, all I'm saying really is that kind of system, I don't see it lasting very long in a fully developed country. It makes no fucking sense to me. It's nice to keep it. It's okay. Would you like a nice homemade meal every day? Is it healthier than going to Spar and picking up a breakfast roll? Of course, there's no question about it. But given the choice, and given the sacrifice and time that people need to give up to have a fully industrialized country, because it only works if everyone else is fucking working along with it. It has a certain carrying capacity, but you're required to give 8 to 10 hours of your day involved in a particular task, and eventually, because this fucking machine is so hungry for people, that your wife has to join you generally in the workforce as well to maintain the whole fucking thing, so you can, you know, have the pleasure of eating and having shelter and all that. But you've lots of nice toys and conveniences, and you know, is the payoff worth it? If I think about your question, like, would I prefer a society where lunch is delivered in such a fashion? Yes, because it's gentler, it's kinder, it's more romantic. Like even the thoughts of it, like, you know, to leave your lunch outside on the window and a little Indian comes by and a push bike and picks it up and brings it to the train, and then it's carefully loaded and it finds its way to the station, and then it's brought to you, and you're like, oh, this is the food my wife made, and now I can eat it. I'm reminded of home, and great, you know. But that can only exist in a certain culture, and where time has to be more elastic, because in a highly fucking technological country like ourselves, if you're working in private industry, it doesn't move like that. It's hectic. It's like, okay, this needs to be done like this now. It needs to be done fucking now, and everybody needs to be, you know, performing as the best they can. And it generally goes like that, you know, because if you don't perform, you don't, and it's made room for somebody else. Like so.
Yeah, that's great progress, isn't it?
Yeah, but it is, you know, that's what's required. But it's awful because there's an awful price to be paid on the human fucking.
All right, that just sounds horrible.
Yeah, it is horrible.
Maybe the Africans have the right idea then.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's a distinct fucking possibility. Like that. Like, what's wrong?
Well, I think it's a certainty. Like, well, what are we doing exactly?
Yeah.
Like,
and what are they doing? Like, they need to go back to, like, so you had in existence. Now I don't know what it was actually like because I never experienced it, but at its ideal.
Well, I'm sure it wasn't amazing, but you know, no life is really.
Yeah, I'd pay 2 weeks good money to go on a holiday to experience it. Let's put it that way. As long as it was made comfortable enough, you know, and I'm not
the immersive African experience.
Yeah, there you go, glamping in Africa. But you know, it worked for the longest time, and it was only when they came into contact with people who were superior in certain ways, not superior, but superiors in the ways of, you know, fucking war, especially, and then how to maintain a kingdom once you've established it and subjugate a people for a long fucking time. And that can't be done by, you know, inferior people. Inferior people generally don't invade other countries and colonize them and hold on to them for hundreds of fucking years, you know. And it's a particular tribe that has those traits. And, you know, England was lucky, I suppose, as one way of describing it, that all these evil motherfuckers descended in this one spot. And they, you know, decided to cooperate with each other. So, and to this day, we still fucking, we still live with them, you know. But you know, for all the wickedness, they do bring benefits to society, but at a cost. Then, you know, but I don't know. But you can't just there's okay. I want to go back and live like a fucking noble savage. Especially in Ireland, it would be impossible. But I don't know. Maybe in Africa it would work better. But they're fucked because they have how many millions of people now? Or do they have? It's a large landmass, isn't it? It's a large population, but it seems to be.
Yeah, it's
a clusterfuck. Like.
Yeah, excluding Russia, China. Africa is the same size as Asia, I think. Yeah.
And if all the African states are failing, you know, they are. It's just a fact. They're all fucking failing. The way out, the easiest way out, is to get out and get to places like here. So, you know, we've asked the question: well, are we okay with that? And if it's a case of, well, you know, they don't stand the fucking chance themselves in that environment, and probably aren't likely to, unless all these things fall into place. So do we have a responsibility to say, okay, well, come and live with us, and we look after you? We could do with a few more basketball players, let's be honest. Yeah, I don't know. All right, let's kill it there. We're coming way.
Sorry, I kept you for another hour.
No, it's all right. It's no difference, really. Like,
no.
As long as we have fucking something to work off. We'll keep going.
Yeah. It's all content. So yeah, join us next week, next Friday, 9:30 p.m. Irish time. It's gonna be just as interesting, if not more than this
Coloured
week.
people time. That's any time between 9:30 and 11:15. Coloured people time for like me who don't work off standard WASP time.
And not pointing any fingers, but if you're out there having a drink, take care of yourself. All right, be easy. Drink some water. I'm certainly going to do that because I realize that's a big problem of mine this summer heat. I'm not drinking enough water. It's negatively affecting not just my health, but my mental health. So keep on top of that. A little drop of salt on your tongue and wash that down with water, and you'll feel a lot better than usual. All right. Iwa.